Do you, what would you like to learn today? What do you want to know about today? Here you go.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to learn something informative about digital media and digital technology as well. Also branching into entrepreneurship as well.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you. What's your name? Her name is Sandrika. And the very first panel that we have will actually satisfy that need because it is mastering the art. All right? So let me get back to the stage. But before I do so, I'm stopping by my chairman, Orville Shaggy Burrell, to tell you why it is that we do this every year.
Rotted. First of all, much thanks to everyone for coming out. I'm happy to see the place ram. This has been something we've been building for the last 3 years. This is the 4th installment. And just to say, all the faces, especially young people, because the future is for the young people. And they're the ones that are going to have to, break down the barriers and really carry it going forward. The reason we do this is there's music business and there's the business of music. And I think the two should go together. Oftentimes in the past, when you think about music business and what we know as the music business, it's always the music part, the creative part, and people then, the business side of it, they don't get. So their intellectual properties are normally owned by other people, just because they don't know, So it's easy to catch a vibe in a studio and a man will have vibe and but then nobody's talking about who gets what or who owns what. And in this game, especially nowadays, ownership is everything. And you have to own. Somebody have to tell himself who along the party backstage still. Or share it out there with it. But ownership is very, very important. And we have to really get to that point where we start to pay attention to it. And sometimes emotions get into things where you work with a man and you're a man a bridging for a long, long, long time. And, that's where the barriers get blurry. That's where the boundaries get blurry. Because you're a man a role, but that person might not be the best person for you, or they might have their own agenda, but you just depend on him and say, boy, am I virgin? And artists especially should know that if you are the talent, you are the boss. The culture of how it has always gone in Jamaica from years is always, the artist them have a boss, whether the manager the boss or the producer the boss, and we have to change that narrative. The artist is the boss. If you are the person who is the creative and you have the talent, you are the boss. They work for you. But like any organization, if you have a board of directors, you have the chairman, and the chairman is the head, and the man don't know where to do, then it's only one way you're going. It's crash, you're going to crash. So because you are the creative and you are the artist and you are the boss, you have to have the knowledge so that people who are working for you, right, can't sell you bullshit. You have to know your game. And this is where you come if it's to know your game, right? Because it's offered to you. There are many other places you can learn it, but it's offered to you here. And you can come here and you can meet some of the major players in the game, especially in your field. No, it's not just in your field, because we have people coming in film, we have people coming in publishing, we have people coming in touring, we have people coming, from in YouTube and, Spotify and all of them. They all come. And you can easily walk up to them and have a conversation and even make a contact. There's two main things for success in this game. Work ethic. I would say three because talent, well, talent should be the main one, you know, but we are going to hold another conversation. We start going to AI and all of them stuff there. Seeing, because we've seen people who have made it that really don't have talent, but they have work ethic. But work ethic and relationships are the main two things you need, in my opinion, to have a long career. Relationship, relationship, relationship. And this is where you come to make the relationship. Because all of these people here, they're movers and shakers. And if you check even their record, you go and just go listen back to or do some due diligence on them, you find out that they've been through many jobs and many parts of the music industry to know they have branched out into branding, they branch out into film, they branch out into every other thing. And they've used their contacts. Them have always saying, say, if you're the smartest one in the room, you're in the wrong room. And I do not want to ever put you in the wrong room. So tonight, today you're in the right room because there are a lot of smart people that are here today that you can run up and have conversation with them. All right? So again, thank you all for coming out. I'm sure we're going to get something started. Just be a sponge, soak up everything. Any questions you have, you can ask any one of the panelists or anybody else, right? I'm always open for a conversation anytime, and just make the best of it. We're here until the 28th, right? And, you know, just everybody just, you know, come in and do your best. Thank you again, Juliet.
Thank you. He's our chairman of the Island Music Conference, Orville Shaggy Burrell. So how many people in here love KFC? And how many people in here know that the Jamaican KFC is the best KFC in the world? Wow. Yeah, we love KFC. Well, the KFC boss is right there, Tina Matalat. She's right there. We're going on now to our very first panel for the day. Our very first panel. However, before we do that, can you please stand for the national anthem?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of Jamaica's national anthem.
Thank you. Please take your seats. We will have our opening ceremony subsequent to our first panel. Can I have the panel slide, please? Our first panel is Mastering the Art of Influencer Entrepreneurship. I'm sure that you will like this panel based on your wanting to know about technological advancement. So this very panel is one that will help you with that. I'm going to ask our panelists to start coming to the stage. Let me wait a second until these persons are seated. Okay? So, there was no need to call my host because he's right here. His name is Wayne Marshall. Does anyone know him? All right then.
Good morning.
And seated beside Wayne is Becca Dudley. And then Blaise French is not with us today. You know, we had a snowstorm going on, and so we had some flights that didn't make it. Noah Power. And then we have Queen Blue herself. Plenty bestie.
Spice.
Plenty besties are here, obviously. The queen of marketing herself. And then we have, do you know him? Jay Frey. Take it away, Wayne.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How the feeling? Yeah. Whole heap of big personalities. This conversation I got live. It not go boring. It I got have energy. You understand? So I want to start by welcoming everybody to the first panel discussion at Island Music Conference. I think that deserves a round of applause in itself. So, today's conversation is about something that we are all participating in, whether we realize it or not. And that is a thing called attention. Because today, attention is currency. But influence alone doesn't guarantee success. The real power is turning the influence into ownership, is turning followers into customers, in turning reach into revenue. And today we have a panel of individuals who are not just influencers, but they are entrepreneurs in their own right who have done exactly that. So I'm going to introduce again the panelists in no particular order. I'll start with the man who has created a digital media empire, through podcasting and YouTube. The man who is never afraid to be the bad guy, Mr. Controversial himself, Jay Frey.
Wow.
And to my right, we have Becca Dudley. You know Becca Dudley, don't it? She studied fashion and photography, but rose to prominence on MTV UK as a host and a presenter. She's known for Deadly, a music and culture platform that is focused on dancehall and reggae with a little sprinkle of global music. Am I correct?
Correct.
Make some noise for Becca Dudley. We have content creator, actor, promoter, DJ, selector who understands how to move not just crowds, but culture, and how influence lives both online and offline. Noah Power.
Yo. Morning.
She is not just one of the most recognizable faces in dancehall globally. She has turned her brand into businesses, television, international influence. The queen of dancehall, Spice. So we're going to jump right into it in a Spice. I know one of the time them we did a hope say Pumpkin Ginger did I go make an appearance today, but how that go?
I left her at home. She's not here. Wait, but I the wrong accent that my answer now.
Yeah.
Pumpkin Ginger there, Spice there today.
She had try come out though. Pumpkin Ginger try come out. But anyway, Spice, I could jump straight into the reasoning, yeah? Because
So why you start with me?
you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because you are like a case study in influencer entrepreneurship. You are a case study in that because you have done it so well, so easily. You have moved from artists to you have your own hair brand, you have your own clothing line, you expanded to reality TV which has expanded your global reach. You are a case study. We could have talked about Spice for this whole entire hour, right? So I want to start with you, the origin stories, right? So tell me something. When did you first realize that your influence had value beyond just popularity?
Well, first of all, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out. And to answer your question, the first time I realized that my influence had value and not just popularity, I think was when I started to travel outside of Jamaica and I started to see the amount of people that would come out to my shows. So a promoter book you for an event, they charge a certain fee, whether it's 50 US or whatever, and the multitude of people that show up to come and see just me, that made me realize that I have an influence or an impact. Especially the brand that I have created, the color blue with my hair, clothing. I think when I start to see it going to events and people just coming out in blue and the girls coming out in blue here, that kind of made me realize that, yeah, the influence is there outside of just popularity.
Okay, nice. So Becca, let me ask you a similar question. Was there a specific moment when you said, social media, this could be a business for me?
Yeah, I mean, hi everyone, first of all. But yeah, I think my career is kind of split into two, right? So there's like me as a DJ and a presenter, and then I have my page, which is Becca Dudley, and that's what I started growing first. And then a little bit later down the line, once I got a bit of a following online, I then launched Deadly, which is, I guess it's still a work in progress, I would say. So yeah, I think I realized that I had some sort of influence at one point. I think I was maybe a few years into my career. I had been on MTV and a few other channels. I had a reggae show on a local radio station, and I had like a lot of artists coming from Jamaica to the UK asking to have interviews with me, but no one knew like what channel or what it was. They just were like, I want to be interviewed by her. So somebody came to me, he was from One Extra actually, and he was like, Becca, what you've got is very powerful. People want to be interviewed by you. It's not a channel, it's not a radio station. So he was like, you should create your own brand and build that. Rather than you trying to go to a station or a channel, build your own thing so that people will come to you. And so that's when I kind of realized that I had something going on there. So then I started building Deadly, which is a reggae and dancehall predominantly video platform.
So that is crucial because you used your initial influence, your initial Becca Dudley, to then leverage that platform to create something that you own. And that is what we're here talking about, how we can convert just being an influencer to being an influencer entrepreneur, owning something that will pay you long term as opposed to just brand deal to brand deal. So Noah Power, what was the first, you'd say, money where you make from your influence?
Well, I started playing music in Jamaica as a DJ. So, at that time I get like 500 to 1,000 Jamaican dollars. So, migrate to New York, playing sound, getting 150, 200, until you yourself, like, you start put yourself to a different level where your influence, it assured, it a payoff now where a promoter call you and this time you're brave up and you say, yo, I want $1,000. And that promoter said yes. You understand? So at that point now, I say, all right, so I have influence on promoters and also the fans. So when me even go places, and people come out to see and people that big you up and hype you up and something, I say, okay, so at least I know I start from somewhere and I build my thing to a level where people love me, so that's the influence me put out to people where I say, yo, I reach.
So Jeffrey, what was the beginning for you? Because the street have it say, I know a power bossy,
Nobody says that.
I mean, bossy that.
Eh? Are you bossy that?
I mean, bossy, man. I mean, bossy.
No,
Eh?
man,
Him don't want to tell nobody, but I mean, bossy.
Are you boss Jeffrey?
All right, so me give him the first bus.
Yeah.
And then him come get the bigger bus now.
Yeah.
With the podcast thing. But
man,
the early stage, If not like hear the truth.
No, that's
you
not
know
true.
what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Yo, that's not true. First and foremost, big up to everybody. Big up to Shaggy. First and foremost, the journey started from Casey. So as juveniles, we keep some big party. I get like some 2,000 people as some juveniles. And then if you remember Tuani is a youth who used to live on the road. So you start with the comedy skits. I promote my own party them. And then from this, we'll go into more comedy. Then we go New York. But when I go New York, I was already somebody. So if a man want to say, it make me get New York.
In every career you have somebody, but then you have the person.
All right,
who
so you're
push you to the level there.
You're about to the MTA. You see me, the JUTC was done there already. You understand? So no bother with that. And then, I mean, I just did feel like say comedy never there make enough money. You see me? Yeah. Me never know nobody who they like live off of comedy. And then me I know how do I chat people. So we end up must say, you know what? All right then, boy, I'm a love people business, you see me?
Yeah.
And we'll have some conversations about nothing. Like the conversation is like, is a rat and a mouse the same thing or whatever the case may be, and it lasts for like 2 hours. I'm gonna say, you know, we'll do a podcast, and then we start a podcast with this guy named Nigos, and then over the time it just grow. And then with Toxic Thought now, that's the more controversial side.
Yeah.
Again, we mix up, you see me? So even though we love the music, we love the drama too. So we'll just separate them, and that's how it starts.
Let me ask you something, Jeffrey, because something I admire about your style of interviewing. I noticed that you don't ever have cue cards or you just go in.
Yeah, I would chat people. So if you want to know the mix up, I remember everything.
Yo.
And before the interview them, him call me sometime.
Yeah.
I would chat people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and then all me go to work is like enough time you had up on an Uber drive from the airport to wherever you go, and you and the Uber driver talk for, you know, by the time you're done you feel like you know him. So it's as simple as that. So it's like a playing canvas. So enough time me interview somebody and they're like, yo, you never know that. It's not my job to know, it's your job to tell me. You know, it's never my job to know, it's for you to tell me. Act like I'm the audience who don't know you, and you tell me something so them can't hear it. So that's how the style of me go with.
Yeah, no, that is definitely one of your superpowers. You always ask the right question them at the right moment. All right, we could talk about building influence, because I'm sure we have a lot of upcoming content creators out there who want to know, you know, how we have managed to get the followings that we have and do what we do. So my question is, what builds influence faster today? Talent, consistency, or personality? What would you say?
Well, Jay, we had this conversation already, you know.
What was your answer?
No, me and Jeffrey and Major Hype had this conversation already about the
Variables,
consistency.
yeah. Talent,
And
consistency, or personality.
so we was going back and forth. Me and Jay was saying like a certain people name that was called. We were saying it's talent.
Like who?
No, I'm not calling him.
Call him though.
I'm not calling him. So we had a conversation where we arguing back and forth. You understand? And you know, Major Hype is saying, you know, the talent is not there anymore. So my take was like, I just feel like if you're doing good and people love you, you understand, whatever you're doing, that's your talent.
True.
You understand? And he's saying, yo, that's not real talent. You understand? So I feel like it comes hand in hand. You understand?
Yeah.
But it's more easier now where you don't really have to have a talent. You understand? Because
What do you consider talent?
Hmm?
What do you consider talent?
See, that's where we had the argument. So, what you consider talent?
Listen, from me I pay your bills, then you're talented, bro. But I want talent itself. That's why you get a credit score. The credit score shows you're talented, you know, when you pay your bills.
Spice, you agree?
Time. May I tell you?
Not really. That's not a talent.
All right, so I'm asking a question. You think Ludo Uzi Vert, you think him talented?
I mean, to name drop and call a name like that, it wouldn't be something for me to fairly answer, because I may not be a fan, but somebody here would be a fan of him and think he's super talented.
Yeah, so that means I say, like, when you look on music, people used to think, say, there's a bag of lyrics is talented, but you still, when you go in front of a crowd, it doesn't move the crowd. But a man who know how to use a rhythm, say the right thing at the right time, have 100,000 people jumping, that's talent. But a man who say, oh, him not say nothing much, he's not talented. So I'm saying it's just, I think it's very subjective on what is talent.
Right. My answer would definitely be that I feel like social media has evolved and changed a lot of things that's happening right now, and I feel like personality would lead over a talent. And the reason why I personally say that is because, for example, I'm going to speak in the field of music because I'm a musician, even though I'm also an entrepreneur, but you have some talented people in a music, then whether they are spit lyrics, and everybody knows that, yeah, they're bad. But somebody else will just have a wicked personality where we make you laugh or we make you fall in love with them and we just be more like real and to themselves and whatever. And people will buy into the personality and them necessarily not a talent. Right. Understand? So a whole heap of people have a lot of following right now, not because they're talented, but because they're entertaining as well and because them, for some reason, you know. So it's like, for me, I feel like social media take it to a place where a personality sell, personality people buy into. Because people just go up on them phone and decide, say, you know, some I like him, you know, some I like her, but once you give them a personality for them fall in love with, then you can, you know, probably lead them down the funnel if you have a business or something and they will buy from you just because them like you.
Right, yeah.
I have a slightly different take on it, I think, to these guys, because I think it's definitely important to have personality and talent. But there are a lot of people who have personality and talent who don't have a big following, and that's because they don't have consistency. And I think at this point, it's so annoying and I hate it, but the social media platforms have programmed the algorithm to favor people who are posting consistently every single day so that we don't get off of the apps, so that we're constantly on them, so that they're making money. And that's really like the formula. So I think like if you have consistency, that's the thing that's going to get you noticed, and then the talent and the personality are kind of like the extra sprinklings on top that are going to get you that little bit further than the others. But yeah, I see so many incredible artists and creators who are just not consistent with it, and they're not getting as far, you know?
No, that's all great answers, and I think
I think because I've asked a whole heap of talented artists and DJ from long time, and they're still non-boss and they're consistent. So it kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a combination of the three: a little talent, consistency, and personality.
A little bit of that.
But if you can have all three of them, which there's no issue in having all three, that is the actual thing where we're gonna get you in the real space then with the real following. Because if you have talent, if you have the personality and the consistency, you're gonna lead.
And I think, go ahead. All right, but go ahead. All right, cool. Okay, and I think I want to add into that to say that you also have to know how to leverage social media, since that's what we're talking about, and teaching people how to kind of use social media and use their influence. So on top of being consistent, on top of having talent and all of that, you have to know how to use the social media. So for example, if you become an entrepreneur, you have to know how to market your product, how to sell it, and how to get people to, you know, want it, like it, and want to buy it. Because you have to learn how to lead people down the funnel, which is why every morning, you know, wake up and see me on social media, can I come with something. I want to know if you see me, you know, so you have to know how to use social media to your advantage as well.
Spice, let's talk about some of the ventures that you have used social media to promote, which you own. Because yes, a regular influencer, that's the difference, you know. A regular influencer promote people products, but a influencer entrepreneur owns the product that they're promoting, so they stand to earn and gain a lot more. So what ventures do you have that you've used social media to leverage?
Well, everybody know me as an artist already, so I'm going to speak about my business that I have called Grassy Noir, which is I also use social media to leverage that business. So as an entrepreneur, I've created a clothing brand. Many people know that I've had it called Spicy Couture before, and it was on Mall Plaza for a few years. I've had a chain of that restaurant. One was in Montego Bay, one was in Mia Pen. It was all over Jamaica. And then I realized that, you know, my fans, our audience, also wanted to get the products that was in Canada, UK, for example. So I created an online brand and I changed the name and I call it Grassy Noir. Now, in leveraging my business, what I notice is that people now go see something and buy it right away. So you have to learn how to lead your customers down the funnel. And down the funnel, I mean, like, people have to see the product like 3 times before they decide to go buy it. Just like you as a customer, when you see something, you're not sure if you make up your mind. That's how you have to think about your business as well. So I like to say there's 3 things. They see it and they will say, I like it, I want it, and them I go buy it. So that's where the consistency come in. If them see a dress, you have to keep on a post the dress in a many different ways. For them look on it from the front, from the side, from the back, for decide if them I go want it before them buy it. So you just have to study and know how to use social media when it comes to entrepreneurship and to get your business across so that you can start making money from your business. And that's something that I've learned how to master, because I realize when you're online, people want to know what the product look like, what it feel like. So you make video, not just photos, because people want to see how it look on a person, not just a still picture. So different ways to market your brand and stuff when it comes on to like having a business and an entrepreneur and using social media. There's so many different multiple apps that you can use as well that can help you to generate an income. For example, one of my favorite apps is called ManyChat. What I've noticed is that because I'm a one-woman army and I don't have a multitude of employees like Amazon or something like that, I will get like an app called ManyChat, which respond for me when people comment on the page. So you set it up and it generates a automatic response. So there's a lot of things that you can do when it comes to social media, finding out the apps and stuff that can help you to make sales.
Awesome. Now give her a round of applause. I'm so glad that Spice was able to come. And I want to tell you there's a backstory to it. So Spice and Noah Power were both in New York. And if you know what go on, if you follow the news, you know that there's a big blizzard that go on in New York. Whole heap of flights cancelled. Last night, they jumped on a 2 a.m. flight, fly through the night, and land at 6 a.m. Right now, them hotel room don't even ready. Them come here, them they drink no tea from morning. Give them a round of applause for making a very special effort to be here to present.
Hold on. Me get a room, me bed. No one no bed.
Jeez.
No one ever get film room.
Wow. Wow. Yo, Jaja. No, Osh, it rough. But it's the life of an influencer entrepreneur. I just saw the thing said. You have to make certain sacrifice. Jeffrey, how is it that you have been able to leverage Toxic Talk, let's be honest, and the other things that you do to create business, to create income for yourself? How you monetize?
Repeat that again.
How have you been able to monetize based on your platforms? What methods do you use to
just sell ads? Anytime people link me and say them want up on a show, I just tell them my big money, isn't it?
Yeah.
But a question I want to ask you though.
Yeah.
Why you keep on calling people influencers? Like, what's an influencer? I really don't know.
What's an influencer? You
Yeah.
know, I'm glad you asked.
That's a Google.
Because I have it.
GPT.
I have it right here. Yes, chat.
Yeah, tell me.
So,
Chat
listen,
GPT.
right? An influencer is someone who can affect what people think, feel, or do based on trust and attention.
So everybody's an influencer.
Basically, but not everybody.
Are just popular more than some.
Exactly. People have different levels of reach.
Yeah, but I feel like that's just not a term we should use. Because if you think about it, what I say, Rihanna is one of the most influential persons in the world, correct? And I would never call Rihanna an influencer. She's a musician.
Rihanna is a musician, but she definitely can be classified as an influencer.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, read back what you just read a while ago.
Read it.
It never tell us you have to influence 10 people, 100 people. So if I influence anybody, I'm an influencer. If I trim anybody, I'm a barber.
Yeah.
So I don't trim people, so I'm not a barber. You understand?
No.
So I'm saying we need to stop lead with this person is an influencer because they're on social media. If I should tell you where I get my influence from, I tell you them rich, but I'm not going to tell you that.
Yeah.
You understand? I'm a thief, not people things. But my point is this. They're the influencers because they're influencing me and I'm influencing somebody else. No, I know enough skit all the while. All the while I'm writing skit them.
Yeah.
You know that, right? But I'm not taking no credit.
Yeah.
Cool. So I feel like we have to lead with their actual profession first. For instance, Spice is influential no matter what. But she's a musician first.
Yeah.
So to call Spice an influencer is just like what is she influencing? And then how I was talking to you, sir. And then how do we gauge how much you're influencing? Because again, look at it now, right? You'll have an artist. How do you weigh influence? Because you have an artist now where him not sell 1 million copies. But if he put on a shirt, the shirt will sell 1 million times. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
A Post Malone is not as influential as a Travis Scott. Are you saying that Post Malone is not influential? No. But Post Malone and Travis Scott, they're musicians first. So if the influence come after, it just come after. Which it aga come, because that's just natural.
No, don't get me wrong, it's something when me fight with two Spice. Because I remember.
I don't fight with it, I know the difference.
No, but you see, the thing is, we are come from before the word influencer is a thing. Me and you,
but
boss.
we have been influencers before the word became popular. That's
Right.
the difference.
Right, but
just
my
like
problem.
just like a Vibes Cartel, for example, that was there before social media.
Yeah.
When them man they say Clark sell out, that's an influencer.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be like a Shaggy because Shaggy is the only person that is selling certain numbers and stuff. So he's influencing me as a musician who don't reach his level of numbers. So that's him influencing the music. So there's a difference with, yes, you can be a musician because you have a lot of artists that are musicians, but they're not influencers.
Right.
So them just sing song, but them not influence nobody if it go buy Clarks or buy this or be like a Shaggy or whatever. So you still have to understand, and we don't want to confuse the people them. You can be a singer, but you can also be an influencer. Rihanna, the name that you brought up, when she came out, a long tall ear people, they do want to cut them ear in a little short Rihanna style because she influenced them to do that. So that's influencing. And to use but myself, when I go on my show, them every gal have on a blue ear and a blue wig, that is me influencing. So I'm still an influencer.
Yeah, and I never said that. I said everybody is an influencer. Now, let me just use Noah. Let me use Noah as an example, right? Noah.
Yeah.
You do music. For everybody who don't know, Noah do music and have some big song. But Noah is more of a DJ more than anything, right?
Yeah.
Are you telling me right now, so you never influence big artists for copy your style?
Yeah.
So again, but nobody have Noah as an influencer in the music realm. So for instance, Shaggy, you mentioned Shaggy. I'm sure Shaggy can find some song where I say, oh, that man teach my whole flow. Me influence that. The Migos.
Him influencing someone.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the term influencer can go for anybody in this. Your mother is an influencer.
No, it is a very
why
nuanced.
That's all I'm saying, you know. So
It's
why
very
are we
broad.
calling people influence? Wayne Marshall influence somebody. Everybody in this room.
But
has
that's what we're
influenced somebody.
saying. So hold on. There is influencers sitting in here, you know. They might not be as popular as me, but is there an influencer in here that is sitting in the audience that put up your hand so we can show him the difference? Look, there's no light in the audience. There's influencers in the house with us, not because they're not on the panel. So can one influencer walk forward, please? That we bust an influencer today. Because you can be an influencer, you just don't have a popularity. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Hello. What's your name? What's your name?
I like a king.
I like a king. What do you do?
I'm an influencer. I'm a music artist, dancer, influencer. I love everything.
You don't have to stop. You can come. We're going to bust some influencer. Come on. What about you? What's your name?
One class, never few. Hi, who?
See, I see the house going crazy, but I've never met you before. So tell me more. And that's just exactly an example of what I'm saying. Now, because we're on the panel and we're popular or more popular, that doesn't mean there's not influencers here, aspiring influencers who aspire to be like a Spice, a Shaggy, or a Jeffrey. So tell us more about your influencing, please.
Yes, some of you guys may know me for the election that I lost. Some of you guys may know me for when I shave my beard. I want to laugh after me there so too. Right? I'm on the radio now. I'm a TikToker. Sometimes I'm ashamed to say it, but yes, I'm a TikToker. I make social media content. Yeah, as what Jay do, I chat people business. You know, he influenced me.
We got to put the point across because we're here to learn. So you hear what the man said? Him said, Jeffrey, influence. So you are a? Thank you very much. Give it up for these people. Thank you so much. Thank you.
But Spice, him did say everybody is an influencer.
Well, I know. But love that. Hey, Spice, in a next life, you could be a teacher, you know, or a lecturer, you know. You know, now, my little. So, well, I know.
That's what I said.
Him say more say something to Spice.
Alrighty, so you're an influencer too? One more influencer then.
And me said Jamaica is a big deal and everything else a small fry and side order. But come on!
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Me know what them gonna say. You're gonna make Shaggy them not carry me back on the panel. Me not supposed to do this, you know. Okay, quickly.
KFC, I'm looking for that Dr. Pepper moment.
Yeah.
I love it. Big up KFC, one of our sponsors here today. That was lovely.
Yeah, no, well.
I remember Jeffrey never liked me from morning, you know. I know I'm nice.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
You
That's
see,
not true.
no, now, man, I feel
That's
like.
not true.
Feel like Spice are up on the couch sometime soon, you know.
No, ask her why she up on the couch. That ever ask her.
One different story that.
One different story that. All right, I feel like it's the right time for to ask now. What mistakes do you see young influencers in Jamaica and the Caribbean making?
You coming to me?
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Hold on. Becca, please hold your thought. Yeah. I have to make this announcement. Huh? Okay. All right, sorry. Blocking the front and need to be moved very urgently. A white Toyota Probox 0713KQ and a silver Honda CRV 9489LJ. It have to move right now. Record go come next. So just do the right thing, all right? All right. You held your thought?
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, not to bang on about consistency, but consistency again. It's probably the biggest mistake that I've seen is that people just don't stick to it enough for long enough. But to be honest, I don't mean to flip the question, but genuinely, I'm super impressed by a lot of Jamaican creators. Like, I've seen so many people do really innovative ideas. Like Anna, the designer who makes incredible dresses out of random pieces. She's incredible, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then the stylist, Champagne, she's just started a series where she is looking back at reggae legends and how they used to dress. And then she's saying how she would dress them today. And she's got mood boards going and it's super creative and innovative. And I always look forward to her dropping new ones. There's loads of really, I think, inspiring Jamaican creators. So I've not seen a bunch of issues, to be honest, other than consistency. I don't know about you guys.
What you'd say? You see any creators out there making mistakes where you can say, boy, Jano.
Yeah, them care about corporate too much.
Sell out stuff.
Yeah, don't listen. Do a Spice though. Find a product. Do not care about corporate. Them just go use you, which is fine, because them pay you. But when I'm done with you, I'm done with you. So enough time I see enough people are trying to appease the corporate and it's just like, bro, build your own fan base, bro. You see me? Build your own fan base. No matter what, you'll get this one-time money, or if they want to work with them, but build your fan base. Because outside of that check, you have to make your own check. You have your own bills.
Yeah.
Wait, so now? Wait, so go?
Huh?
Wait, so go?
No.
Tell the man where you say stuff, whisper it to me. Talk and tell
No,
him.
but for real, but enough time me do like panels like this and it's just like, them I tell people say, yo, try for build media friendly and corporate friendly. Do what you want for the bro. At the end of the day, there's a space for every single thing. Think about it. Me interview politicians, but me interview some other people. You understand? And there's a space for both of them. Now, people have me as a toxic guy, which is crazy because I'm the toxic talk like probably twice a month, if so much, but me are the toxic guy. And me have to just own that. So if a company don't see themselves like alignment with me, that's fine. But guess what? Me still have to make my money because me have my bills and my family to take care of. So please do not just make on the whole thing about like, yo, I want to get signed to whoever nephew or whoever party. Just do phone thing. You get where I'm coming from? And make phone money. So build a product. If you build a product, you have 100% ownership. You have full control. You just do your thing from there. So that's what I'm saying. Work with corporate, but work with yourself first.
So what's your end game? What you just say you have your dream business plan in the future?
What's your product?
Working on now?
What's my product?
Yeah.
No, I have enough things I work on. I'm gonna tell them I work on. First, I work on a hair product. Yeah. What do I tell you what you touch my head and I think I New York, but there beer snow. And my link with this one. Yeah, my link with this one from New York and she build one product for me. So we have that both for start. What thing about going in clothing. Enough things.
Or you can get a product where, like, you definitely can start something where you get a product or if you get a youth.
Wow. Jeffrey.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
When the discussion, hold on, Jeffrey. When the discussion done, just link me. Remember, I can tell you off.
Right. No, it's not. That's fine. That's fine. Listen, you know, that's just one of those things. You know, when it's time, it's time. Okay. I'm fairly young. Understand? Fairly.
My thing is,
don't rush it.
the biggest mistake I feel like influencers is doing, like, focusing on comments, like negative comments. You understand? You have to just leave them thing there alone. Like, just it hurt because we have feelings. We're a human being. You understand? And we have emotions, but you have to ignore them. You understand? Before you react to a comment, call your friend, somebody who you're close with, and talk to them about it.
I get a burner page. Sometimes that I do, you know. Sometimes I mean, you know. You know.
Yeah. Get a burner page and answer them.
Burner page, that thing.
Yeah, you understand? Guys, trust me, sometimes you want to react to certain comment because it hurt. Like you see it and you say, Janos, that really. But you can't act to it because sometimes you go react to it. Remember, you are the star, you know. The person who are right, nobody don't know them, you know. You go react to the comment, you know. You go say something wrong. The cancer culture where we're in right now, you might go say the wrong thing. And then you just get cancelled.
No, it's true because I'm sure there are people out there, there are talented creators out there who make one comment through off them whole journey in a social media.
So what that happened to me?
Eh?
What that happened to me?
You're not busy with them.
Oh, okay.
Or you do it.
Exactly that. Doing business because people
I know everybody have the stomach like what him have. I'm going to talk to him about that all the time. Because me, I keep it real.
Yeah.
The things them where him say and do, me nah go say. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the people them. Like, no man, me know him troll them. Me call him sometime and say, Jay, leave it alone.
Yeah.
You're not, I want to. Me not care. Them a troll me, I troll them back.
Yeah, no, him not afraid. Him not afraid for be the bad guy. But no, people know you for talk your mind too.
No, me talk my mind, but me not really talk my mind to the level where him go, you understand? And me not really answer to people and argue. I don't do really social media beef where me and people are go back and forth and them something there. But me not gonna lie, me I keep it real. Sometimes you have to man up and us understand, so you have to answer certain things because more time people are paint a picture of you where I know you that. And then more time true, you're not defend yourself. The fans them feel like it's true and it's real. So sometimes you have to defend yourself, but you have to avoid the comment them sometime and just leave it alone still. Big up Spice, car.
Don't call me name.
All right, I could talk about this now because sometimes I look at some young creators, I'm going to see 2,000 followers. And then 2 posts later, I see 60,000 followers. Buy followers is a thing?
Yeah. That's when all right, if you see Jeffrey 2,000 followers, and then next week you see him with 100. No, but I use it as an example. Yeah. And you see 100,000, you can know if it's fake or real. Just go in at the followers them, man.
Yeah, but my question is, does it help?
Yeah, so the brother, you don't know so much white people.
Does it? Yeah.
Where do so much Chinese people from?
Yeah.
Say, you can know. You understand? It's like you buy followers, but your likes them not match up to the followers.
The metrics now match up.
No.
So would you say it help or it hinder a young creator?
Definitely hinder. I would say it hinder, and the reason I say it's hinder, when you're an influencer, you want to make sure you have real people who follow you so you can turn them into customers. So if you start by the followers and these are fake people, and further down the line you want to sell something or sell a product, whether it be a music or you decide to be an entrepreneur and you come out with something, who is going to buy it if you don't have a real audience?
Yeah, and also it's easy to spot these things because all you have to do is just go to the Reels section and you can see how many views they get. And if they have 200,000 followers, but like 100 views on the videos, like brands can very easily do that. That's the first thing that I do when I see somebody that I don't know that has a big following. And so no one's going to buy into that. So yeah, I think it hinders as well.
So Spice, you have been around before even social media existed at this level.
So you can say it a different way.
Yeah.
So,
It's a different way.
sound like you must say your whole.
No. Member say no. Member say
It's a
no.
different way.
Member say people, when they see me and Gracie, we are come from some little youth where, cassette days and.
So bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad. It don't so bad, Jeffrey, not do that. But Spice was just the little girl who was a bad DJ, where full of energy and full of zest, and you know what I'm saying, and for see where you reach now. You know, I mean, me not try all you because you understand, but you do the do. You do the do. And my question is, how different is it building influence today versus building influence back them time there?
Well, I've had the privilege of watching the evolution when it comes on to social media, and I feel like the difference is definitely social media. Back then, when I started out, because 25 years is not a walk in the park, I'm super proud of myself to still be relevant to this day, starting from 1999.
Congratulations on your most recent #1 iTunes entry.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's three of them still, you know.
Which
three
is
songs
no,
we
which
drop,
is-
we're gonna
No, but as I say, how current you are, because
Yes.
it's actually no. It
relevant
right.
to today, yes.
Yeah,
To still be relevant after 25 years. It's not a small thing, it's a very big thing.
True.
So yeah, I'm super proud of that. But just to answer your question, I am very honored to have watched the evolution of social media. And it's super easier now than it was back then, because you have the likes of just having your phone, can go up on TikTok or Instagram, whether Snapchat or whatever the social media platform. And somebody can just blow up overnight because of viral moments where just spread like wildfire. Back in the days, I remember when I used to literally have to walk, go different stage shows just to get my songs to play in a one party or one event. Or I burn CDs and I burn up whole heap of thousands of CD and I go Ochi, go drop off some in the square to the taxi man them and the bus man them, and I drive, go Montego Bay and I drive round just to, because that's really how I promoted like a Summy Like It. When I was promoting that song, I used to burn CDs and drive around the whole of Jamaica and go drop it off and make sure that every CD man have it a play one corner. That's how I promoted. Now, I can go on my phone, have my song released, just post it on TikTok, make my little videos and content and stuff. So it's pretty much easier now. And I'm, happy to have been a part of both worlds. But I think it's super easier now that you have so many social media platforms.
I feel like it's easier, but like a person like Spice, I don't feel like it easy because you got an extra mile sometime to get your thing out there. Like the other day when you put up the video, when you drop the new single, you paint your face in a blue. It takes a whole heap of work. I tell you, I be real with you. It take a lot of work, like for getting character. For like, yo, I go post this today. So you understand? So I feel it's easier now, but it depends on the person and the content where you want to put out. You understand? Because we can stick up a phone and just say what we say, put it out, and we hope it go viral so people can like we and say, all right, Ray. But then for a person like us, a major hype, we get up and put on the this and the that and make a content about Mitzi. So it's levels, it's different. It's easy for a lot of people, but it takes a lot of work for a lot more people.
Yeah, and also it's so saturated with creators now and influencers. Like, it's easier in a way to get access to more people, but because there are so many people trying to do the same thing and trying to like break through, you have to have something really special, right? So I think I don't know, I started quite early. Well, I haven't been in the game for as long as you guys, but I started in 2012, so that was 13 years ago, and it was the year that Instagram launched. And I do find it was way easier to pop off then because, influencing was like a brand new thing. Whereas now, I think it's harder. Like, you have to really think outside the box because everyone's doing the same thing.
There's so much competition.
Yeah. So, market is competitive. Yeah, for sure. So you have to have something that makes you really stand out, I think.
Spice, remember say you had a case study of this thing,
Every minute.
Yeah. No. But
go ahead.
What I want to know is, what kind of team do you have in place to execute all of these ventures at the same time? Because you still have to focus on your artistry, your music, but then you have clothing line to run, you have your store there, so you have to have somebody who will represent you as an agent in your reality TV thing, assistants. What kind of team does a Spice have to be this successful and this diverse in the influencer space?
That's a very good question, but it's also one of the reasons why them not really like, because I mean, I really have no big team. I just me alone. I do everything and still manage to, be successful. I don't have a manager. I'm not signed to a record label. Big up Shaggy, who is here. I refer to him as my hero because I feel like at one point in my career, he kind of saved my career because I was just floating out of water, not even sure what to do because I couldn't even put out my music. So I really don't have a manager. I don't have a record label, and I'm not suggesting that that's the right way to go, because somebody who has a record label or a management team would have probably go further because you have a team of people behind me. Me have trust issues, so everybody is different. So when it comes down to a team of people, I don't have a team of people. What I do have, though, is something that they can never take away from me. It's my knowledge, which is inside here. So I know exactly what to do, when to do it, where to go, what to put out, what kind of music to sing. Me write my own song them, me run my own business, and that's really what they can't take away from me, no matter what them do. So I would suggest everyone to learn for yourself. Whatever business you choose to do, make sure you yourself learn it, because you can hire somebody and them say them not feel to come and work today. But as long as you know how to run your business, them can't take away that from you. So that's just one of my main things that I keep dear to my heart. I try to learn everything. I see a lot of new things coming out right now where they're using AI, and I'm always busy. I say, wait. So you try to tell me, say, I can dip on a plane, and somebody, I make one video, and I do an interview, or I do a drops for a radio station, or I talk to somebody. So now I have to go learn how to use the AI, because them not left me out of the egg, me have to in the red. Yeah. So there's our stuff where you have to learn as you go along so that you can run your own show and business. But to answer your question, creating content is very difficult. The team that I use to create my content have a good makeup artist, have a good hairstylist, have a good stylist, a good business manager, and myself. We go out, we create the content. I plan and say, this is what I want to do. I have a videographer, editor, and I said, this is what I want to do. We create the content. Say that again, sir. You want to hear some of the bad and the negatives? No problem. It doesn't answer the question. So like how you have a question and you say you want to hear the bad and the negatives, I can definitely answer that as well.
No, we'll have the question and answer after, so you can hold the question. Yeah.
Okay, so I create that team and then we go out and we put the content together. And that's really how I've been creating all of my little social media content to put them out.
Nice, nice. So all right, Noah, let me ask you this now. How important is influencing spaces that aren't social media, like live audiences? How important is influence in those spaces?
It's very important, because you can be an artist or a comedian, whatever your entertainment base is, and you're good on the social media, but then when you're in front of an audience like this, you can't make them laugh, you can't make them sing, you can't make them dance, you can't command them to do anything. You understand? So your personality at the same time, it play a big part. Because when I go to a party or a show, anything, a concert, whatever, I know that I could command this crowd. I know that I could tell them to do anything and them do it. So it's a big, big difference. You understand? When it's live, the live show you that of them. This is me. People love me because me I tell them to jump, them I jump. When you're on social media, you just talk to the screen. I just pray and I hope, say, yo, people like this. But when people see you in person now, you don't know how to work the room because your personality sucks.
Anybody else want to chime in on that? I mean, obviously, Spice would know how the command of the live audience that a year. All right, era. Me done with Blue Spice.
No, I mean, that's why I'm here. You can go ahead. That's fine.
No, it's fine. We're going to talk to Jeffrey Licker now. So Jeffrey, you have young people in the audience. My question to you is it true when them say controversy sells?
Well, I'm not knowing because I'm not controversial. So, me don't even know. I'm not controversial.
Why
I
are you
promise
lying to these people when them come out for here? You
Dog,
teaching
stop
them.
lying, man. Let's keep it
Stop
real.
lying.
No, you're my friend. You ever hear me get up one day and say, I'm going to say this, forget this reaction?
So it's levels of controversy. It's levels of controversy. You have some controversy.
Myself.
No, you have some controversy where you know said that I go on and then Jeffrey go talk about it. He's not that type of person. He's not a person who like him try to get a clout of something that's going on over there. So Shaggy says something and it go viral and Jeffrey jump on it. No, he's not that type of person. He's a controversial person who just know say, yo, me I go start some problem because this your podcast here I run the place.
No, that's not true.
Stop it, no, man, and stop. Remember me, your friend, brother.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true for it. May I be honest with the people. When me I shoot, as Wayne said, I don't have any questions. I'm just talking. Una just call it controversial, but I'm not trying to be controversial. So if I'm not trying to do something, I'm not that.
No, but when you talk to controversial people,
them controversial
by virtue of
if you think about it, the majority of the clips them want to say me controversial is somebody beside me saying something. It's not me saying it. I'm not controversial. Huh? That's the job.
Jeffrey, me hear some of your opinions, and they have been quite controversial over the years.
Why? What? Give me one.
Yeah, give my example, please.
My example.
I don't know, like
exactly.
Just even some of your perspectives on relationships, you're just kind of toxic sometimes.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
That's controversial.
Me have one.
Yeah.
He hasn't interviewed me yet. He interviewed all people, sit down in that chair
Why?
yet.
Why?
There's no reason. I just haven't had the chance yet, but I'm going to go to interview him. So pretend say you're going to interview me. Watch your question where I'm going to choose. Ask me a question.
How does it feel to be the queen of dance?
You want to ask me that? He want to ask me that. He going to think of a question that he knows is going to cause and stir up the pot. We know him.
I may be honest with you.
You know, that's not true. Wait, no. Wayne, me interview Wayne, I'm interview Noah. My first question to anybody is what you don't want me to ask you. True or false?
True.
I'm telling you.
But may I be real with the Spice? Him always tell me, say, if him interview you, him don't want you to be on,
Let's be honest.
Him say, you want him to do a toxic talk. Because him know said that I gonna be crazy.
And the reason why, and the reason why is because when you did supposed to do, let's be honest, you're gonna do a different show. Tell the people them the truth. I have the emails.
And him a carry belly feet.
I was scheduled to do it.
Saying.
And something came up and I left Jamaica and we apologized to you. Did we not apologize
No,
to you?
I didn't get any apology. So
That's a vex with me for all along?
Yeah. It's just one of those things.
Give Jeffrey a
But no, personally, I know say some things when I say I gonna get ready, but I say it regardless.
Yeah.
So enough time people say, yo, are you the same person? Are you the same person in real life? And yes, I am the same person in real life.
Yeah,
so.
no, one thing I can say, you're definitely versed for mix up because here you interview Rosalie and you ask Rosalie everything about her life. I mean, I said, then I saw Jeffrey, love the mix up, man.
I know her.
And the man on the paper or nothing, the man just know everything where I go. You're bad.
I think one thing I want to elaborate on is being yourself. And I think, like him say, he might be himself. So you're authentic, it come off naturally. Because you have some people, them now be themselves when it comes on to, talking, interviewing, whatever. So I think because him be himself, that's one of the most key things, to be authentic or to remain true to yourself. That's why I'm not a question. Because they mix up in my head.
Yeah.
But other than being yourself, be believable. Yeah, so sometimes you can be this calm person or whatever, but the people feel so you're this hype person and you always jump up and down, just do that too. So once you believe it, because sometimes, I'm sure you meet people before when you're like, yo, I never know so you stay, I think you did this and that, and it's like, yeah, but that's the job, that's the person I'm
yeah, because upon the interview, I think you mix up, but no, you're nice. It seems like you're nice. I never know so you stay.
So yeah. If you can get the interview now.
It look like something I cook, All right. So, remember asking you this now because the time at boiled down. Judith, how much time we have? Yeah, we definitely want to do a question and answer for sure. I'm going to ask you now, and anybody can jump on this question. What's the biggest financial mistake that you think you've made along the way?
I can answer that. I would say probably There's a few. One of them I would say is like trying to do absolutely everything by myself. So, you know, for example, when I started Deadly, I was trying to do all the posting on Instagram, on YouTube, do the whole rollout, YouTube Shorts, TikTok. I'm spending so much time just doing that every day, like hours of just that kind of work, that I wasn't able to plan ahead. And I wasn't able to make a business plan. I wasn't able to strategize because I was spending so much time doing that. And then I just didn't want to delegate. I wanted to just do it all myself. So I think relinquishing that control, finding people that were like up for helping and wanted to be involved, and then getting a little team together that could help me execute, gave me so much space to actually start strategizing and reaching out to brands and, you know, like getting into the business side of things. And I just think that I say that it was a financial mistake because I did that so much later than I could have done. Yeah. I kind of just went into it being like, la-di-da, this is going to be really fun, let's just do it. But I didn't think about it from a business strategy right from the get-go. So if I was to do it all again, that's what I would do.
Okay. That's fair. I like that. No, a way to say a big financial mistake that you've made along the way.
It's something similar to what she's saying. You understand? I feel like one of the biggest mistakes me ever make, like financially, is like being selfish, not letting people in. You understand? Because sometimes you're watching the percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're watching. No, and it's
Spice love. Spice another person with trust issues.
Yeah. So even like earlier, Spice said she 25 years she's doing it. You understand? So she's like, yo, she have the business in her head. You understand? But for the younger youths them who don't have 25 years, because within that 25 years she learn a lot.
Yeah, along the way.
You understand? Along the way. So she feel like, yo, I can do my thing myself, man. You understand? But I feel like for the younger youths them are in whatever you're doing, you have to let people in. You have to share. You understand? Because you have people out there who is good in that room over there, and you're trying to get in that room, but it's gonna cost you. So you can't watch the percentage. You can't watch, say, okay, the person you're going to get 15 or 20%. You have to just understand that person can take it to another level. You understand? So that's my biggest mistake, just being selfish and not letting people in.
Yeah. No, that deep, you know, because I can identify with that too. I had this business manager that came in and he did want to sign, but it was like a 360. He want 20% of everything. My artist career, he want 20% of the social media thing, them, any brand deal, everything. I said, but then looking back, I wonder if he could have actually expanded the cake to where it would have make sense now. But I mean, you don't know, but
it's a 50-50 thing.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. Jeffrey, any big financial mistakes?
I'm just make money with the year, so honestly.
No, I want to tell you, say the people them did.
Me not make it yet.
No, but the people them did I say you make a financial mistake? The people them jump up and like them I watch your pocket when you buy the big beast, and them I say, oh, Jeffrey just bust and buy big beast.
Some of that joke argument, brother. Joke argument, big joke argument, and that I want the youth them for no say. Listen, money, enough money in this industry, enough money. As I can say, as I said before, do food nothing, build food no brand, put out on the content and monetize anything on yourself, and then everything else would fall in place. You get me? If I was a streamer, if you don't know Rakai, the young youth. If them you go buy a Lamborghini or foreign, it's nobody in America will be like, oh my God, he should have did this or did that, because them know the market is there.
Right.
The problem is in Jamaica, them feel like an influencer, enough have nothing.
Okay.
And then they want to talk about it. Them feel like say doctors and lawyers and engineers and all them people that alone for have things.
Right.
So if you did see another person in another field do it, it would be a thing. Like for instance, artists. You see an artist, most of Jamaican them go buy like a 3 series, and he's like, yo, I'm going to take your money and do this. Why? He's an artist. Artists make a ton of money. The market is so big. So certain things like that mean listen, nobody pay my bills but me. So me, I have to just figure out my things. So I'm going to say, but just to make money over there, so me not make none.
Yeah.
Me not make no bad decision yet. You understand?
Spice, quick, any financial decisions or financial mistakes where you can say, looking back, over the 25 years there, you must buck your toe a couple of times?
A lot of times. I have quite a few. One of them is used to try to save my way to wealth. You can't save your way to wealth. A lot of times, if you have a lot of money in the bank, thank you very much. You can't save your way to wealth. So if you have a lot of money in the bank, you need to learn how to make your money make money for you. So that is why you need to open up maybe a business, do an investment, stuff like that. But I used to have this thing back in the days where every time I make a look of money, I save and I watch it in at the bank and it just sit down in at the bank. That's not a good financial advice that I would give anyone. I would just tell them to learn how to use their money to make money. Create multiple streams of income so that you can have different businesses generating an income, and that's how you can, on your way to having wealth.
Yeah.
One of the biggest financial mistake I make was buying a house cash. That's something that I would never do again.
Oh.
I feel like you could take that cash and share it up into multiple different homes, and then you can either turn them into rental properties and have all of those properties generate and pay for themselves. So stuff like that. I've made a lot of mistakes financially, but that's one of my biggest ones.
What do you think about mortgage? You'd prefer to buy a house, clear the payment, or you'd pay mortgage? What do you think?
I've done both, but I'm saying when I did it at the time to use all of that money and buy one property,
house,
I could have used all of that money and split it up and
Into
buy
different.
5 houses.
Okay.
And by now, them probably would appear off already, and I would have had 5 houses.
Right.
So that's what I mean. When I feel like that's what was one of my biggest mistakes. You take cash and buy a house.
All right. Well,
But like Shaggy and them people, they can do it. You know?
Yeah.
You just tell the people there.
All right, so we talk about influence, we talk about business, we talk a little bit about ownership, and now we want to hear from the audience members. We're going to do a quick question and answer. We have it organized, we have microphones and stuff for the people. Phase 3, always stay. Yeah? All right, anybody have any questions for anybody on the panel? You can step forward right now and ask your question. Yes, Natty, a long time you want to ask a question. It can't be too long though, Natty. I have to make it concise. We can get him a mic so everybody can hear him. So everybody can look like Natty. I got drop a gem, Yeah. But Natty, make sure say it's to the topic where we are dealing with, We don't want to go too far outside of the
Short
the
and
scope.
spicy.
Short and spicy. Make it, yeah.
Hear this. You talk to reggae. This is Reggae David, the black heart of Jamaica. Obama.
I don't like where you're starting, Natty.
No, I don't like. Listen what I say. He come down here and him say, Wagwan Jamaica. Did he get an answer? Wagwan down here. Jugs. One kill herb. That's what going down here now. I'm wanting the message to reach the White House. That's why we're there. To unite. You understand? Who no call Jugs? Good.
Natty, ask a question to the panel right now.
Yes.
Don't give a statement.
Yes.
Ask a question.
What is the meaning of reggae? The reality. Because saying reggae is theoretical. What is the reality of reggae? The practical. Saying reggae is theoretical. But what is the practical of reggae?
Shaggy, you're probably the best person at the room.
Shaggy, come on.
Arville, he's asking you a question, Arville.
What is the meaning of reggae?
Yeah, man, he's asking you a question. I want to give Shaggy a mic.
No, my take on reggae is a different thing from probably others, right? To some people, you might look at reggae as an art form or as a source of entertainment. For somebody like me who born and live in Jamaica, reggae is a lifestyle. It's a way of life for me. See, it's what I've been raised on. It's a culture, right? And it is probably, in my opinion, our biggest export. And the best thing that identifies brand Jamaica to me, right? Other people might argue it on the line, but that is what it is to me. Reggae for me is a way of life. So the rest might disagree with me. Yeah, all right. And it is relative. Yeah. Black artist reggae. Somebody taking mic. Yeah. 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 And in saying that, imagine that. You say that means ownership. All right. Think about how much reggae artists don't have ownership. Yes, but how much people don't have ownership? How much reggae artists don't have ownership? And this is what it is for. And you own that? Yes. Yes. Birthright. No, you thought. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
All right, Natty, give thanks. We are going a little off topic. So we are going.
No, that is why I love IMC, you know. Whole heap of opinion. And it opens discussion. So that is good. I want to say one point, very important point, where you say, really struck a nerve where you say, you cannot save your way to wealth. That is 100%. Nobody not get rich or safe. Right? You get rich by investing, and that's why financial literacy is a very, very important part of the business of music. Also, it is very important. And Spice and I, we have had multiple discussions where that was concerned. And like the first time she looked at me and told me she buy a house cash, I look at her and say, "What?" You know. And we have had these discussions. You know, so it is very, very important. And Spice there today, so anybody want to go up to her and have conversation about it and the start, because the financial literacy is a big, big part come up. See, me drop my roll. So that is it. Very great session. Anybody else will come with question, because I don't want to just hold up. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to ask Noah. I wanted to ask Noah questions about acting. How do you find ideas, maybe, or how do you keep motivation, like even if you post and you're not doing well, or find agencies to sign you or places to do it in the island?
So with that, because acting to me is like, I didn't know I could really act until somebody come up to me and offer me to do a movie, and the script that they gave me and the role, I wasn't supposed to play that role until I read the script, and them say, all right, I see something in you as an entertainer. So I did that. Then the social media start doing the acting, people seeing it and liking it. But it's not everything you post, you're going to see traction on it. You understand? And you can't be discouraged by that. You understand? You just got to keep going and keep coming up with more information, more stuff to post. If you have a friend, somebody who do the same thing, you can ask them sometime, like, give me an idea of a video to do. You understand? And you don't know who might see it and like your stuff and just want to sign you or want you to do a commercial or whatever, and you can gain from it in different ways. So you just got to just keep going, just keep doing your stuff. Don't be discouraged. Whatever you put up, if it don't get 100 or 1,000 likes, don't get discouraged. Just keep going, because one of them are going to take off one day where you don't know what, it might just change your life.
Anybody else?
I'd like to elaborate on that question a little bit further. only because I see that she's young and she's asking about like how do you know what type of videos to post and what was the question? How you know what type of videos to post and certain types of things. One of my favorite thing on social media, especially on Instagram, is the thing called Insight. And what the Insight does, it shows you how many likes, comments you get on a particular video, what region you're getting them from, like what country, where the people them come from and stuff like that. I think when you use your Insight, that can also help you because it will tell you, say, okay, that person like my video from New York. Wait, me have somebody in New York. We can do one content about something about New York then. So I think when you go in your back end on the Insight, I think you can use that to help you to know what people like the most, to see why they like it and where they're coming from and stuff like that. I think that can help you to know what type of video to make.
Analytics and metrics is a best friend.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I have a question. Big up yourself, Shaggy. Big up all who made this moment possible. My name is Medison. I'm a multiple Grammy-winning songwriter. I currently have a song on the road with Barry Simon and Jesse Royal named Born in Jamaica that just went to 1 million views on YouTube. Check it out if you haven't seen it. But I have a question today about mental health and self-care as it relates to social media. Big up yourself, Becca. Mr. True and Miss Hamilton in particular, you know, I've grown up with your music. I've watched you evolve from very well-known artists into influencers who are known not only for the music, but obviously reality television, for your family life, for your spiritual life, so many aspects that you bring to the table. And like Becca was saying, in order to remain relevant in the algorithm, there are these expectations of a certain amount of output, but you're also human beings. You know, you have to sleep a certain amount, you have to take care of your vessel, take care of your spiritual life, all these other things. How do you balance your self-care with the expectations of the public and the algorithm?
Well, good question. So with my platform, my main platform, Meet the Mitchells, we have a formula where we just be ourselves. We don't put on, we don't fake it, we don't script content. So we can be consistent without putting in too much blood, sweat, and tears into idea where I think about how to fake it to look like this or look like that. We just keep it natural, and that helps me to keep my peace of mind, and it allows me, because it is content that is there for us every day. It's just our real life. It doesn't feel burdensome to churn out that content on a weekly, daily, consistent basis. So that is how I kind of take the weight off of thinking, what am I going to do for create? What am I going to do for, you know what I mean, entertain them people? We just are an extension of ourselves in it. And by virtue of that, we are entertainers. We make people laugh, we make people smile, make people cry. You know what I mean? It's just real life for us. So that is one of my methods to cope with a busy schedule and putting out as much content as we want to and be as consistent as possible.
Yeah, I would add to that as well, like scheduling it all. So scheduling posts ahead of time so that you're not just in the moment on the day being like, oh, what we're going to post today. It's like scheduling like weeks in advance. Make a spreadsheet for that. And then also scheduling your self-care. That's what I do. That's what I have to do now, is I have to book in. Am I going to talk to a therapist? Am I going to do some yoga? Am I going to meditate? Like, I put all those things on my to-do list every single day so that I can tick it off, get that dopamine hit, and make sure that I'm like looking after myself at the same time. Because there was a long period of time where I wasn't doing that, and it did affect my mental health. So now, even things like putting a block on Instagram first thing in the morning so that I don't go on it as soon as I wake up. I'm not allowed on it for the first 2 hours of the day, so that I've got an app. It's called Opal, if anyone wants to try it, and it literally doesn't let you go on it. So limiting the amount of time I'm on social media, getting ahead of time by scheduling it all, and then making sure that I'm looking after myself by physically writing it into my schedule each week and every day.
To answer your question, when you mentioned that, just that word, that topic, mental health, that is a very serious case, situation. However we want to look at it and label it. I too went to a crisis where I feel like I was going through a mental health. And the reason I felt like that, because there was a season in my career where I felt targeted. I felt like everybody was picking on me. But what I didn't know was that it comes with being the head of the game. So when you have clout and when you reach a certain level, everybody feel like, oh, me gonna call Spice name because she got answer. Me gonna call Spice name because of this and because of that. But there was a season in my career, and I don't know if people can remember, when we just dip on social media, cuss and I answer people. That was mentally draining for me because at the end of the day, I'm human first. But what I noticed, and this is something that I've also discussed with Shaggy before, because people know the problems I go through because I come on social media, come talk about it. If somebody call me name, me I go wake up and answer. I go cuss, I go on bad, I go talk, I go this, I go that. And then it label me as, oh, she always a cuss somebody. That no means that somebody like Shaggy no go through problems. It's just that we not hear about it, because I'm not come out, come cuss, no. So there's a different... Well, no, I come talk about me, no. So there's a difference. So what I learned to do was to strengthen my mind mentally. And I'm a woman, so what works for me is going to probably be different for you. So when me read the comment them, something boil up in my belly. I want to answer, I want to cuss, I want to go back and talk and this and that. But I've learned to come at peace with myself and accepting that being an influencer or being popular comes with it. It comes with different opinions. It comes with people attacking you or people voicing their different opinions and stuff. So it's just you within your personal self is going to strengthen your mind to learn how to deal with certain things, how to cope with them and stuff. I'm a dancehall artist and people know the type of songs that I sing, but my favorite genre is gospel. And what I realize is when I put on gospel music, it soothes my mind. It does something to me. It brings me peace. Because I'm such a godly woman, then it reminds me that, Grace, calm down. You don't have to go cuss today. And so I started to do that more repeatedly, and that has helped me tremendously, mentally. That's why I don't see me a cuss so long. And a long time I don't see me a cuss, no?
Yeah.
Right. So that is really what I did to kind of help me mentally, to cope with social media, public criticisms, and opinions. And I just feel like you can personally find something within yourself, not just him who answered the question, but you out there, just find something that brings you peace and try to do that more often. Yeah. And I think that can help you mentally.
All right. I don't know if we have, I don't know if we have time for one more question. Do we have time for one more question? No? All right. Okay. Big up to Minister Babsy Grange, who just stepped into the building. Give her a round of applause, please. All right, guys. So, I know I learned something from today. In closing, I can say influence can open doors, but entrepreneurship is what really going to build a house. Today we heard that followers alone are not the goal. Ownership is the actual end game. Because platforms can disappear, but business is last. So let's give our panel a round of applause, please. Yeah. We had a good reasoning today. And on to the next. IMC start good, man. I lie, the place look away, chairman. Place ram, you know. Yeah, man. Big up Judith, Sharon, everybody who is working hard to make IMC stronger and stronger every year. All right, big up on yourself. Thanks for being a live audience. We're giving yourself a round of applause. Thanks, panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, check. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for our panel? Mastering the Art of Influencer Entrepreneurship, Jay Frey, Spice, Noah Power, Becca Dudley, and Wayne Marshall. A round of applause, please. We'd also, again, like to welcome the Honorable Minister, Olivia Babsy Grange, who is in the house with us. Always ensures that IMC happens, and we thank her. We thank her for bringing the Jamaica Creative Career Expo to us today. Very quickly, I have a question for one of the students. What did you learn from this panel? Very quickly, right away. Somebody give someone a mic. Who will answer? Can I see a hand? See a hand right there. Microphone, please. Microphone to the student in the middle. Okay. Where are you? Who had their hand up? Okay. So we need to find out, what did you learn from the panel that just ended?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Roger, and something that was very important today that I learned was that a good financial decision is having your money work for you. Having your money in the bank and it just being there isn't the smartest thing to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so we're moving into our opening ceremony.
Engineer, can we get some music from the DJ stand, please? Thank you very much. If we could get a line from the DJ stand. Thank you. Thank you.
I feel a shiver. I'm feeling down and out. I'm a true believer. I know what it's all about. I know it's not the flu. It's all because of you. I feel a trembling when I wake. Come back and give another break. I feel a shiver running up my spine. This hurting feeling, it hits me all the time. Every time you go away, seems I can't live another day. Oh, my bed, it is so cold. You've got my happiness on hold. Oh, I feel a ton of joy.
Tight put on the heavy muscle contract. Bounce me no fi bounce like that. Me know you like it when me clap. Bounce me no fi bounce like that. Panny tip, balance panny tip. Me know fi balance panny tip. Panny tip, balance panny tip. Me know fi balance panny tip. Like a gloves, fat up in a dress and a dissy man love. Now carry order, swear to God above. Squeeze up me neck and make me look on you above. The man attack say me good. Turn it back way and him a push and me a shove. Give him the assignment and him understood. Open me leg like me in a full club. Tight one and the heavy muscle contract. Bounce me no fi bounce like that. Me know you like it when me clap. Bounce me no fi bounce like that. Panny tip, balance panny tip. Me know fi balance panny tip. Panny tip, balance panny tip. Me know fi balance panny tip.
Students, we're going to ask that you please remain in your seats. We are about to do the opening ceremony. We're going to ask that students take their seats. Can you take your seats, please, so that we can go into the opening ceremony this morning? Everyone, can you please take your seats? Everyone, can you please take your seats? Can you please take your seats so that we're about to go into the opening ceremony? Students, please do not leave the auditorium. Please take your seats. Students.
You watch me like you wanna be me. I know you wanna be me. I know you watch me like you wanna be me. And enough of them no get it. I do competition, then you flop, that's pathetic. Good energy, you follow me magnetic. Me house aesthetic with the face that's genetic. I got a house everywhere, multiple acres. Oh wow, I just close again, mad my haters. Double back, new digit wire transfers. I only focus on serial numbers. Gucci, Grassador, Louis V, Gucci, sipping on cocktail, on a yacht, bougie, Beijing Margiela, Chanel with Fendi, in a different country, lobster, sushi.
Bless them when there ain't no stress, then they don't know, say yo, it's alive and living scotch, coming there to letting them know. Hey yo, Sean Party girls, them over alongside Sean and B. You know how we stay. Play the music, make the devil go away. Hey yo, only bad gal in the place.
Shawnee B.
Shawnee B said them want to wind them ways in a ace.
Spice.
Sugar. Yo, but the bang bang embrace, yo.
Early one in your soul, not dead tonight.
Yeah.
Selection we a play, we make y'all shake off them ties. Forward a bus, me know them a feel the vibes. Shawnee B, we make the girl and roll them behind. Go down there, why not go down there? Go down there, why not go down there? Go down there, why not go down there?
Big war broke out, blood a run off of your body, yeah. Shawnee B a play, you better keep up with the energy. What a epic night of it, made in your memory. Big tune a play, a gal a wine and a bubble, yeah.
What you gonna do when there is nobody play music better than this reggae guy? Shawnee B a play it, dub play it, and I kill some boy straight back to some life. Go down there, why not go down there? Go down there, why not go down there? Go down there, why not go down there? Go down there.
Shawnee B said, girl, nobody fight it, just get in the position and boss wine. Never you forget this is your mission. If you take a girl, man, you want be in a condition and boss wine.
Take your seats, please. Anthony, never obeying as usual. Okay, now the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Jamaica Creative Career Expo at the Island Music Conference. Now, the Island Music, let me give people a chance to sit down. All right, are we ready? Sir, could you take your seat, please? Thank you. All right. Now, the Island Music Conference has become an extraordinary occasion at which we put the requisite attention on the art and business of reggae, dancehall, and Caribbean music. The conference plays a significant role in connecting artistic excellence with industry development and global opportunity. Today, we celebrate our brand new collaboration between the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, Jamaica Creative Career Expo, and the Island Music Conference. Today, with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, we empower the youth with industry knowledge, enabling them to further articulate who we are as a culture and to encourage those who wish to join the industry on any of its many platforms. So I say again, good morning everyone and welcome to a significant first where we are truly honored to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport for Jamaica, whose leadership continues to champion and elevate Jamaica's creative industries locally and globally. Minister Grange, OJ, CD, MP, thank you so much from all of us for your steadfast commitment to the growth and global impact of our music and cultural sector. We thank you. I would also like to recognize the chairman of the Island Music Conference, Dr. Orville Shaggy Burrell, internationally acclaimed Grammy Award-winning recording artist, cultural ambassador, entrepreneur, and visionary leader. Also, dancehall's first diamond-selling artist, and the only one with a diamond-selling album. Now, through his global success and deep commitment to Jamaica's music ecosystem, he has helped shape IMC into a world-class platform, connecting the Caribbean to the international music industry. I also salute his co-founders, CEOs, Sharon Burke and Judith Bodley. Now, we celebrate their continued dedication to the advancement of Jamaican and Caribbean music that is now, well, we did the national anthem, so we will not stand for the national anthem. But what we will do is welcome to the stage a performer extraordinaire. She has an amazing voice. You would have seen her when she won gospel in 2017. Her name is Maylene Dillon, and this morning she's going to perform for us Rise. So we welcome a round of applause for Maylene Dillon. She's going to be performing Rise. Her mother is also in the audience. Maylene, take it away. It's your turn, girl.
Can you hear me? Afternoon. Is it good? Is it good? I was born strong. I was made for this. See, I met so many hard times when I thought I couldn't make it. See, I had my trials when my pillow dried my eyes. And then the morning came and my wings took flight. I rise. See, I'm hurting but not broken. Down but I won't die. I rise. Soon I will reach the sky and still I rise. Some say it's a mystery how I still believe that in spite of all I've been through, I can still push the wheel. See, I have a power they can't see with your eyes. It's a little thing called faith that makes broken wings fly. I rise. See, I'm hurting but not broken. Down but I won't die. I rise. Soon I will reach the sky and still I rise. Who can understand? We're just an ordinary man. Despise the odds and still the fight's on to win. I can take it. I can take it. I rise. See, I'm hurting but not broken. Down but I won't die. You rise. Soon you will reach the sky and still I rise. See, I'm hurting but not broken. Down but I won't die. I rise. Soon I will reach the sky and still I rise.
Thank you so much, Maylene. Can you step here for me, please, before you leave? Bring your microphone, because I'm sure the audience wants to know just a little bit about you. First of all, how old are you?
I am currently 17 years old. I'm 18 this year. Thank you.
How did you know that you could sing? When was the first moment that you knew?
It was at church. I always wanted to join the choir, but I was 5. So they didn't like little girls. But I decided I was going to sing, and then I just busted out singing one day in rehearsal, and they said, okay, you're singing next Sunday. And that was it.
Beautiful. So does your mother support this career?
Of course, she herself is a singer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what do you see for yourself in the future as a singer?
Currently, I'm focusing on a career in film. So now that I'm in grade 12, I am trying to do my CAPE so I can possibly, hopefully, go abroad and study in that area. And I might take my singing career further.
Nice. You entered...
St. Andre High School for Girls.
Which school?
St. Andre High School for Girls.
You hear that?
Woo!
St. Andre High School.
Yes.
You entered the JCDC Gospel. Why? What led you to do that?
That was 2017. Why?
Mm-hmm.
I was 6. I didn't have a reason why. But because I could sing, I just said, okay, let me do it.
And you won.
I
Were you
didn't win
surprised?
the first time, but I won. I won eventually.
You won eventually.
Yes.
How did you feel when you won?
I was so ecstatic. At that point, it was the biggest win in my life. So I didn't know how to feel as an 8-year-old girl. However, I was just over the moon seeing everybody who loved me, who I loved. They were just there in front of me, and I was just so excited. I was so overwhelmed. Yeah.
Okay. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Maylin Dillon. Give the microphone to Shaggy. Shaggy. Thank you so much, Maylin. And now, as we move into our program, we invite the chairman of the Island Music Conference again, Orville Shaggy Burrell. He's doing the welcome and giving us a few words. Yes, really. We do these things to him. We send him things in the middle of the night and say, you're doing this.
I think so. When I said earlier was the welcome, but all right. Apparently not. First, I want to officially welcome the Honorable Minister, Babsy Grange. Babsy, I've known you for so many years, and you have been a force to be reckoned with where culture is concerned. From your earlier days, when you're promoting music, from the Specshang days up until now, and I still admire your fire, right, and your tenacity that you still have to this day for the culture and for the love of, Jamaican people. Just want to big up, Also, like to thank every single one. Can I hear from any of my DJs in here? Any of the DJs in there? But big up to all of the DJs that will come through. I don't know if they're here yet, because no, it's a DJ, them around at the back, right? Yeah. And those guys are very important to any artist's development. And, everything's about relationships, and make sure you have a relationship with your DJs. I want to take time off to big up also Anthony Miller in the house. See him? The great ER. When they are foreign at them, I got tune in to forget my news. And you should have up there with its influence at them, with them, say them love people business. You should have they up there in another conversation there. So Rodney Barnes is in the house. Hello, Rodney. And I think, Rodney, your panel, I don't know when your panel is. Saturday, your panel. Rodney is also the co-creator of Everybody Hates Chris, and with Chris Rock. And he's done, if anybody's seen the Winning Time documentary, and, you're also involved in Boondocks, if anybody saw Boondocks. So that would be a very interesting, and we're also working on called The Port, or things. So look out for that down the line. But make sure, Rodney, can you get up? Let people look at you. See this is what Rodney looks like. Everybody's done a lot of HBO writing and a lot of things, and a very influential person. And thank you for coming, Rodney. It's great. It's his first time in Jamaica, so. Yeah, I might try to figure it out. So there's a lot of important people. So make sure that, you go through all the panels, understand, meet, again, go up to everybody, talk to them, figure out what they do. Big up the VP Records in the house, right? Raghav representing for them. And just everybody, if you have questions, ask the questions, then please come up and have the conversation. It is very important, and I just hope that you guys leave here with something, with some more knowledge and something to help you move forward in this thing. It is an exciting time for music, for entertainment, I should say, because it's not just music now. Music is just one part of it. Creating a brand is the next part, and with that brand, you bring many avenues of income, right? And then also, remember, key thing the whole time, for the whole time you're here, ownership, 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 own, right? Nothing wrong with partnering. They were talking about, where Spicer said, that boy, she she's our own manager, she did everything herself, and she actually admits that's not the right way to do it, but that's the way she's doing because she has trust issues. I understand the trust issues. These are conversations that her and I have had over and over. But you have to bring a team in order to get to that next level. And I understand it is hard to trust the team, but that is why you're here, to know what you're doing, so you know how to put people in their pockets, put them in their lane, and also establish the boundaries, right? So many times people come in, and you don't have to build a brand just by yourself and hold 100%. 100% of zero is still zero. You can actually come in now with somebody who has, developing a brand, and the person is doing really, really well, and you can do your due diligence and realize that person has, the work ethic, the drive, and the passion. And so you say, all right, I'm going to partner, but what you need is a platform, and you're coming with a platform. I know you partner with it. So even if you have 25% of it, you know what I mean? 25% of something bigger can be worth more than the 100% of the zero we have. So don't be scared of partnerships, right? Just make sure that you read everything and know how to structure your deal so that you benefit from it down the line, right? Don't be scared of the partnership. Be wary of the leeches. If there's anybody that is in your life and in your circle, if they don't have a purpose and a value, get rid of them. When they make it hard, why I can't get rid of people? See ya? Block. It's not hard. If a man call you 3 times on the phone, block. Him forget the message. If me call you 3 times and you don't answer me, and me not get the message and me still call you, you must have said to yourself, it's a good thing me block him rotted. Because that is it. Get rid of people from around you that they do not bring value to your team. It is very, very important. Right? And them have a call, you say, fuck you, and you this and you that and all that. No matter what you say. Your life, your property, your intellectual property, your bills, them are you thing. Trust me. You're going to do it. Thank you all for coming again. Please ask as much questions as you can. As much questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Orville Shaggy Burrell. And so now we continue. And we bring you the main address by the Honorable Olivia. I can't leave out the Babsy Grange, because we all know that's what we do. We pretend that we call her the Honorable Minister Olivia Grange. But when we're talking about her behind her back, we say, Babsy, the son saying, you say, oh, Babsy give you the insurance something. You understand? So we introduce now the main address by the Honorable Olivia Grange, OJ, CD, MP, and right now she is the acting Prime Minister, and she's always the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport.
Thank you, Judy.
Oogie oogie, jiggy jiggy, ready ready. I saw we calm them down, jiggy spoogie. Make the beat them bad jelly belly, passa ready ready. We a bust them jelly high flames. Oh the dancing go, move on like you start limbo. Tough a line, make the teach them now. Start sling.
That's the future of the business, AI. Later, I'm going to ask all you students to get up and dance like that. You promise me you'll do that? Okay, so DJ, remember. Good, we're going to have a dance off. First, I have to do some acknowledgements here. I want to acknowledge His Excellency Alicia Herbert, the British High Commissioner, and I'm going to ask her to stand and for you all to acknowledge her. And although she's representing the UK in Jamaica, she's originally a Trini, right? She's from Trinidad. I also want to acknowledge the UN resident coordinator in Jamaica, Mr. Dennis Zulu. Mr. Zulu, and he's a real Zulu. You've heard about Zulus from the continent of Africa. Thank you so much for coming. Now, my ministry is the only ministry with 2 permanent secretaries. I'm the only minister in Jamaica with 2 permanent secretaries. Everybody else has 1. I don't know if it's because one can't manage me, but I'm going to ask them both to stand. P.S. Denzel Thorpe and P.S. Denoy Bernard. P.S. Thorpe, P.S. Bernard. One is a singer. He sings to me all the time. She's royal. And the other one is tall, dark, and handsome. I also wish to acknowledge Miss Joanne Archibald, who has the longest locks in the ministry. She's our Principal Director for Culture. Joanne. And Dr. Kerry Wallace from TEF, and we have to treat him well because, you know, they have the funding. When Sharon and Judith go to him, I want him to say yes. Now, I'm not sure about others who I have not acknowledged. Of course, you know, I have to big up Shaggy. I want you all to just get up and a big, big, big round of applause for Dr. Shaggy Burrell. And of course, there is Judith and Sharon. Sharon says she's Babsy too. So we'll see how that goes as we go along. So I'm truly excited to welcome all of you to the 5th staging of the Jamaica Creative Career Expo. Any of you students have been at the expo before? Let me see your hands. Oh, so we have some brand new kids on the block here. A few of you have been. Well, this is the 5th staging, and this year we decided that it would be a collaboration between the ministry and IMC. And it's really good to see that we have had such a great turnout. February is a special time in Jamaica and an especially busy period for my ministry, which has responsibility for culture, entertainment, gender, and sports, and we call sports physical culture. So February is when we celebrate Reggae Month, and we honor our roots, our icons, and we reaffirm Jamaica's place as a global cultural superstate. Jamaica looks to a new era, one characterized by digital innovation, new paradigms, and drawing from the same wellspring which created new sounds throughout time, giving the world powerful music from mento to ska, from rocksteady to reggae, dub, dancehall. And I want to especially acknowledge our guests from overseas and persons from the industry to say we're happy to see your face in the place. And I know you're going to have a fantastic 3 days of exciting interaction. I myself was a member of the industry those days when I co-managed Shabarangs, Patra, Cobra. I could go on. I was Damien Junior Marley's first manager when he was a little youngster. And I've taken a break from the industry so that I could be at the table in government to influence what is done for the industry. So the creative economy is no longer informal. It's usually referred to in Jamaica as an informal industry. But it's no longer informal. It is strategic. And Jamaica intends to continue to lead the way in ensuring that we are recognized as an industry and not just people who go play music and it's just a recreational activity. So this new era must be underpinned by strong cultural institutions and modern governance frameworks, and that is what we are about. The industry has never been interfered with by government, but government must ensure that the infrastructure is in place to enable the industry. So we are establishing an institute for cultural practitioners, innovators, entertainers, and creatives. And it's a transformative initiative designed to professionalize, certify, train, and support our cultural practitioners. Because, you know, there is, every Jamaican, there's an African proverb that says, if you can talk, you can sing. If you can walk, you can dance. So every Jamaican is a star. And everybody has talent. But we must provide the institutions that will help to provide the training and development that is necessary to ensure that you become professionals. And so students, young people, that's why you're here today. You have an interest in the industry. You are here today to be exposed to the professionals, to be exposed to those who have done well, and to ask all the questions you wish to ask so you can learn that much more. I'm not going to be very long because this is an occasion where you interact with the panelists and you ask all the questions you want. But I just want to indicate that this year's focus, the future of music, careers in the music media and publishing, reflects a critical shift in our music industry. The future of music is not only about performing or producing, but it is about ownership, publishing, distribution, intellectual property, and the many professional pathways that exist. Many people do not realize that every song has value beyond its performance. Every time a song is played on the radio, streamed online, used in a film, or performed on a stage, it generates income through publishing. Publishing ensures that creators are compensated not once, but continuously for their intellectual property. So this is how wealth is created in the modern music industry. And it is important that you young people and practitioners understand the business of creativity, from copyright literacy and contract negotiation to publishing administration, catalog valuation, and global distribution. Today, I want you to take in everything you can, to ask all the questions you want to ask, and to learn from this experience. Shaggy, the combination of the ministry with its Creative Expo and IMC is a recipe to sell out the dance. Next year, we expect to have standing room only in a bigger space. Thank you all for facilitating me. God bless you all. Thank you.
You find that in the early days, because the artist wanted a chance to record, the most important thing to him was to be able to go out there and sing and hear his voice and get praises. But you see, because I have to see further than that, you know, I'm able to assess what kind of problems we could run into.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going?
I'm so happy to see that our entertainment industry has bounced back and is up and running again.
A driving force in the industry, Janet Rollet is helping to recast the mold when it comes to covering the African American community.
Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail.
We're supposed to lead. And what does the leadership look like? Is that you are supposed to embody the principles and mission and goals of the organizations you're a part of.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going?
Be able to pass on my energy out to someone else and make them even feel more beautiful. It's honestly always an honor.
Competition has begun.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you get what you're hoping for? When you look behind you, there's no open doors. What are you hoping for? Do you
the established entrepreneur. He is one of the new face of what entrepreneur and business looks like in Jamaica.
I look at how Jamaicans have excelled. It creates a certain pride in me. We have created some great Jamaicans in all fields. We have been doing something that's right.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And also another round of applause for our Minister of Culture, who is here with us, the Honorable Olivia Babsy Grange. Say again, oh, they promised to dance. Where are the students that promised to dance? The students that promised to dance. Where are you? Nobody with the shy thing, no, you know, because you promised.
No, this is a fun day. DJ. Let me see you all stand. Come on. Come on.
Okay, jiggy, ready. I saw me calm them down, Charlie B. Get me beat them bad jelly, really boogie. We are bust them jelly, UK. How the dancing go. Movie on like you start limbo. Charlie B, teach them no. Start sleep, can I beat them so? LOL, any seed where so that you read. LOL, Charlie B, I saw dancing me. LOL, dominant, protect the whole street. Sketching you dance tougher than a concrete.
Bop it. Jenna bounce. Ravers, Jenna bounce. Jenna.
Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, do the dancer. Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks, Jenna Bunks. Me a Japan, huh? Where? In the bad mind boy head there. Vex you and me the dancing world say. Me no want no respect from none of them there. Shut down. Over the tickers when me and them. She in a shot up shots of the thing a fling where. One me a look from the object there. Dog if you want look some girl.
Ravens, we taking over!
Half of the show it's half the party then. Half of the party it's hotel lobby then. Half of the NSC we burn a one split. And after couple magnum a gal I forget it. Yes ma, back it up the kid have money you spend. All of me team they so shout the whole of your friend. Matalan no signal to me sending back his on 10. While everybody you shout, reapers them at it again. So watch the bones, hop, skip your enemy there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga mad then. Beat them like a whipping on me and me nah look no friend. Enough of them you hear a talk when them see we them not in nothing. Booms, hop, make sure you swing your one there. When them come to you with argument, make sure you run them. Happy I live a life, I make money, we not a problem. I bag a chat and make a say them bad with all your shoulder for your face. Cool ravers a far away. Ding ding dong, the new dancing king. And a shoulder for your face. Tell a shoulder for your face. Watch your words to a speak and a talk with your bad man thing. Man shoulder for your face. In a me chain bling bling. Bad mind is a thing. Unity we a deal. Dancers feel it gooder than another. If you fight that, me picking out a feather. Don't bad mind my brother when him a go up the ladder. Money man up, he go get the cheddar. If you not like that, hold them there, hold them there, hold them there. Hold them there, fully bad, so hold them there. Hold them there, 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 hold them there.
Rich badness that a shiny B style. Big Ben spark up and last stick pan Kyle. Kill him, kill some, go and go run him file. Be a goons in par with fam. Imagine juvenile shiny B run the ground. A UK badness, where them a say? A we kill the most jump on, where them a say? Yeah. Chain it a chip, bad class for a foot. We know this a boy.
What up, what up? Minister Grange. Minister.
Come on,
Minister, I want to play something that you can beat them at. I want to see if you can beat them at this. Minister, show them how you dance now. You show them, Minister.
You can't see it, it's electric.
Jesus. Come on.
You got to feel it, it's electric.
Can they keep up with Minister Grange?
It's shocking, it's electric.
Deep is scattered with electric. Belly she's moving with electric. She's short like the movie.
You got to know.
Big up Sway the dancer. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
You can't hold.
Round of applause, people, for the Honorable Minister Babsy Grange.
Round of applause again for your peers and the Honorable Minister of Culture, Olivia Babsy Grange, the Jamaica Creative Career Expo at the Island Music Conference 2026. Please take your seats as we move into panel number 2 for the day. All right, excitement, okay. We're about to go into panel 2. Can I have, yes, which is new rules of marketing. Now, you know, every year things change and there are different ways to do things. And this panel will explore for you, David. So, let us welcome to the stage our host, Lady KFC, Miss Tina Matalon. And then let's also welcome Dee Sonorum. You see how Dee look real rich? And then Terrence Hustle Simmons Randolph. Welcome him to the stage. You know, it's a full auditorium. When I say welcome, could I get a real welcome? Like, welcome! Yeah, that works. Shauna James from Atlantic. Portia Clark from BET UK. David Miller from 7 Grand Where you at? And then it's over to Lady KFC.
All right, are we live? Thank you, Judith. Let's get another round of applause for everybody being here today. You guys especially, the audience and those who have flown in from our... So before we get started, I'll introduce the panel of this incredible star power that has flown into Jamaica to grace us with their presence for IMC. I'd just like to say hi. I am Tina Matalan, for those of you who don't know me. I am going to be your host for New Rules for Marketing. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm the Director of Restaurants of Jamaica. I've had the pleasure of doing marketing in the QSR industry. For those of you who don't know what that means, quick service restaurants, that's fast food in Jamaica. And I've had the pleasure of building great, great brands in Jamaica like KFC, Pizza Hut, and more recently, Wendy's, just to name a few. Thank you. And most people think that those are global franchises and they're kind of plug and play. KFC doesn't need to do marketing. But on the contrary, to remain relevant over so many years and to connect with Jamaica in an ever-changing consumer marketplace, an ever-changing competitive marketplace, has been actually the most difficult thing. So while it has been fun, it has been difficult. So the point is that marketing is always changing, and it is not just a given. Very proud to say that KFC has been in Jamaica for 50 years, almost as long as Shaggy's career. Almost. Been in Jamaica for 50 years. I'm proud to have been a part of that for almost 3 decades, doing the marketing, PR, and communications. But no matter, thank you. But no matter what the brand, been involved back in the day with Fiction Nightclub, Usain Bolt's Tracks and Records, all that fun stuff in the last few decades, no matter the brand, music has been at the heart of marketing it. So Sharon has invited me here and put corporate Jamaica right in this ant's nest of artists and music. But I want to just say that without our collaboration with music, using artists, using young artists, using music platforms, events, sponsorships, media, all of these things, KFC could not have connected with Jamaica as well as it has. All you guys remember Chris Martin's Big Deal or anything else we've done more recently with Valiant, you know, Wayne and Tammy, who was just up here. A lot of our brands have collaborated through music, and it's a very, very powerful thing. But I only sell great food. I do not prove to know about the music industry marketing, which is ever-changing. And there's some new rules, apparently. So let us hear from the experts. These guys who have been in the music business for decades and decades, a collaborative, probably over 100 years of experience sitting right here. So let's meet the panelists a little closer. So who do we have here? Mr. David Miller. Enjoyed some KFC backstage, right?
One, two. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone.
So, Mr. Miller is a founder of 7 Grand Entertainment for over 10 years, with decades of experience under his belt, spanning from, and I just had to list them just to keep the time short, Motown Records, Uptown Records, MCA, Universal, to Bad Boy, to Arista, to BMG, to Maroon Entertainment, to Def Jam. I mean, have I left anything out?
Atlantic Records.
Atlantic Records. Okay,
Rock Nation.
All right.
300 Entertainment.
So if you know any one of those names, you know he has worked with the best from the US to the UK, working and consulting with some of the biggest artists in the world. And that list is even longer. We cannot do that today. Go to the website and look at everybody's bio. It is impressive. His knowledge and understanding of the music business is a force to be reckoned with. Let's just say that. So thank you, David, for being here. Portia Clark, Senior Music Industry Exec. Portia, say hi.
Hi. Not working.
Senior Music Industry Exec and Cultural Strategist. She's the head of marketing at BET UK and the founder of Aisle 44, a creative marketing strategy and cultural consultancy firm, and more notably, brought Red Bull Culture Clash to Jamaica.
Hi, everyone.
So, big up
Hello.
Portia, and thank her for her vision and making Jamaica one of those destinations for such an incredible event. Shauna James, welcome. Senior Manager, Digital Marketing of Black Music at Atlantic Records in Brooklyn, New York. Big up to that. And, you know, much more lengthy bios online, and believe me, it's impressive. Go and read them. But more recently, one of the Forbes 30 Under 30 list recipients in 2024. So, to use my own phrase, that's a big deal. Terrence Randolph, a.k.a. Hustle Simmons. You needed some theme music with that name, for sure. Brand ambassador, host, tastemaker, influencer, music industry veteran, creative marketing professional, and the list goes on. The founder of some incredible events and many notable moments within the culture scene. Welcome to this panel. And last but not least, proud to say my friend over here. Glad you put me beside you for some moral support. Co-founder of Brooklyn Nights Entertainment, past EVP of promotion and streaming for 300 Entertainment, with a vast career prior to that, including EVP and A&R at Interscope Records, VP of promotion at E1 Music, and I love this quote that you have on your LinkedIn. He is a seasoned entertainment industry executive curating the soundtrack for the next generation. Which, powerful words, considering why we're here today at IMC, is to lay the path forward for the vision of the next generation. So,
Yeah.
microphones on.
Mic check.
Check. All right.
So this incredibly decorated panel is going to enlighten us on some of the shifts and challenges in marketing for the music industry. So there's marketing for QSR industry, which I've been in for many, many years, but I don't prove to know anything about what these guys do. So we're very lucky to have them hopefully guide us and enlighten us on some new rules for marketing. So guys, you ready? Let's jump right into it. We're going to explore some areas that I've been really happy to hear are becoming a theme at IMC this year. From I turned on the radio this morning when I got in my car, I heard Shaggy in an interview, and he was talking about ownership. And then he spoke about it again in his opening, and then the panel spoke about it, and the influencers spoke about content and creating content. So, you know, there's a theme here, and I hope there's some great takeaways at the end of it. So to start us off, let's stay in the territory of content. It's a very oversaturated marketplace, you would agree. The volume of content being produced today, I think I read a stat that it's like 1 million pieces per week just going out there in content, music content. The sheer volume of content is flooding the airwaves weekly. It's making organic discovery difficult, right? So I'm going to kick this to Portia first, ladies first. How do we cut through that noise and find quality music and artists today?
Hello. Okay, great. So for me, I've seen it from different lens. From when my first label job, that was at Greensleeves VP, when social media had just started, and I was asking and saying that we need to start Twitter and we need to start Instagram, and it was like, I remember people in the team looked at me like I was crazy. Now it'd be like, how could they even think of that? And then having worked at all the major labels in the world, Universal, Sony, and Warner, and leading campaigns, the first thing I always say is you have to understand the platform that you're using. All of them work differently. So, for example, Instagram is typically for those who have the audience that have a longer attention span. TikTok is a platform typically for an audience that have a shorter attention span. But again, it depends on what the objective is. Is your objective brand awareness? Is there a call to action where you want your fan base to actually do something? Is it to click on a link to then go to see a video? Or is it to click on a link to subscribe or to watch something? Every platform works differently, and it's about understanding it. In regards to cutting through the noise and the theme ultimately of owning the narrative and owning your story, you have to really hone in on what you do best. Don't kind of look at what everyone else is doing, because then you get lost in the noise. And depending on what your role is in music, so for example, if you're an A&R, you need to be consciously looking for new music. That can be anything from, knowing how algorithms work. If you look at something for even 2 seconds, the algorithms will start to show you more of that particular topic or more of that particular artist. If you are trying to get your music on to different DJs or different influencers, as we were speaking about earlier, it's been conscious and making sure you click on those pages, or you look at those pages a lot more than just scrolling through it, because algorithms are very important to that.
Very interesting you say that, Portia. Algorithmic standards versus audience acceptance. In a world where reach now is more rented than owned, marketing depends on these platforms and all these algorithms, as you say, correct? So is this a good or bad thing? As you guys are chasing algorithms, we all are, right? And whatever our roles are, we're chasing these algorithms. We're trying to build genuine owned audiences at the same time within that. So Dee, I'm going to kick this one to you. How are some ways we can maintain that ownership? And I must say again, we can't hear it enough today. Ownership is like the buzzword of the day. How can we maintain that ownership, be more direct to fan, and have a greater impact?
Yeah, I think, from the start earlier today, when the chairman Shaggy mentioned ownership, that's a key phrase that's coming up. And in the new rules of marketing, right, everything comes down to ownership. I mean, you can feed the algorithm as much as you want. Keep posting on Instagram, TikTok, and, your content could be as best as could be. But if you don't own your audience, you don't own anything. So how do you, translate that and build your own channel, build your own subscribers, your SMS lists, your email lists, where you can reach out to these people and really touch them? As you own your music, Spice was talking about analytics on Instagram and, how she studies that. You got to own your data. And at the end of the day, your narrative as an artist is really important. And I think it all comes down to that. You got to study the game. Everybody is in. How many people are artists in here?
Artist? Any hands for who's an artist in here?
What about aspiring artists?
You.
Aspiring artists. How many producers are in here? How many DJs are in here? All right, so everybody's got to network together. If you're an artist and you didn't go up to meet Shawnee B earlier today or Trini or introduce yourself and give them a record, you're not winning. As everything goes and everyone's going so digital, sometimes you got to still go out there and touch people. David, I know you do that all the time when you send an artist from. David's a guy that, when you're looking to break artists overseas, a lot of people just ship the artist to him and say, hey, we did our thing over here in the U.S., you take care of them in the U.K. And he's got to go out there and still touch everybody, One thing about Jamaica is it's an important place, and you could own your market here. It's not that big. So Spice mentioned how she used to travel and go from here to Mobay and had CDs. You still have to get out there and travel. Own your market, own your audience. Because guess what? If you're not top 5 here, you can't make it. You can't go global. So don't think local, always think global. And I'll pass it on to anyone else who wants to add.
Absolutely. I would love for, David to chime in on this. The whole territory of ownership, how can we maintain that ownership, cut through the noise, cut through the clutter, and really identify valuable artists and valuable fans? What's your take on that?
Yeah, first thing I want to say, though, is thank you on behalf of the panel, just thank you to IMC for inviting us here. Thank you to Jamaica. Thank you to Sharon, Shaggy, the executive team. We're really honored to be here and excited. So I hope that these few days are going to be really enjoyable. I hope we can pay something back. Because if you look at the cultural makeup of this panel, and the success we've had, we couldn't have done anything without the culture supporting us, right? The culture is at the very base of every success that we have, and that's important for everyone to acknowledge. Now, I look at things from a more holistic view, because like Dee says, I oversee the development of artists worldwide in every single territory around the world, around the globe. And it may sound like a difficult job, but, you know, I have a bunch of people that have worked with me and support my efforts. And what I find is that artists don't really take the business or understand the business side as much as they should. Dee's right in what he's saying. You've got to have some ambition and drive and work hard in your own market, but you've always got to be thinking about, you know, how you've got to have ambition. You've got to have a vision. And social media is one thing, radio's another, press is another, the way you look, your performance, and what's also very important is who you have working with you in your team. You can start off with your brethren and your uncle or your cousin, but you've got to think about the professional aspect of the business, where you're going to have conversations, who you're going to have them with, and that's going to enable you to take advantage of all the different areas that you're going to come across, which involves, you know, moving the algorithm, getting more likes, getting more followers, getting more music, getting a hit record, etc. All of that comes after you really have a presence and ambition. And I think that that's very, very important to emphasize, you know, because there's influencers with loads of followers, right? There's individuals all around the world with loads of followers that they could never have a hit record. Even if they have a hit record, they're never going to have a career. And I know now there are some influencers out there who have records that get into the top 10 around the world, but they're not careers. They're not the Ushers, the Kanyes, the Jay-Z's, the Rihannas of this world. They're almost like modern day. They might as well be AI, sorry, not ANI. I nearly said ANR. They might as well be AI. We need substance. And the last thing I will say before I put the mic down for this minute is that I don't know if there's a culture or a country globally that has the effect that Jamaica has, right? Think about it.
We can give that one a round of applause, absolutely.
3.5 million people here, and there's nowhere in the world you can go that you don't meet a Jamaican or hear Jamaican repertoire, right? And obviously Shaggy and his generation have been really, really important. They've stood on the shoulders of everyone before that. It doesn't matter whether it's Dennis Brown or Sugar Mine, or everywhere you go, and I can testify to that because that's what I do for a living. I hear black reggae music everywhere. And we somehow have got to harness that and take advantage of that. And then the algorithm comes, and then the followers come, and then the career comes. But we need to think about that. Just unity on the island somehow, but we'll get to that later.
Thank you for that, David. That's a great point. And something I think guys talked about earlier, which you just alluded to, is consistency, right? That's why KFC's been here for 50 years. Shaggy's career has been 40 plus, probably. You guys have been in the industry. Sorry, am I aging you? 30 plus, I don't know. It's been a long time. You guys have been in your industries for 20, 30, 40 years. So the name of the game, I think, is consistency. But Shauna, maybe you can weigh in here. This dependency on platforms, this treadmill that music and content is on, these one-hit wonders that may get a whole heap of, likes, following, algorithms, spitting out numbers, and I don't prove to understand that either. But how do you make music success predictable? How do you predict music success? What wins? Consistency wins. We've heard that today. What wins, in your opinion?
To agree with the panel, definitely consistency, but I also think it comes down to the creativity of the artist, For example, Aisha, who's here in the front, I've worked with Aisha when we brought From the Block to Jamaica, and we had various up-and-coming artists, established artists, and I'll use Pablo YG as an example. He came up there authentically himself. He went to the mic. He had his little beatie, and that was the video that did over 1 million views and organically got co-signed by Kai Cenat on his stream. And now the next thing you know, I'm seeing more of Pablo YG crossover in the United States. Now I'm seeing him doing short form content with influencers and going on platforms like the On the Radars, you know? So I think it really comes down to, like, outside of the consistency, the creativity as well. And I think, for those who don't know, you know, my mom is from Hanover, Jamaica, and my father is from Victoria, Trinidad. And I'm first generation
Island
of my
girl.
parents' children to, for one, have a master's degree, two, work in music. So this really means a lot. And I was saying this earlier to Allison and Spice earlier, like how much they've influenced me to be in this space. And, you know, I also work on a few artists on the island, such as Skipper, Raja Wow, Croft, and Skeng, just to name a few. And I think one of the things that I've enjoyed doing working with them is just the branding and the consistency. Like, you know, giving Skipper his flowers. Skipper Ben was putting in his work, and when he started to be more consistent and leading into more of the mainstream, working with the mainstream producers and getting on these rhythms, now we see Skipper everywhere. Just the other day, Billboard highlighted him as one of the artists to watch, you know? So I think it really comes down to the consistency and the creativity more than anything. When you think Skipper, you think a red balloon. When you think Croft, you think a Jamaican Playboy Cardi. When you think Raja Wow, you know he's going to have some rock star stuff on. And Skeng, he's just a star within himself. So, you know, that's my take on it.
Thank you for that. Well said. Well said. Creativity and consistency. And believe me, you'll be here for decades.
Absolutely.
Right. So let's talk about that. Go into another space now of authenticity. We live in a world of AI. Spice was saying earlier, I want to learn about this thing and nothing going to keep me out of what's happening. The world is changing. The rules of marketing are changing. The rules of every industry are changing. So authenticity versus AI generation. It's a double-edged sword, right? Authenticity is where the creativity and the consistency is and where the real stuff happens. And if it's happening well, then it wins. But AI generation is driving efficiency, driving low cost of production, driving all of these other plus. However, it drives a lack of human connection, right? It drives out the emotional connectivity. So, also maybe you want to jump in here. How do marketers, or how do you as such a great personality face this and rise above the world of AI and what it's, you know, presenting to build that genuine connection? Authenticity versus AI generation.
I still walk up to people and introduce myself and shake hands. I think we've gotten lost in technology, but I don't think AI is a bad thing. I think you got to use it properly, but also AI is also mirroring what's going on in the world. We're having a lot of lack of, like, you know, me and him would probably talk over text message or email more than we would talk face to face. So I think for you guys, like, still going to, like, meet with people and still, like, introducing yourself and showing your personality, and don't rely on AI. Everything is about authenticity. If you're not good at something but you're authentic at it, people will rock with it. But since COVID, we're not with the fluff. We're not with the fake rapper or the fake singer. Like, we really want talent. We really want the real. We want to feel what these artists are saying, whether they're talking about something negative or positive. You have to make what's true to you. I've always told artists, like, when you go in the booth, whatever you feel when you hear that beat behind that microphone, record it. We can always come back to it. And some of the best records have come from that, not comparing yourself to the next person, not trying to be like someone else. Like, you might be inspired by Spice, but you're not trying to be her. You inspired by what she's doing, and you want to do your own version of that and pay homage to, you know, her greatness. And so in being creative, sometimes you get in your head, sometimes you get, like, it's a lot of stuff going on, so you can actually use AI to filter, you know, your thoughts. Now, when you're using these artists that are using AI to become artists, that's where, for me, I have an issue with that, you know. Yeah, you might write a couple of words and you're using somebody's voice, but that's not artistry to me. They don't know about being on the road, sleeping in crappy hotels, performing in a room with 30 people. You know what I'm saying? I used to be on the road with J. Cole, and he would open up, and he would perform. And I literally been where J. Cole performed in a room of 30 people, and he rocked it. And when I seen, I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna be a superstar. Now he does arenas. So you can use AI, but nothing beats who you really are. And it's all the young people in here, and I know y'all be on y'all phones and different stuff like that. Don't be scared to walk up to us or Shaggy or whoever's in this room and introduce yourself and tell us your story. Tell us where you from. We want that. We want that connection. The algorithm is cool, but that one-on-one human connection, nothing will ever beat that. You know what I'm saying? For artists, no matter how big you are and how busy your schedule is, if you take that 1 second to just shake that kid's hand or take that picture, you don't know what that's going to do for the next generation. So I don't think AI is a bad thing. You use it to your discretion, but it can't take the place of talent. It can't take the place of hard work, no matter what you do. Like at the end of the day, someone out there that's in their mirror for 6 hours practicing their craft in the studio, they're gonna beat AI every time. So, you know.
Guys, you're hearing it. You have it. Consistency, creativity. Start making a list. Work ethic. What Hustle just said. It's never gonna take the place of AI. You got to put the hard work in, right?
I think
so.
Just
jump in.
Your question. Marketing hasn't changed. The platforms are changing.
Right.
But marketing hasn't changed. It needs a human. But if you don't get with AI, it will leave you behind. But also understand the different platforms of AI and copyright. So when I was head of marketing at Motown, I remember at Universal there was a ban on using anything to do with AI, especially if it hadn't been released yet, because we don't own the copyright to it, and they couldn't figure out where it actually was going. So I think it's good to educate yourself on AI and know how you can use it, but just know that marketing hasn't changed. It's the platforms that are changing. It still needs you to be, again, authentic and own your story.
Absolutely. Dee, I would love you to weigh in here. The balance between art, authenticity, and we're talking about AI. Can you share with us any kind of real experiences of branding, building content, using AI tools, building a brand or an artist, using the traditional stuff as well as real world, the changing, the new platforms that are available to us?
Yeah, I think, what everyone here is saying, right? When I think AI, artificial intelligence is great. Everyone's going to use it. You got to learn it. You got to digest it. You got to make sure it knows who you are. That AI should also stand for authentic intelligence. It's got to be you. So at the end of the day, it's a perfect balance. It has to have, intention. It still has to be storytelling. If you're using AI to help you simplify the process, that's great. You can test out a lot of things with AI. And, a lot of artists have, and they're doing it daily. You might get, you might be in the studio. You might go in there and write a song. You have a melody in your head. You put a couple words in. If you use AI to bounce off ideas, that's great. I think the problem of it is, at the end of the day, when you rely on it too much, or, by default, it's not your authentic voice. You also have to learn that if you take something from AI, you got to put it in your own words, right? People know the real. The real is always going to come out. At the end of the day, everyone here, you have a story. People want to know your story. Caribbean stories need to be told in an important way. Your manager can't tell that story for you. They're here to help you magnify that and bring it out, but it still has to come from you, and that's an important piece when it comes to music.
Thank you for that, Dee. David, do you want to weigh in on this business of authenticity and art and this whole, area that we're in? And AI?
Yeah, sure. It's tough. It's really tough in this climate. I worked on a project recently last year. I don't know if you guys know the two brothers from Virginia called The Clips. You may know Pusha T more so. I know he had some beef with Drake, so that kind of gave him a little bit more exposure. But they're legends in the industry. And they put out a project last year independently. They stepped away from Def Jam and Universal. And they put together some incredible content which involved, the usage of AI and imaging, but the authenticity and the originality that they have coming from Virginia, which is not the coolest place in the world, right? But by the way, there's a bunch of artists that we know that come from there, but I'll talk about that later. But they're proud of where they come from. They're proud of their look. They're proud of their relationship with one of the greatest producers in the world, Pharrell. But they've included all that quality and creativity and their personal skill with an amazing visual campaign. Which again made use of technology. And we've always been using technology. It's just going to a whole different level. Auto-tune's been around forever. Editing in a production studio, using the production studio elements and technology, it's always been there. But now it's obviously moved to a different level, and I think the guys are right. You have to find a balance between the two, because you can have a hit or a look, but it's not going to last long unless you have some originality and some authenticity in the middle, at the source, at the core of your project that rolls out. So, again, we're not knocking it, but we don't want to rely on it. That's the basis.
Originality, authenticity, they still win. Not knocking it, use it wisely to drive efficiency, but not drive out talent. There you go. Right? Well, really great stuff there. Now, everybody in the music business, I think, there are some charitable aspects of music, but we're here to make money, right? Am I right? Anybody who's here to learn, what do you want to do at the end of the day with music? Make money, right? So let's go into a territory here. We have a few minutes left, and we want to have some Q&A, and we want to talk about, wrap it up with thoughts from each of you. But let's talk about revenue for a second. So we're in this business to make money. How do we make money out of visibility? Because we've been talking a lot about big numbers. Streams don't always equal income. Viral ability does not always equal ticket sales. Digital buzz does not always equal real-world income. Spice, I'm sure it's not the likes who buy a house, right? No. Okay. How does marketing convert attention into revenue? David, let's start back again with you. How does marketing convert attention into revenue? And Dee, I would love you to chime in on that.
So this is where I think Portia was right. The marketing hasn't changed and doesn't change across any form of revenue driving, right? Whether it be food and beverage, right. You have to have a product that's based on quality, right? You have to be consistent, you have to work hard, and you have to have a good team that advises you as to how you roll out your campaign, your marketing campaign, right? If you have that in place and you believe in yourself, I mean, like I said at the beginning of my first comments, you have to look at everything holistically. It's not one thing. You could be great on Instagram and poor on TikTok. You can be great on TikTok but poor on every other single platform. You could have an unbelievable voice but not know how to perform, right? You need everything. And if you know how to perform and you are original and you are authentic, you can sell tickets. I'll give you a perfect example, and Flo Rida won't mind me saying this, right? Flo Rida is one of the biggest selling rappers in the world. Can't sell tickets. Can't fill a venue, right? And he doesn't mind because he's been successful. But the reality is he doesn't have the charisma or the authenticity or the depth to be able to get $100 out of your pocket. But you don't mind streaming on Spotify or Apple month to month, right? So he and I have had this conversation, so I'm not speaking out of turn. You just got to understand who you are. So if you really want to generate income, you've got to be true to yourself. And I think that along with everything else we've talked about, originality, great music, a good team, consistency, working all the platforms, how about being able to perform in front of an audience and selling tickets and then creating an opportunity for yourself to do branding deals? Because if you show that you can bring people out and purchase tickets, brands will then say, right, you've got an unbelievable fan base, a locked-in fan base, so we're going to help you make money off selling Dove soap, Nivea cream.
So that is measurable ROI-driven marketing.
Absolutely.
You want a return on this, and you want to be able to measure it. So you touched an area there, brand deals, merch deals, touring, licensing. D, help us out here, maybe hustle. Weigh in on that side of it. Is traditional marketing still alive in the music business?
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah. I think, you have to think like David was just talking about your fan base and doing shows. How do you start? You might start out, the first show you might have would be 15 people. How do those 15 people turn to 30 people? How does it turn into 120 people? I remember going to see Noah Power, who was on stage earlier, every Tuesday night in Queens at Seafood Tuesdays. Him and Polish would have a crowd in there about 50 to 75 people. Now Noah Power could keep a birthday party in Brooklyn and bring out 2,000 to 3,000 people for his birthday party. So that's turning your audience into something special. I think licensing deals are important. Don't just think because you're in Jamaica, hey, KFC is one of the biggest brands. They might need a jingle from you. They might hear your song, you pitch it to the right person, you can have a licensing deal on a KFC commercial and a campaign. There you go.
Right.
So it's here for you. You pick up, there's water. There's so many different Jamaican brands that you can market yourself to. You could create the right records that could give you a moment. So you got to look really in your community what you have. And there's culture here. There's culture in Jamaica that you can turn into currency.
And I'd like to tell you, mentioning, a little thing like a jingle, a brand like KFC might just give you more airplay in advertising dollars and media spend than your song would have ever gotten pounding the pavement. So don't knock it. I think, I can't remember who it was, Jay Frey was, saying, don't let corporate kind of take you over. You must own your stuff. Today is all about ownership, and we agree with that. And I don't know why Sharon has dropped me, little corporate person, in the middle of this ant's nest of the music industry here, but I will say the power behind that is just incredible. The amount of artists we have worked with over the decades that have actually bust from being in a KFC ad, a sports personality, a musician, anything like that. So don't knock the corporate collabs. So it is still alive. ROI-driven marketing is still alive.
Yeah, I also wanted to chime in as well. What David and Dee said as far as just like even being able to push tickets, that's so important. I think especially with international artists. From a major label standpoint, they would see what we're doing in like the Caribbean music scene, and they're like, oh, we want to sign these artists, but then they're like, wait, the streams aren't converting on like Spotify or Apple, but what's making the Caribbean artists even get the attention and stand out the way that they are is one, the creativity from the music videos in a lot of cases in the music.
Creativity.
But most importantly, they're selling tickets. They are selling tickets. Like, I can go down the list. Clearly, we have legends right here, that their shows are just insane. Like, even with the new kids, like they're selling tickets, and believe it or not, they're doing more views on YouTube than a lot of these rappers, and they're selling more tickets and filling out rooms than a lot of these US rappers, so I think what you guys stated was like super important.
Can I say something about brand deals real quick?
Absolutely.
So I've been in music in the entertainment space for 20 years about. Now I creative direct my agency for Nike and Jordan brand, and I'm still using my phone book from music. Each one of you is your own brand, right? So when you talk about like ownership, right? These brands, we sell product. We people of color. When you come out that womb, you fly. When you come out that womb, you're a king, you're a queen. So when you put on those shoes or you put on that outfit and you walk outside, there's somebody who see you and say, I want that outfit, and might go buy the same thing. So with that in mind, especially as artists, I try to get these artists to realize, instead of you buying all this Gucci, Prada and stuff like that, why don't you fly to Paris and meet with them? Why don't you go find a small brand and get some equity in the brand and build it? There's artists who do not touch their marketing budget because they're getting brand deals. We all are a brand. I went from buying Nikes to being an influencer for Nike and working for Nike to now they pay me for my ideas, and now I find artists, content creators, different stuff like that. When you want to talk about like ownership, that's where it's at to go get these brands. So if you noticing you a chef and you notice the cookware that you're using, you can make a video. You can go on LinkedIn, find a marketing person, send them a video and say, hey, I'm a chef. I use this product. I love it. I would love to build with you. And they will send you product. They will start putting money behind what you got going on. They, you know what I'm saying? You will see, you know, certain content creators, they got certain products in the back. Kai Cenat got T-Mobile, and Kai Cenat is signed to Nike. He's a Nike athlete, you know, so branding is so key. Even if you're doing concerts and selling tickets, you can go get a small brand to jump on board and be a part of it. So let's just say you want to work with Nike, but Nike don't want to work with you. They have a million competitors out there that you can go, you know, work with. So we're always looking for artists. We're always looking for the people that's pushing culture to get behind and support from the ground up. So each one of you, I don't care if you 10 years old or you 60 years old, you are a brand, and there's a brand out there that will pay you for you to be you. So never lose sight of that.
Incredible.
Also, just want to say
Portia?
that it's great to work with brands. I work with brands as well, but so like what Spice was saying earlier, you know, she created her own brand from the beginning of her career. Now, if we're looking at new rules of marketing, CRM is extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
So to those in the audience that might...
CRM? Anybody knows what CRM means or stands for? What is it?
So someone said? Customer relationship management, which ultimately is like a newsletter, a database where you can have ownership and own that data. So for example, for those in the audience that may think that, you know, working with a Nike or a Reebok is not tangible, is not reachable, if it's 10 people within your community, everywhere you go, they always support you. If you're known for wearing a particular type of socks, create your own sock line. Is there someone that is from a particular part of Jamaica? Jamaica has everything. You might not think that they do, but Jamaica is a very influential country, like you were saying earlier, David. So can you create your own sock line for each release of every song you do? Or on every release, you're going to give away an item that you're known for and that you create yourself. So then you can then feed out to your database that you have from the beginning of your career that can then grow. And then when you start to get more reach and engagement, and then you're creating enough awareness, when a Nike does come to you or a Reebok, you can say, actually, I've been doing this for my own company, for my own business from the beginning of my career. And if they're offering you a particular check or revenue on the back end of the deal, you actually have your own data that you own, that you can actually say to them, actually, my numbers are way more than what you're looking to pay me on the back end of that.
And even adding to what Portia just said, you could create like your own WhatsApp group community, like, you know, like your own broadcast channel, whatever, to capture some of that data, communicate with those people who want to stay up to date with you, so that you're feeding them all of this information. They get the exclusive drop. Or if Instagram is your main platform, click the link to my WhatsApp broadcast channel. You know, I have something exclusive dropping at this time. That way you're staying up to date with everyone who's really invested in, you know, staying up to date with you.
Absolutely. So traditional ROI-driven marketing, traditional ways of branding and marketing your brand is still very much alive. That's what everybody's, you know, that's what we're hearing. And in a world of complete clutter, we've been talking about the noise, all the content, you know, the content treadmill that music is on right now, the platforms that, you know, just produce numbers, and we've talked about authenticity, creativity, consistency. It doesn't matter where you are on that journey. Because I think even as a brand now, we're looking for the next up-and-coming thing, or the big, you know, the big brand that's well-established, big artist that's well-established. You don't know what the brand is looking for to be able to collaborate with them and have a successful collab. So wherever you are on the journey, 10 followers or 100,000 followers, you got to always give it a shot and own your domain, own your journey. Okay, so any other comments there on turning how marketing can convert attention into revenue? There's a lot of attention out there in the music business, but we want to make money. Any other comments?
Oh, one thing I want.
We'll get to Q&A in 5 minutes. We are wrapping up. We're wrapping up.
Something I also want to say, trademark your name, trademark your brand, copyright, learn about copywriting. I think a lot of times I had an artist was about to get signed to a label, and somebody had already owned the website and trademarked his name and was trying to get $1 million to get it back, and the label just didn't want to, touch him. So with that being said, like, if you have a crazy idea and you think of a website, go to GoDaddy.com or whatever website, get the domain. If you have a cool name for an artist or a sock line or whatever, go trademark it and get your copyright. That is like so important, because, that's the first thing of ownership. You know what I'm saying? I own my name. I own everything that I'm a part of, that I come up with. I trademark it first before I even take it to a brand, just so they won't, I own my IP. So definitely do your research on copywriting and trademarking.
And as Shaggy said earlier, you the artist, you the creator, you're the boss. Yes. Right? You're the boss. You own it. Okay, so to wrap up, we've heard from some of the greatest talents in the business here in terms of marketing minds. Marketing, I wish we had more time to hear more stories from them, who they've worked with, the brands they've worked with, and who they've watched the careers, just spiral. But if you had one kind of word to sum it up, new rules of marketing, we've been giving the audience a couple new rules here and there, but one word from each of you to kind of sum up that big takeaway for the audience. Dee, you want to start?
Yeah, I know we mentioned ownership, and that's important, and everyone, as you get caught up in social media, you want to be seen. It's not about just being seen. You got to figure out, after people discover you, how do you monetize that, and how do you act upon that discovery? So just always think about that. As you continue on your journey as an artist, you want to be seen, but after they see you, how do you reel them in and really connect them, and you own your own platform? Like Shauna said, your WhatsApp discovery group, you can sell anything. You start with a weekly drop of a T-shirt at $50. Your real friends, your real fans will spend that $50 on you. You might get that once a month, but that's important. You can build on that. So nothing is too small to build upon.
Anything is possible, right? Hustle, share with us.
Storytelling, that's my word, but also everybody starts with 0 followers. So stop trying to chase the followers that you don't have and talk to the ones that you do have. So if you have 5 followers, talk to those 5 people, build with them, and let each one of those 5 people go get 5 people, and you multiply from that. So you get your house to believe in it, then you get your neighbor to believe in it, then you get your block to believe in it, then you get the area to believe in it, then you get your city, and then hopefully you get the world. But everything starts with storytelling and marketing, in my eyes.
Fantastic insight. Thank you. Yeah, great.
The one word I would use is patience. You have to have patience. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. And again, it's just taking the steps day by day to build up your brand, and you'll get to where your heart desires.
Patience, work ethic, consistency. We're beginning to sound like just, over and over, but that is the business, right? Portia.
I would say e-commerce. In regards to the topic of new rules of marketing, e-commerce, if you are not thinking of long-term strategies don't just think of a clothing line and putting your name on a T-shirt. Think of it for having longevity in the industry. So e-commerce and how you sell your products and your brand online. Platforms like Shopify, they're, are easy accessible, and they're free. So e-commerce would be definitely a new rules of marketing.
And you do know you can buy KFC online now, right?
No, don't tell them that, because that's what I use.
WhatsApp marketing, e-commerce. Okay. David, take us home with the big key takeaway for the new rules of marketing.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to think of something different. I think everything that everybody said is key. You can't have one without the other, right? That's the first thing. I think that you 3 have really honed in on what the new rules of marketing are, right? It's IP, it's ownership, it's owning your brand, trademarking, etc., etc. Dee and I come from a different era where the major labels controlled everything, and they still pretty much do, to be honest. But the independent landscape is building. So in tandem with everything that everybody said, talking to a black Jamaican audience, I'd like to be relevant and say 3 words, right? Which is cultural pride, right? We have got to be proud of who we are as black Jamaicans. We've got to be proud of that and never lose sight of that. It's very special. You need to understand that. And the other one is professionalism. This soon come, me ready soon. Well on.
Work ethic.
Island time.
Yeah. The timekeeping, you know, all the things that come with everybody in all of our families, right? It doesn't work. You've got to change it, right? And so cultural pride and professionalism are the 2 words, the 3 words that I think also tied in with everything else are very, very important.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Being Jamaicans, pride is up there for us, right? 100%. So pride has to be at the heart of everything that we do. And music, the pride in our music as a country. Somebody said it, you know, how little Jamaica is and how big impact it makes in the music world. We are just getting started. And something like IMC, I'm going to pause here just to recognize the Honorable Minister Grange for being here and her endorsement of something like IMC, and to big up Sharon Burke and Judith Bodley for putting on this platform to bring awareness. Big round of applause. And for Shaggy for chairing it, but to bring awareness to, you know, even brands like us that have been doing this for 50 years in Jamaica, or to the youth of Jamaica that have a future. You know, what does that future look like? So the new rules of marketing has not changed. We're still out there building brands and building great brands for 50 years, 30 years, 20 years, 1 week. Whoever's in that audience with an idea or a vision or a drive or a dream, you know, it starts today. So marketing has not changed is what we've learned today, but the game has and the platforms have. So it's how you manipulate them and how you use them and how you balance them. So I would love to, for the last 3-4 minutes, take some questions for these awesome panelists. And don't make it a KFC complaints department, please. That's closed. We would love to hear, with this amazing competence and talents that we have that visited us for this panel, we'd like you to direct it at them.
I think one thing before we leave, everyone in this room, you guys are all culture shifters. You're from Jamaica, right? Don't follow no trends. You got to create movements. And if you create movements and you stick together, that's going to change everything.
That's pride. We are Jamaican. A round of applause for that. All right, questions. We have one right here. Mic on?
Mike.
Hello. Oh.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Renelle. I am the founder of Rain Media Group. We specialize in digital storytelling and rollout strategy for artists and cultural brands in the Caribbean diaspora. I really enjoy this panel and the fact that you guys mentioned that traditional marketing is still alive and well. Usually when people think marketing, they go straight to social media, but there is so much untapped value in personal, marketing activations and building your community as an artist. So my question is to the panel, with audiences craving more human first and less overly polished content these days, what shifts are you seeing in campaign rollouts at the label and agency level? Are big budget campaigns still leading, or are you guys finding, more community-led digital movements becoming the real power drivers? Thank you.
From the label end, I'll use like Cardi B as an example. And like Don Tolliver at Atlantic, I think the in-person activations have worked exceptionally well for them. Cardi has a song on her project called Bodega Batty, and they literally rented out a corner store in New York. They brought Phantom, Dominican, New York native, and all the fans were lined out, and it was interactive, and it was people able to just like speak to her and touch her and get, have that moment with her. And the same with like Don Tolliver. He had like a pop-up performance in Brooklyn, and the in-person stuff still work. When artists are able to when fans are able to see you and are able to speak to you directly or feel as if they can have that type of like one-on-one interaction with you, Quiet as Kept It goes very far, because then they go online and they talk about, oh my God, I met this artist and they did this, and this was the experience that I had, and I love this rollout. Like if you look at Cardi B's album rollout, people love how she went on the train at like 2, 3 in the morning and shot content promoting her album, saying make sure you get your tickets and you buy the vinyls to my show. If she's a native New Yorker, you wouldn't think Cardi B will still take the train, So I think those in-person activations matter.
From a brand perspective, I'm on the agency side. One thing, shout out to Bodega Batty. I discovered the producer who made that Ponzu on Clubhouse during COVID just by talking about music, so shout out to him. But on the agency side, the budgets are big, and everything right now is community-based. It don't matter if we push in the new job, Air Force Ones, we're finding community groups all over to bring kids in and different stuff like that. So the brands are still big budgets. We're doing community, but nothing beats one-on-one interaction. Nothing beats shaking someone's hand and introducing them yourself. Also, elevator pitch. Learn how to tell me who you are, what you do, and why I should rock with you in 20 seconds. And you got me. So yeah, we got technology, but even what you just did by asking a question, if you see somebody doing something that's dope, if you see another platform doing something amazing, don't hate on it. You can reach out like, yo, how did you do that? So the one-on-one interaction is always going to be key in anything from business deals to just, if you're trying to court a girl or court a guy, like that one-on-one interaction going to be the text any day of the week.
So in-person is still very much alive. Even for brands like ours, technology is there to drive efficiency, to drive speed, to drive, just maybe high quality, but nothing will take the place of experience, and experience is human connection based. When you live at the emotional connection of any brand, whether music or food, you live in the heart of consumers and you build numbers. So in-person wins is what we're hearing, right? And artists as big as Cardi B still pound the pavement and are out there in their communities. So great question. Thank you. Anybody else?
I just want to make a quick comment right here. So testimony, 2024, came to the conference, heard the same exact thing about marketing initiatives. Went to Jamaica Tourist Board with a strategy to Christopher DaCosta, and then we came out with a project called Hello. And Hello was a marketing initiative. I'm putting it on the spot right now. Hello is a marketing initiative that went out with JTB in collaboration. A few months after that, we did another collaboration with Busy Signal for Jamaica Love. Mm-hmm. So Christopher DaCosta, again, putting him on the spot, the man behind that with JTB. But as you're talking about activation, we talk about brands, it came from this conference.
Incredible.
Without this conference, that wouldn't have happened, because it's talking about marketing, activation, and how you strategically align with businesses in order to have a proper implementation to go out there to the masses and use your artistry to do so, and being able to be in the right place at the right time. In these conferences is how it works. So just want to shout that out. You said it great,
and Shaggy said it this morning. Thank you for that. Relationships.
Yeah.
And I think this panel has been saying it. They are here. They are here, not just JTB, but these guys here are here to share their genius.
Tina, I just want to say to the young lady before, from a UK lens, having worked at all the labels and also at the agencies, budgets are different depending on the market in which you're trying to work with. The consumption in the US is a bigger market than the consumption in the UK, and how the return of investment is weighed by labels and brands is different. So have that in mind, depending on what it is your objective is and what you're trying to do. And in regards to like getting a deal from a brand or from a label or working with third-party partners, you may sometimes not get the monetary value you want in cash, but you may get it in like ad credits, for example, if you're working with like a TikTok. So those are the different ways you can work in regards to the budget side of things.
Thank you for that, Portia, and thank you for that question again. Any more questions? Yes?
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I'm an entertainment attorney from the U.S. I would like to ask the panel, especially with marketing, you're talking about ownership. The theme is ownership of this conference. And one thing I wanted to ask you for the people to know, how complicated is a sponsorship and brand contract? Because a lot of people are doing this without legal counsel and just doing it on the fly. How important would you say it is to get a legal counsel when you're dealing with all of these complex transactions?
David, you want to?
Yeah, I'll take that. It's very complicated, right? And I again at the beginning of the panel, I talked about the fact that everybody needs to try to work hard to get a good team around them, right? With all due respect to everyone in this room, I'm tired of mummagers. I'm tired of family being involved in an artist's career, right? They don't know what they're doing. They're biased. They're emotional, and it's crazy. And so what we need is, I think we need family involvement and family alignment. I think that's important. But you need to bring in people like some of the people you see on this panel to get involved, to help you and guide you through that process, to get you to the right lawyer, to understand that the lawyer shouldn't charge high rates in the beginning, that they should work with you because everyone's investing, right? But you do need legal counsel. You do. It's very, very, very important. But you do need that person in the middle of it all to oversee and quarterback the whole process.
So you need the right legal counsel, and I'm sorry, I don't agree. I think you can have family members. For example, we have family, right, that are trustworthy, that can learn the business when they're grown with the artist. I think there are sometimes people that take advantage, but that you can have a family member who's a momager or what have you. But sorry, I don't agree with that point.
Let's have an argument.
But
that was the last panel.
Legal counsel, yeah, is definitely.
Oh, that's the last panel.
But the right legal counsel, and also depending on the kind of contract and the country you're dealing with in regards to that contract. And some stuff you can actually just find from the internet if it's a one-pager agreement.
And
that's my point. You can't do it. Trust me, and we should never ever promote that because it's dangerous. There are thousands and thousands of people that look like us in contracts that are terrible, right? And unfortunately, it's more prevalent than it's not. So I'm going to be very strong on that. And of course, you can have a family member who's a good manager. But I'm going to tell you, in the 25 years I've been working, I've come across one. That's Usher's mother.
Hustle, you want to jump in
One.
here?
Yeah. Know the
Talk
language.
about our culture. Billie Eilish and Taylor Swift, they're fine.
That's why I was speaking in general.
Yeah.
I would say just know the language. I deal with contracts all the time. Know the word perpetuity. I always mess it up trying to say it, but when you see that word, run from it.
Spice takes it out of
Hear from Spice. I heard that already today.
Know that word.
Who else said that today?
So when we talk about ownership, understanding how they're going to use the content, where they're going to use the content, when it's not going to be used. So you got to spend money to make money. So I would put all my coins together to find the best legal counsel to walk you through it. But also, when you get your legal counsel, don't just have them read your contract and then tell you it's good or not. Go step by step and say, what does this mean? What is deliverables? What is KPIs? What do these certain terms mean? There's a lot of artists who do brand deals and might do something with Nike, and Nike give them a check, but then it's like, no, Nike now owns this. This is not yours. They gave you a check for it, so you can't use it. No, you can't use it when your terms is up. This belongs to Nike. So whether it's a family member who's a lawyer, get an entertainment lawyer, get a lawyer that knows the contract. Don't get a real estate lawyer to read an entertainment contract. Don't get your cousin who's, they went to law school and they passed the bar, but they really just, doing some other stuff. Go get a professional, spend the money, do your research on the lawyer as well, because some lawyers, they be in bed with whatever said company you get in the contract to, but learn those words, know what's going on, and this is when you can also use AI. There's something you don't know, you can also ask AI, what does that mean? And then you can tell them, explain it to me in the plainest of terms and use an example for me to understand that. So that's what I would recommend.
So great question. Thank you for that. Yes, round of applause for the panelists to answer that. And that was, it sounds a little complicated, but definitely watch your back where that is concerned. There are some things that have happened even in the food industry in Jamaica. Don't know if you guys saw that vending machine recently. Nothing legal about that. That was using KFC in the very wrong way. So I can say that now because, you know, it's not music rights or artist rights, but brand rights, you know. You can't sell other people's things, not yours. All right, we have time for one more question. We're out of time. I've tried to keep really on track here. One more.
Microphone.
Got you.
Hello.
I think they're trying to get us back on time.
Thank you.
Yes, we have to. We have to get back on time because we also have to move into Q&A very quickly. You're going to take like about 1 minute, and you can't take the person's microphone.
Oh, he gave it.
We're trying to be.
All right, last question.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Well, my name is Daniel Marshall.
Yes.
And I'm an artist. My artist name is Ira Sadkor. I am from the ghetto of Kingston, the gully side to be exact. And we have no approach in these business people and brands.
You know why, though? Because you need a manager. And the management panel is going to come up shortly.
Yes.
So.
And IMC is here for you. Very nice segue, Judith.
And you have Sharon Burke on the ground if you really want to talk to a manager. So. We're going to move now into Q&A. If you have a question, let me see your hand right here.
Yes, good.
Question.
Good afternoon, panel. This is for you, Tina.
For me?
Yes, I've been hearing that KFC is now the new national dish. What is the method behind the madness in terms of marketing? Have you used some of these new rules that you're speaking about?
Great question. Minister is here. Maybe she's going to make it a national dish officially, hopefully. That's an unofficial title. It's not the national dish. And we're very proud as KFC Jamaica to be known for things like having the best KFC in the world. It should be the national dish. That kind of loyalty and, you know, committed consumer base and share relationship that we've enjoyed with Jamaica comes from, you know, a lot from marketing and building the brand and building those connections over many, many years. So the new rules for marketing, I think, is more that we have used is more to communicate with our consumers, but driving the engagement, the emotional connection, the love for our consumers just as much as the consumers love us will never change. It's how we say it has changed. The platforms have changed. The content may have changed, but the actual objectives of communicating and building relevance and connectivity with our market base, with our fans, as the music industry would say, or our consumers, that does not change. So I hope I've answered that. We hope to maintain the national dish status for many more years, 50 more years.
Get a manager.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Hello, right over here. See me here, Miss Matalon, right here.
Right here.
All right, so as an artist, I'm an upcoming artist. My name is Kenzik. I'm one of Jamaica's more premier actors, so you might have seen me in movies and so on. But anyway.
I'm like, you look like...
Yeah, I look familiar. But yeah, but I'm just saying that I wanted to ask this question since we're talking about marketing. As an artist that is trying to take the responsible route, how do we get industry decision makers to prioritize artists that are trying to be responsible with how they approach their marketing rather than shock value, than the controversial route? I want to know how those decisions are made, if you guys have any priority that you give to those type of artists, and what is your advice for that type of artist?
When you say
Great
responsible,
question.
do you mean more conscious?
Yeah, so the responsible route, meaning that you're not the type of person that is going to put to glue horns on the top of your head, or
So nothing disruptive.
nothing
You're putting in the
disruptive,
work.
or you're not going to be the person that is going to wear a thong on a stage if you're a female artist. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, you know, if you're an artist that is trying to take the responsible route, be responsible, have a more positive influence, because Jamaica has a space where there is a lot of, you know, a lot of negative energy that exists around how we promote our artists. But I'm just asking, how do we get those industry decision makers to prioritize artists that are taking the responsible route?
Well, I can tell you, it's more attractive to corporate Jamaica.
Do you have a
The
song
more
that's out
responsible
now?
person.
Do you have music that's out? Do you have music that's out? Where is it? On all platforms? You have a video that's out?
Are you investing in yourself? Because you said something earlier, like in order to like see results or like, you know, to make money, you have to invest in yourself. There's so many different, you have all these different Jamaican outlets, Kaboom Magazine, Main Dangers, 24 Dance Hall, like there's all these different outlets. Are you taking the time after you produce your content to seed it to these platforms so they can see this positive stuff? You have Aisha sitting in the front, her and her business partner, Jacob Creed, they have Disruptor. That's a performance platform. Have you reached out to say, hey, I have this song and I want to perform on your platform so I can get this visibility? The kid, Spaceman, I think that's his name. He went viral on the platform, Spaceman, right? He went viral on the platform recently. All the U.S. pages posted him now like, oh my gosh, it's Jamaican trap scamming music. Are you saying I'm going to invest in myself and go on these platforms to showcase my talent as well? Those are the things you have to take into account. A lot of the artists that I work on that's in the trap dancehall space, I'm making sure I'm taking the time to put them on the right platforms. And when I put them on the platforms, I'm putting them on the right accounts. Like Raja Wild just dropped Rockin' Science mixtape, and he has this song with this feature with Bass Swag from New York. Now I'm hitting up the What New York City Sound Like page and making sure that the New York audience is seeing that this dancehall artist collab with this hip hop artist. You have to invest in yourself and put yourself on those different platforms.
And it got to be good.
Yeah.
And a freeway.
Whether you got a thong on,
Got to be great.
Got to be good.
Guys, we have what it come down to. You could think so highly of your music, but everybody else has to feel the same way as well, you know?
And a way that you can do it for free, like yesterday was Tuesday service. That was a free event for Reggae Month. And that was one of the few events I've been to in Jamaica in regards to like a stage show where it wasn't like there was a backstage and there was VIP. You could literally, like Shawnee B was there. There were people, different artists were there that were more conscious artists, for example, where you had a lot more of a way in to have a conversation with someone. And that was free. You didn't have to pay to go. So did you go? Yeah. Did you go yesterday?
No. Well, I
didn't go. I'm also I'm a teacher. I work every day and all of those stuff. So I understand that the conversation around that is a little bit skewed, because as an artist that is trying to take the responsible route, when you reach out to a lot of these platforms are paid platforms, and as a Jamaican, sometimes you cannot reach the marketing dollars that is going to take to get you on these
which is
platforms.
why I was saying yesterday was a free event, which is more on the conscious side, and it was.
But also to pull it together, the negative space does rise above the
All right.
positive space.
Right next to you, the man next to you. Hold on a sec.
Way over time.
Okay, sorry.
So D, finish up what you're saying.
D, finish.
No. Right next to you is Max Glazier, one of the most influential DJs. He got Federation.
Amen.
Now. He's on the radio. Let him hear your music. All right? Maybe you'll play it on the radio in New York. You never know who you're next to.
Well,
This
to
is
wrap
the
it up,
IMC.
I will say that the negativity is short-lived. Do not watch negativity. The shock and awe and all that disruptive stuff is short-term.
It is.
Consistency, talent, creativity, and work ethic, that's what works to market your music. So thank you very much. To our panelists, thank you guys very, very much for your time here today. And to reiterate, relationships and meet the people that are around you at this conference. Thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this power panel. They have really dropped some significant gems. So we thank you. to see you. One, two, three. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to clear the stage. Terry, can you clear the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, can you clear the stage?
For better, for worse. Who Jaja bless, let no man curse. I put the family first. Though sometimes it hurts. So glad we're together.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to clear the stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Latoya. Ladies and gentlemen, can you clear the stage and take your seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Can you clear the front area? Because we're about to move into something that you are actually going to love. Ladies and gentlemen, can you clear the front area, please? Take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Can you take your seats, please? Can you take your seats, please? Sunshine, backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. All right.
Your apprentice. Tour MC. Yeah. Fallen soldiers gone again, yeah. Say them gone again. And we don't know where you gone, my friend, but loving on my heart, that gone. Now for my dogs, them fine. Couple of my dogs done star. Long time me and you not part. Me no know where them gone again. Me no know where you gone, my friend. But we have for old par again. And say we have for old par again. Yeah. Long time me and the dog them grow. Stay close, come and know to the street coast. Some boy that's scared anywhere the breeze blow. Chain them on my neck like snow. Anywhere my brother that will go. Life short, so you know we have to live good. We have to live good.
Check. Okay, so the stage is clear. And why is that? Because we have one of the top dancers out of Jamaica. He's international. He did the drift. What is his name? Oh, what is man? Mr. Dancer. Okay. One of the biggest dancers out of Jamaica. He did the drift. Say his name again. I can't hear you. I can't hear. Okay. Okay. So we welcome to the IMC stage on this day one of IMC 2026. His name is... All right. Take the stage. Gabidon. Check.
Check. Yeah, me like big up everybody who there at the conference, you know. My name is Gabidon. My brother over here is Lucky and Salah right here. So you know we're going to perform for the people. So here we are going now. Shawnee B. And vibes, we're going to vibes of the place right now. When you give me a reggae song fest call out. Yo, Salah, the far background here, sir. We are turn up the place now.
You want to be perform like that, boop, boop. People, stadium, IMC. When it comes to dancing, this man has taken dancing from the streets of Kingston, Jamaica, all the way around the world. IMC, can you please make some noise for the street dancer? Gabidon!
Bet me turn up in ya. Drip. I bet me turn up in ya. Acha, no more. Kiba, can't stop. Ooh, singer, me, grass, on, killer. Some move, some rock, some sip liquor. Move, you, wet, kiba, girl. Drop, quicker, make a dance couple times, girl. Take my picture. I bet me turn up in ya.
Shiny, pull up. All heap of schoolers there. More 4 students from each school forward on the stage. Yeah, some of the students them forward on the stage. Can you enjoy with me? Forward. Oh, hurry up. We don't have much time. Hurry up. Oh, no, hurry up. Forward now, come now. Forward. Oh, the forward. Nobody else no more. Forward now. Forward, come. Come. Play about the drift. You ready? Forward. You can't dance. You ready?
Bet me turn up in ya. Drip. I bet me turn up in ya. Acha, no more. Kiba, can't stop. Ooh, singer, me, grass, on, killer. Some move, some rock, some sip liquor. Move, you, wet, kiba, girl. Drop, quicker, make a dance couple times, girl. Take my picture. I bet me turn up in ya. Drip.
All right, to the office. Chief Charlie, play my next song. Next, Charlie, baby.
On top of my game, wanna stay on top of my name. Put me in the hall of fame, you know, see me a dance like a free 2 times, everybody up it tight. Got that gus in your man, you're too ready, guy. And in the air, put them up in the sky. If in my waist, everybody, happy. Dip. Some do it, you make dip. Some do it. Run it up, dip. Every night club in a bunny cup, dip. Girl, some sweet like honey cup. But if the in my waist, man, I never get a big fuck. You know, see me, I can see me rock your teacup. Oh, no, can't keep up. Watch it, mommy.
Forward with me, Sharon. No, you're not dancing. 1 second. No, you're not dancing. No, Sharon, forward. People, this is Sharon Burke. Play about the first song there. Play about the first song. Sharon, remember we ain't tour the world with Drift. We go everywhere in our world. Give me your phone. Sharon, you go everywhere in our world, you bring me. So here we go on. Even one step out of the Drift you have to do. Sharon, no. Sharon, foul, no. Sharon, no. Sharon, 1 second. Sharon, People, if you don't want to see Sharon dance, say Sharon. If you don't want to see Sharon dance, say Sharon. Sharon, forward. You can't let down the people live. You don't want them to come back next year. Sharon, the easy part. And the easy part you do. Play about this song. Yo, round of applause to Sharon. Sharon, big up yourself. Move, you, wait, keep up, yeah. Drop, quicker, make a dance couple time, girl, take my picture. I make me turn up in ya. I can't spoil. All girls them jump and shout out for a while. Watch this. Oh, not that. You hear new style, new dance and lick. In your hand in the ear, then you rock, then you dip. Move to the drum and make your body kick. Step forward and come up back with that and then. Yes, I do. Rap bogle dance, some music sweet you. Bogle around the place night and day. So just rap bogle dance.
2. Check. 1, 2. Look here. How I never hear when you clap, Gabby Don and the dancers. Yeah, because this is how we roll up in here. When people do something, we clap and cheer. Okay, so that was Gabadon and his dancers. That is it. So we're moving into our next panel in another 5 minutes, okay?
For better, for worse. Who Jaja bless, let no man curse. I put the family first, though sometimes it hurts. So glad we're together here on earth. Wagwan sister, it's been so long since we've spoken. Though we're struggling in them system, our spirit is still unbroken, yeah. Wagwan brother, so glad you're looking after your mother. And they say we're not getting any younger, but every day we get stronger and wiser. Trying to make things right. Cherish these precious times. Oh, just shine your light on us. Show us the way to go. Oh Lord, I put the family first. For better, for worse. Ooh, Jaja bless, let no man curse. I put the family first. Though sometimes it hurts. So glad we're together here on earth. Well, and counsel. No, Wagwan Stacy, yeah, love how you taking care of your baby. That's just the way you win and I did raise with. Look how long you tell them that we gon' make it, yeah. And still we pray. There's nothing standing our way. Oh, just shine your light on us. Nothing can break or just I put the family first. For better, for worse. Who judge a place let no man curse. I put the family first. Though sometimes it hurts. So glad I put my family first, yes. For better, for worse, who Jah bless, let no man curse. I put my family first, so sometimes it hurts. So glad I put my family first. Sometimes it hurts. I put my family first. Together we make anything work. Family first. Na, na, na,
Friends and family, that's how we ought to be. Lot to be grateful, lot to be grateful for. Lot to be grateful, lot to be grateful, a lot to be grateful for, yeah. Oh, lot to be, a lot to be, lots to be, lots to be grateful for. Give thanks and praises, give thanks and praises, a lot to be thankful for. There's a lot to be grateful for. There's lots to be grateful for. So much to be grateful for. There's a lot to be grateful for.
First of all, I'm giving thanks to the highest
Okay,
creator.
so we're about to go into our third panel for the day. But before so, I have to always thank our sponsors. Now, the marketing panel that was just here would make you understand how important our sponsors are, how important these people are that ensure that IMC can actually happen. Jamaica Tourist Board. Can't do without them. You could have bust a little clap. Jamaica Tourist Board. That is it. Thank you. Tasty Jamaica Limited. The Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. KFC. Pepsi. You don't like Pepsi? Then Pepsi? Okay. Ocean Spray. JCDC. Okay. Irie FM. Zip 103. Sun City FM. What the Portmore people? Okay. VP Records. Look here. Without VP Records, reggae music, and so don't reach over. Hello? VP Records. Phase 3, they're all this. Phase 3, they're up in the control room. Phase 3, and Chase. 50/50 Records, Fire 105, Edge 105, the Jamaica Observer, Fame FM, the Gleaner, TVJ, St. Lucia Times, Barbados Today, Audio Mac, Visual Vibe, and Sleek. I'm calling out every single one. Because if there was no them, there would be no IMC. So, MCMPR Agency, iPrint Group, Solid Agency, Judith Media, Burke Bodley, Ranch Entertainment, Rochelle James Designs, Blazing 99.3, Lloyd's Decor and Rentals, The Voice of the Caribbean, Kendall, Baller Alert, RMG, Picture This, Norbrook Car Rental, Hertz Firefly, The Best Dressed Chicken. That's what we cook at home. Nestle Professional, making more possible, Select Brands, and GWTF Radio, also Purple Fox Events. Can you give a round of applause for our wonderful sponsors whom we're so proud of? Okay, so let's move into our next panel. Can I have the panel slide? Our next panel is a publishing one. Now, publishing is so very important with every single thing that we do with music. And Breaking into Publishing is hosted by Nigel Telesford, who is out of Trinidad, Overtime TT. Mr. Telesford, make it happen. Next person up is John Baker from G-Jam Records, G-Jam in Portland. Miss Sapna Lal of the Lal Agency. She's out of the United States. Attorney who you can ask everything today. And we've got Ethan Bear, and he is Warner Chappell. Take it away, Telesford.
Check, check. Check, check. All right. Good afternoon, IMC. How are we feeling? Yes, everybody irie. Okay. Well, after the excitement of the morning, this is the somewhat slower part of the evening, but no less important. In fact, it's of critical importance that we discuss publishing. I am Nigel Telesford, a journalist based in Trinidad and Tobago. Beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. Any Trinis in here? 1, 2, 3, maybe. Okay. And to my right, I have Mr. John Baker of G-Jam Studios, Ms. Sapna Lal, and of course, Ethan Bear of Warner Chappell Music. My story is really very simple. I came straight out of school, loving music, wanting to do music, but also wanting to do media. So I did both for many years until I got tired and I chose media. But I wish I had the knowledge that you all are about to get now, so I could still be making money off my early music. So I'm going to ask Mr. Baker to tell us, if you can, about publishing. What is it? Why is it necessary?
Well, we might not have the biggest crowd here, but this is about the money, all right? So pay attention. When I first started in the music industry many, many years ago, it was all about records, it was all about masters. But I'm going to say in the last 10, 15 years, it completely flipped. When vinyl and CDs all became obsolete, basically it became about music publishing. And in my experience, and I've been Jamaican citizen now for 20 years, and I've been here for 35, people still do not grasp it. And we hope during this little get-together, you can grasp it and see the importance of it. Because now, a lot of young developing artists and songwriters are finding it very difficult to survive and to make ends meet, so they can exclusively focus on their art and their creativity. So because of that, you need to look at your publishing. And during this, we want to talk to you about various pitfalls, but most importantly, this right, when you write a song, that's your song. When you compose a song, compose music, that's yours. And you don't give it up easily, because I've seen so much. I'm a publisher. Still, I've got the recording studios and the hotel, but I've also got a publishing company. I do PM Dawn. I do a number of writers, as well as some Jamaican artists and producers, including Skeng. So we're right at the forefront of young, up-and-coming, raw talent. So we're going to get more into it, but I'm going to pass you on to my colleague.
Sapna, yes, tell us a little bit about your story and your work.
Well, about publishing or about my...
We're not into the publishing yet. We're just getting to know our audience a little bit.
So I've had my own practice for about 16 years now. I started at Sony Music, actually under publicity and promotions. I knew when I got there, though, that I wanted to do entertainment law. And since then, my whole career has been different aspects of it, whether it's producing festivals or being in the studio, working with different artists, but it's always been some form of entertainment, and especially in music. So I've been in this industry for about 30 years now, and I look forward to sharing some key highlights of what I think is important. Personally, I think publishing is the most important aspect in music. Like, if you understand it, you will be set. And so let's have a great conversation.
Ethan? Well, first of all, thank you everybody for coming today, and super special shout out to Sharon and Judy for inviting us all down here. I'm Ethan Bear. I'm a director of A&R at Warner Chappell Music Publishing in LA. I don't know how I can top what was just said, but I mean, I'm as biased as it comes. You know, I'm working with hundreds of songwriters, producers, artists all over the world, all genres, every single day. And I came from Rock Nation Records to Warner a little over a year ago, and the difference between the record side and the publishing side is vast, but it's all rooted in the same thing, which is the song creation process and making sure that your copyrights are protected and collected on at the end of the day.
Okay. So when it comes to the music industry, we know all about the music, we know all about the videos, all the fun stuff. But the publishing is the important part on the back end that enables musicians, creatives to earn income long after the hype of the song and the video is done. From your perspective, Ethan, what are you looking for when it comes to publishing?
Well, I mean, first of all, how many songwriters or producers or artists are in the audience today? Show of hands. Okay, pretty good. I mean, when I'm looking to sign somebody or when I'm looking to work with somebody, I just want to have like any sort of authenticity, rawness, undeniable ability, whether it's your rapping, your singing, your writing, your producing, how well you play instruments, stuff like that. And then, you know, there's so many other things that go into it, whether you're trying to get a song with a big artist, trying to get a song with an independent artist, you're producing a whole album. So for me, it's just like continued persistence with the craft, continued respect for your collaborators, and transparency with how you're doing your business. I mean, as I said earlier, I work with hundreds of people every day, and the amount of messes that I have to solve every day, I'm sure with Sapna and John too, maybe more with Sapna because she's a lawyer, but you know, I want to try and avoid all of that at all costs, and I feel like an easiest way to do that is if you just stay down, put your head down, do the work, be respectful, and you know, take care of the song at the end of the day.
Okay, Sapna, yes, please.
I would even say before the song becomes a hit, especially before the song becomes a hit, you have to have your publishing in order. So how many people here know what a split sheet is?
Split sheet?
It's okay if you don't. It's okay if you don't.
So when you go in the studio, you're creating, sometimes you just get lost in the creative aspect, but how many are you actually allocating who wrote what, who produced what, so that you know clearly the shares and the percentages of a song? Because when it becomes a hit and you don't have that part done, it's going to be a huge mess. Because when it becomes a hit, everybody wants a part of the pie. And then you're going to be in a legal battle as to somebody saying they did that, another writer saying they wrote that, and it could take years to clear, and that's like thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars just sitting there. So that's why it's really important to get that part done first before it becomes a hit.
I think it's important also, as there's some songwriters here, that we define the difference between two key copyrights in the music industry. So one is the copyright vested in the master recording. So that's basically your CD or your file that has the recording on it where you go into a studio. But what we're specifically talking about here is the copyright vested in the song. So that started out as sheet music many centuries ago, where people would write it down. That's not recorded onto something, but it is very important now, as I mentioned before, copyright, and that's where people get confused. So I think it's important that, because not everyone's in the music industry, we defer the two. So we're not talking about the record company side, we're talking about the publishing side, and that sometimes can get very tricky in terms of defining. And so when Sambra was talking about the song split, it basically means you go into a studio, you're making a master, but that's a different copyright. This is the copyright vested in the composition and the actual writing and the song. So in that stage of it, that can actually be written on sheet music. So I hope that's kind of a simplistic way of saying it. And from that, there's lots of different income streams, which I'm sure we'll get into in a little while. But it's important we're just talking about the songwriter and the composition on this, because it's always confused. Wouldn't you agree, Sampra, in the industry?
Absolutely. And it's important to note that within the song, what John was talking about, the lyrics and the music, it's based on 100%. So you always have the lyrics, which make up 50%, and then the music make up the other 50%. So if you start off with the artist who wrote the lyrics and the producer who did the music, that's 50-50. But then it gets complicated when you have other writers, other producers. So depending on who did what, you split that 100% accordingly, right? But if you don't have that done from the very beginning and the song becomes a hit, that's when it becomes a problem. Everybody can come back and claim more. And if it's more than 100%, then it becomes, it goes into what they call like a legal black box, where until it gets resolved, until it becomes 100, nobody gets paid.
And in this case of the DSPs and the platforms, they will happily sit on your money while you duke it out for many, many, many years. So my advice, and all of our advice, because we discussed this backstage, is when you create something and there's more than just yourself creating it, you've got to look at this song split, and then you can define it from the get-go, and then however that gets manifested, whether you are the performer or producer, you've always got a record of it, and then you can go back to then.
Last thing on that, I think you have to be somewhat cautious of what you're doing in the room. Sometimes after you make a song, it might be a little bit uncomfortable to walk up to somebody right away and say, hey, I wrote the hook and you wrote the verse, so we split it this way. I think various genres, K-pop, country, they do it different ways, but the overarching theme is that conversation does need to be had before the song comes out. Otherwise, you're really going to be in some trouble.
And it's super tough if you're an emerging artist, it's your first experience in a studio and so forth, because at the end of the day, you feel somewhat antagonized by the atmosphere and so forth. So if you can get someone to represent you, not too heavy like an attorney like the one on my right in the creative field, but certainly someone who's there with you and that can speak for you, can sometimes break the ice and get this down. Or just put them out on the desk or on the table at the very outset. Break the ice like that. But it's super important. I can't even tell you the amount of disputes that have emulated, especially in the Jamaican music industry, which I've been in for nearly 40 years now. I know I don't look it, but anyway.
Right. Okay. Now, especially in the Caribbean, where we ride a lot of rhythms, right? Which is where one producer would make one piece of music and different artists would come in the studio at different times and voice different songs, different versions on the same piece of music. Sapna, how does the publishing work for that kind of scenario?
So technically, the original, let's call them the rhythm producer, that producer would have, let's say, a share of every other song that comes from that original rhythm. So you could have 20 different versions, right, with 20 different artists. So how it would work is that the original rhythm producer would have the ownership of the music part, but then let's say Sean Paul or Shaggy or Beanie came on and they did a different song. Each of them would then have their own share of their lyrics. So Sean gets his 50% of what he wrote, but the original rhythm producer would still have a share. Now, if there's other producers or other elements that Sean brings to the table, or whichever. I'm using Sean as an example, okay? But any artist that comes in, then it's all negotiable, right? But I'm just using it as a base. You just have to remember that that original rhythm producer will get a cut of every song where the music is that rhythm, and then the new artist, each artist that writes to that particular song, they own their part. So it's like layers, and because it's so not structured or organized, especially in Caribbean music, it becomes a mess, and then you see thousands of songs out there and the original producer not getting their share, and it becomes...
I think one thing is really obvious to everybody, though, is music and lyrics are lyrics. So there you've got the differentiate. So yes. You can argue about lyrics are a lot less complicated to argue about in certain ways than music, because music's multidimensional on that. Exactly. We can talk a bit about that later. And the definitions, Ethan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every song at the end of the day is lyric, music, melody. I don't know if I'm missing any music theory skills here. But yeah, I mean, you have people who are, in my world, everybody is a writer. People might write music, people might write, lyrics. So some people are producing where they might not be the ones physically playing the keys or playing the guitar or writing the lyrics, but they're bringing the song to life. And in certain cases, those people are entitled to publishing as long as the other collaborators agree to it. I think the main thing that we're trying to convey here on this topic is, like, you don't want to find yourself, whether it's a rhythm or a remix or someone samples your work and you have income that's just floating out there in a black box and you have no idea how to track it down. All of that is, pretty doable ahead of time, but obviously we know that there's not just, in Jamaica and in the Caribbean, but all over the world, there are very, very, I don't want to say corrupt, but
corrupt's a good word.
Yeah, okay, corrupt people who are very greedy and take advantage of people, and that, at Warner Chapel, we're trying to...
Let's give a quick example, and this has gone down since the 40s and the 1950s, and it's still going on now. You'll get credits on a song, and on those credits you'll have the writer and you have the publisher and the composer. And you will notice there will be names that often have no bearing to the production. They weren't in the studio, didn't write it. In fact, a famous song back in the 50s was the actual writer was just born that month, because the publisher put on there, oh, this is a good heritage. So it just shows you the corrupt, especially...
What song is that?
Shout.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was Maurice Levy, and Adam Levy was on it.
Crazy.
Yeah, so the point being, there's been exploitation, especially in black music, since forever, and it still goes on now. It's, as Ethan said, it's a bit more. There is an argument if someone comes in with a concept and a vibe, but they don't actually write or play music, they should still get a credit for their creative input, and that's accepted now because music is much more accessible in how you do it. But it's very important that one just notes everything down and is not antagonized by their situation.
All right, Ethan, I wanted to ask you about you mentioned remixes in terms of the Caribbean landscape, or soundscape, I should say. From the music label perspective, what are some of the pitfalls, what are some of the problems that you encounter when you maybe try to do deals with songs that have already blown up?
Well, for me, I mean, I work at a publicly traded division of a publicly traded company, right? So any and all yellow or red flags we normally run away from. Wow. So I think that if your song is exploding or getting hot, of course there will be interest from not just Warner Chappell. There's publishing companies of all shapes and sizes all over the world. We just try to be as diligent as humanly possible. And sometimes, I don't think this is the publisher's job, but sometimes we will go in and, well, maybe it's not, I don't like doing it, but maybe it is part of our job.
Try to clean it up.
Yeah, we'll try and clean it up on the back end, but again, I think that goes into a little bit of what we want to get to later, which is proper representation, having a great lawyer, have somebody who really understands what's going on and can give you a real second opinion instead of someone just saying like, oh yeah, it's all good, don't worry, the song's great, it will come out. You know, this is the music business at the end of the day, and obviously the songs are amazing, but you got to be protected. So I don't know if that answered the question at all.
I would say with remixes, the original writer or let's just say the original producer, the writers credited to that original song, they will still be considered the writers for the remix version. On the remix version, you would have, like kind of like in rhythms, right? You would have the new artist or that's doing the remix have ownership of that new master recording and have parts of the master, but the publishing still belongs to the original writers unless there's a contract in place where the original writers are willing to give up some of the publishing for the remix artists. And sometimes that happens if the artist is big enough and they can really take this original song and blow it up and make it better than if it wasn't with them. So it's possible, but most of the time the original writers are still credited with the remix version, so you don't get any publishing on the remix.
But often very diluted. If anyone looks at a a Beyonce tune, you will see a lot of people credited as writers. I mean, a lot, like 10, 12 people.
Sometimes, yeah.
And that goes back to this, what's going on in music now is that they use it as leverage. They use it as payoff. You don't need, if you're starting out in the industry and you're writing pure songs, you don't need to, when you get that problem, you've got a good problem. But it still carries on in the industry on that front.
And just quickly on one thing, I know this seems pretty straightforward, but we're talking about publishing versus the master. I know John had touched on it too, but we, as a publishing company, we care about the copyright, right? The 100% that Sapna had mentioned. And if you're at a record company, you also care about 100%, but it's of the physical recording versus the lyric, the music, and the melody, which is what we care about. I just want to make sure that that's clearly understood, because it's two different revenue streams, two different businesses, all rooted within one thing.
Right. As you mentioned, the revenue streams, let's get into that, because there are different aspects of publishing that we need to explore. Sapna, you want to take that one?
Sorry, say that again.
The different aspects of publishing, different income streams.
Okay. The first would be performance. So that's they call them the PRO. So like your ASCAPs, your BMIs, your CSACs. Those royalties are earned when your music is played on the radio or a live venue, like a restaurant. There's usually governed by a blanket license. So let's say you want to join, and it's no preference over the others, whichever one resonates with you. But let's say you choose to go with ASCAP, and so you sign with ASCAP. You then are part of this blanket license. So every time your song gets played on the radio, or it's streamed, or it's played in on a live restaurant or live venue, you get paid for that. The second part would be sync. So that would be licensing. So anytime you see a song on a commercial or in a TV series or a film, that is been licensed. So, and every license is different. So that means that it's negotiated. Usually there's floor blanket numbers that we deal with, but for the most part, every song you hear in one of those areas has been licensed. And then you have mechanicals. So here's where I see a lot of people making a mistake where they think, oh, because I have, my ASCAP or BMI, I have a pub deal. No, you don't. A pub deal / admin deal is completely different. That's where you get your mechanical royalties from. That would be from streaming, from downloads, physicals. Obviously now physicals are less, but vinyl has come back a lot, so that would be important for vinyl. And then you have anytime a song is covered or reproduced, you get royalties from that as well.
That was amazing job. Amazing job.
All right, let me see if I can break it down even further. So if I go to G-Jam Studios, I record a song, I have you on board, I get a deal from him to make sure everything, all the rights, all the percentages are in place. I can then make money from the streaming, from the downloads, from everything forever and ever and ever.
And synchronization is very important. So when you put a visual with a song, it's a whole different deal done there, and it's actually very lucrative, especially in the advent of digital. So it means that you have to get a sync license, and often when you'll have a movie, you put a song in that movie, the publisher will negotiate for you, but there'll be other publishers involved, and so you arrange a split for that, and that's quite a large lump sum of money, whereas through streaming and that, it's a lot of very small money that has to sort of gradually collect into something meaningful. But sync is super important on that. In terms of what you just mentioned, yeah, if you've got to that point where you've got a song, you've got a release, the publishers generally, whether it's admin or not, they can advance you money. And now this is important in artist development, and coming from sort of a label background, in the past, labels were looked at as marketing promotion, creative direction in A&R, as well as artist development. What's happened in the last 10 years is that's all gone out the window. Labels are changing so radically, they're not even labels anymore. They have a completely different business model, and the whole trickle down of artists that are starting out aren't being funded by the profits of big artists. That's out the window. So what's happened is publishers are getting much more proactive when it comes to, development on that front. And that's
absolutely,
a
I love
complete
that.
turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I don't really know. I agree on everything.
Okay, so how does someone from the audience?
I would just say one thing for in sync licensing. Always ask for, it's called Most Favored Nations, MFN, which means that you want the same rate as any other publisher or songwriter that's going to get on that particular song be licensed. So just remember MFN.
MFM.
MFN, Most Favored Nations.
Most Favored Nations.
Yes.
Okay. So Ethan, how does someone from the audience or someone who came to this conference get your attention? How?
Well, that's a good question. I think I spend too much time on my phone or on my computer, but I think the main thing that it stems down to for me and my whole A&R team and stuff like that is just consistent quality. Whether that means you're an artist, you're putting songs out, you're putting videos out, you're promoting yourselves, you have...
See, sounds like a record label, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. But as a publishing company, we're trying to take that mindset. We're just not responsible for releasing the physical songs. A&R for me is rooted in just leaving no stone unturned. So, of course, it might be hard if you don't know someone who I work with, and the relationships are important, etc. But I believe that good talent will get discovered if you play your cards right. And of course, you might get a little lucky and bump into me on the street, and that stuff has happened before, and I've signed people like that. But I think it's just coming down to, staying consistent and being respectful when you do so. People send me songs all day, every single day, who are signed to Warner Chappell, not signed to Warner Chappell, and the ones that I engage with the most are the ones that are the most consistent with me, and the ones who, even if I pass on a song, or even if I don't have a home for a song, or even if I don't like the song, they take the feedback positively, and they just continue to build and continue to grow. So, social media is a really, really helpful tool, but I think, again, it all goes back to your process. It all goes back to what you're focusing on and why you do what you do, and I think context is really key. Without that, I have a tough time, discovering you.
Okay, so let me ask a hard question now, because we haven't seen that many Caribbean artists get the big deals, right? But why is that? Is there a role for the government in terms of securing publishing arrangements?
Go ahead.
I think there's certainly a role for the government in protecting copyrights and protecting creative integrity for them. It seems to have gone out the window in these what they call first world countries, like which I think are being relegated to third world very quickly, the US and the UK, because they've made no efforts to do any protection, and they're allowing all the huge tech companies just to take the copyrights and for nothing, and it's a really, really, really serious situation. So I think Jamaica's always led in that field. They've always been very conscious of the creative. You know, it makes perfect sense in terms of their legacy on that. I think ultimately organizations like this and retreats and education at school and ensuring that at schools there is strong creative departments is what's needed, and that will pay off in the end. Just like in sports in a lot of these countries, especially Jamaica, there's the early introduction to sports and athletics. It's the same with music. That's my view on it.
Yeah, I would definitely say education and just basic work, like we were talking about the split sheets. How many people are registering their songs properly? How many people are registering with their PROs companies? How many people have an admin or publishing deal? So having your business properly set up and organized is key. And I don't think a lot of artists, especially in Caribbean countries, have their business set up properly. And we just talked about rhythms. You know, that's a huge music money, but a lot of is not done properly. You don't have the publishing split set up properly, so lots of money is not being generated. And also the buzz, like, so the publishing is only going to really be as great as the commercial hit. So when you have a commercial hit, that's when you have leverage. And we were talking about this backstage. About how, you know, the moment you have a song doesn't mean you just go run out and get a publishing deal. Your leverage comes when you have a hit song, and then you'll have everybody coming to you doing a bidding war because they want to sign you as the writer. So Warner will come after you, Sony will come after you, but get your song out there, make it a hit, and you work with the artist. By you writing or producing on the song, if you're not the artist, you are already a writer. So now it comes like a team effort for the artists to do their part, make this song a hit song, and then you as a producer or the writer on it can now have leverage to get a real great pub deal with a great advance.
For sure, and good terms too. You know, obviously, when people think about publishing, I think the first thing they think about is money, but the publishing system, in my opinion, is only as good as your setup is. You know, you want to.
We've got to remember independent as well. I mean,
for sure,
there aren't publishing deals out there like there were. So my particular publishing company's administrated through Downtown, which has just been bought by Virgin Universal. But for many years, it was a very vibrant, and hopefully it will still continue on to that, an independent setup. So they had lots of different music services from Song Trust right across the board that you could actually be your own publisher per se. And these services still exist out there. So it's not the end all if Ethan doesn't sign you. There's other ways of registering your songs and starting to build up your business just like any other business. And that's very important to note. So once you get it, when you get it out there, whether it be online or certainly on your Instagram and so forth, people like Ethan will come along and they could well discover it. And this could be prior to it actually being commercially getting any traction.
I've been seeing a lot more big publishers like Warner doing admin deals, which means that you still own your publishing, but you are having your catalog administered by a publisher. So the difference in the older days, a publishing agreement would mean that you gave up part of your publishing to the publisher. But now I'm seeing a lot more deals happening where it's an admin situation, and you know, and like you said, the terms are a lot more favorable to the writer.
So they would just take a percentage in exchange for administrating?
Yeah, it would be a much smaller percentage for maybe a shorter term or more favorable splits in general, I would say.
The more percentage you give them, the more cash up front they give you. But just remember that cash up front is your cash anyway, because on the assumption that you have a successful publishing deal, they're just recouping money or getting money back they've loaned to or advanced to you. It's not recoverable, but it's still just a
You still got to
facilitation.
help us make the money back at the end of the day. That's what I would say.
Okay, so publishing is not any way associated with distribution, right? Just want to clear that.
Correct. Other than the fact that you will get mechanical royalties that will go into your publishing pot from distribution.
Yeah, I mean, we can help guide people through that process as a publisher, but we're not physically responsible for, we would call it the pipes, like uploading it to DSPs, Spotify, etc. We are only focused on that underlying copyright.
Okay, so let's do a little name drop in here. Like, tell us some of the artists you all have worked with, some of the stories behind their deals and how you came to meet them and work with them. Any Caribbean artists, especially?
Oh, man. Specifically an artist?
Well, no, I mean, anyone in the industry.
Well, how about this? There's an amazing
writers.
There's an amazing guy sitting in the front row. His name is Emilio. Put your hand up for me. Higher, higher, higher. Emilio is signed to Warner Chappell. He lives in Kingston. Yeah, applause, everybody. Yeah. Please, for Emilio, please. So I definitely did not sign Emilio, but what I can say is he got signed to Warner Chappell before I started, and he also works very closely with The Genius. And a couple months ago, somebody on my team came to me and said, hey, I think you should start working with Emilio. And, we just hit it off ever since then. This is the first time we've met in the last, 8 months we've been working together, and we have songs that are in the mix with artists all over the world, major record companies, boutique record companies, Beats, etc. And I think the beauty in that is, of course, you are allowed to sign people, and of course you can work with people if you discover them, but there's really a beauty in working with people that might already be on the roster, and you kind of adopt them and make them your own. And that's what I think me and Emilio have done. And I think that our setup is going to last for decades because we're pretty sustainable and we both really care. I can go into someone that I've
worked with, yeah?
Yeah.
But what does Emilio do?
Emilio is an amazing producer, amazing songwriter. He's worked with Nicki Minaj. He's worked with...
What?
Who else am I missing?
Everybody.
Worked with G-Jam.
Worked at G-Jam before.
Gang, and we worked on the Nicki Minaj together, right?
For sure.
Sapna, do you have any Caribbean artists or producers or anyone you work with?
Yeah, I represent a couple of them. I'm thinking of a story that illustrates what we're talking about. Okay, so last year we closed a huge publishing deal with Warner, but this was, I would say, 3 years at least in the making. So when I was talking about having leverage, this is what it is. So my producer wrote for this huge artist and strategically waited till the songs that they chose, that they wrote on, came out. Once those songs came out, they became #1, and now there was leverage. And this is like the long game. This is not just a sprint. This is like a long haul game, right? So we waited maybe 3-4 years, and we did the deal last year, and it was a great deal.
It was great for the artist and the producer and the company and your firm. So everybody won.
And everybody is winning right now.
Everybody's winning right now.
Yeah, so just to say that sometimes it takes patience, you don't just go run out. You strategically do this. You keep putting on hit records, and then eventually you'll say, okay, you know what, I have the leverage now. And it really does. It works in your favor.
All right, John, have you worked with anyone recently?
Well, as I mentioned, my youngest son, who's an up-and-coming producer and vocalist, I always listen to what my kids listen to. I'm a bit long in the tooth to be on the street these days. So he played me a lot of trap dancehall, and I remember he played me a tune, and it was just, the vocal was just unique, and it was skeng. So the next thing...
Skeng?
Yeah, skeng. Yeah. So the next thing was we set up a meeting. He came down to...
That's skeng.
There you go. He came down to G-Jam, and we all got together and we signed a publishing agreement. And it's been very beneficial because he can escape from wherever he is in the planet and he records down at our studio. I then signed one or two of the producers around him. That's how I met Emilio. And before we knew it, the phone went and Nicki Minaj's team wanted to work with him. So things just evolve. You don't have to, you just have to be out there. Skeng is very, very in touch with his community and in touch with the Jamaican market. He wants international, but he knows who his Jamaican market is. And that's his focus. So things just take time to evolve in that sense. And then if you want to shoot back many, many years, when I was president of Island Jamaica in the 90s, that was an incredible heyday for music publishing. You had Shaka Demus and Pliers, and you had lots of different, but it's changed now because of digital and technology and so forth. But there's, patience is a key, and you just got to get, as Sapla said, you've got to get your infrastructure set up.
Right, so in that aspect, would you say that Caribbean artists are undervalued or underorganized?
I would say underorganized.
For sure.
So for the next Skeng or the next emerging artist here in the audience, before we go to the questions, what kind of advice would you give them in terms of securing their publishing?
Protecting? You mean protecting? Yeah. Well, that split sheet we were talking about. We have
we have the split sheet? Maybe not. But we can
we'll get it to everybody.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's important.
We created a sample split sheet that you can use as your document when you go in and
it's right behind you now.
Oh, there it is. Right. So break this down for everyone in the audience if you can.
It's really one pager, right? And then depending on how many writers are, the second page will just be all the different writers signing. But that's what it is. So you have the date, you have the name of the composition, and you see how it has writer, percentage, the PRO that we were talking about, which is your ASCAP, BMI, CSAC. I'm talking about for the U.S. In other countries, they have different PROs, but I'm focusing on U.S. You have the credits, what they contributed, and contact information. That's key also, because so many times people's information changes. You can't get a hold of somebody. There's a dispute, so you want to make sure the contact information is there. And what's good about this is that this states that each party, each writer, has the right to administer their own. So meaning that if the four of us were writers, you administer your part, you do your part, I do my part, you do your part. And that's key so that nobody has control over your share. You have your own control over your own share. And yeah, it's pretty basic. So you guys can use this in the studio. Make sure you get it signed and everybody writes their shares down.
So basically, anybody who's doing music, producing music, involved in the studio in any form or fashion, they should have these or something similar so that everyone can sign before they leave the room, before it turns into a number one. Yeah.
Well, I would say, when the song is complete, before it gets commercially hit, because, a song goes through many changes that we were talking about, right? So you don't just say the first day, you don't just bring this out. It's when the song is completed, it's pretty much done. Before it's going to go out, you make sure this is done so that you're protected.
All right. One thing that every songwriter should do this week.
Well, have a team, have your team in place, whether it's your manager, your lawyer. If you do have any commercial songs out there, make sure you do have you're signed with the PRO company. And also very basic, have a discography. That basically is a list of all your songs that you've written, your share percentage in each song, and if you can be more detailed, whether the album it came out, the year that it came out, it's basically your bio, right? But it's just a simple chart that could be an Excel sheet and just list all your songs, all your percentages. It'll be so useful because when you do get ready to go for a pub deal, they're going to ask for that discography. And the more organized you are, the better that you will be able to negotiate the terms in your favor.
Ethan, anything?
I mean, I think there's a lot of things that everyone should do this week, but if I had to put it into one phrase, I would say, like, find your village and find your crew of people, right? I don't think anybody that I've ever worked with has written, produced, engineered, released, done the agreement, and collected the money by themselves. I've never heard of that ever in my whole life. So I think it's important for you all out there to find your engineer, find your producers, find your collaborators, find the people that are really, truly in it with you, not to take advantage of you. Because a lot of times, I see it every single day, someone is from an area that isn't New York, LA, Chicago, Miami, London, Nashville, and they get discovered by somebody who just happens to get lucky and discovers the next big thing. And then there's a dispute that happens 5 years later when someone gets hot. So I think it's really, really, really crucial this week or whenever you decide to make that decision that you really establish who your village is and you really establish the people that are in your corner for the right reasons. Because I don't think that, you know, I've been really lucky to work with some of the most talented people ever. They don't even do it fully by themselves. So just make sure you have people in your corner that really get it and are really behind you.
Yeah, and if you're a producer, composer, songwriter, and you're not actually up front, then always search for talent. And it's so often does a songwriter and producer find the actual artist, and then you've got it packaged. So it's almost a follow-on from what Ethan was saying on that front. Get your songs out there. One big tune recently was Shake It to the Max. I mean, how that evolved is incredible. Really was, you know, that was so organic, and then people jumped on it, and that's become a worldwide hit. So, and that was the process of the producer getting out there, getting people to voice their rhythms, who was also the writer, and so forth. So that's also another way of approaching it.
Yeah, I believe there's a panel with all
I
of
would
those
say one more thing.
producers from.
If you haven't already done so, create your company, an LLC or any kind of entity, because until you have a pub deal, you are self-published. And so when you go to register, they'll ask you for your publisher name. And like I said, until you have a deal with like a Warner, you have to have your LLC. So whatever your LLC is, that will be your publishing entity until you sign up with a bigger company. So yeah, so get your company set up.
Okay, Sapna, in terms of the contracts, can you think of one important clause that is often ignored and results in a lot of trouble later on?
There's so many.
There are many.
I mean, I guess the term, like how many years are you going to be in this publishing deal for? The term, and then the splits, like
perpetuity is a word that's used.
Things of that nature, yes, and what the splits will be. So whether if it's a pub deal or admin deal, what does that split look like? So I would look out for those two things, and just get a great lawyer. Don't do it yourself.
Okay, we're gonna have some questions from the audience. Anyone have a question on publishing for one of our panelists? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming to you just now. But I will ask in the meantime, maybe Ethan, you can take this one. In terms of an independent publishing company, or maybe one of the registered, like one of yours. Yeah, they're gonna get them. Which would you advise for a new artist, a young artist?
I think that's a good question. I think every situation is different, and no songwriter, no artist, no producer is the same. To Sapna's point, if you have a bunch of big hits and you're stockpiling them and waiting, and you want to go to that next level of having a global company behind you, I mean, we have offices in probably over 50 territories around the world, then a company like Warner Chappell or Sony or Universal or some of these majors might be better for you. But if you, are just getting started and you just want to dip your toe into publishing, then an independent, more boutique system might work for you. But again, I've signed the first person I signed at Warner Chappell. Her name is Maddie Davis. I signed her off of hearing one song that was a demo that hasn't even come out. And we have a lot of work to do, but my belief in her is so tantamount that we just felt like, okay, we're good to be in business together, and I'm in it for the long haul with her. I'm not here to just toss some money her way and hope that we make it back. I have a real committed plan to build her as a legacy beyond just another songwriter in the pile. So again, it's like case by case, but that's important. That goes back to my earlier comment about maintaining relationships and trusting people. And, even though I might not publish the songwriter, I'll still have a good relationship with them because I might publish an artist who needs a song from them, and I can reach out to them directly, and we are trustworthy, and the song is great, and the business is smooth, etc. So your relationships are really the backbone of what you're doing.
In real talk, you may just go with the company that offers you the biggest advance, right? At the end
sure,
of the
that
day.
too. Is that really wise? Depends on the terms, though.
Well, you just said independent or major, right? So we didn't talk about the terms. We just talked about the entity. So you could still have good terms. So yeah, so you might just go with the company that offers you the biggest advance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Questions?
Live? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brandon Bakshi. Great panel. Thank you very much. I'm directing the Songwriters Workshop downstairs with Tasha, and we've given the writers an assignment to use Suno AI to come up with a prompt. And we're not telling them to subscribe to it. If you subscribe to it, you own the copyright that you create on the phone. How seriously are publishers, attorneys, label executives, promoters looking at AI, as it is sort of the game changer? I've been out of the business for 5 years. I'm just amazed how it's so simple to create content. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the law is changing so much on a day-to-day basis. AI is a whole nother game. The one thing that is clear is that there has to be a human element to it. So it cannot just be an AI-created song. There has to be a human element that is directing it and dictating it. And again, the law is changing right now, but that human element has to be there, the foundation.
I mean, for us at Warner Chappell, we just did a deal with Suno directly. So all of our songs, the model was getting trained off of our songs without our permission. So what we did was we had I don't want to speak on the nitty gritty terms of the deal. That's a whole different stratosphere, but we now are in partnership in a good deal with Suno to have Suno train the algorithm off of our writers properly, versus before they were taking our songs without our permission and generating material that was getting exploited without us even realizing it. Me personally, I work with people every single day that use AI in some way, shape, or form. I think I was definitely afraid at first when it hit the scene, and I thought I was going to be out of a job for a second. But I quickly realized it's more of like a training aid that you could just help expedite the process. I don't know if that answered that part of it, but a bunch of the major publishers are doing direct deals with these AI companies because it's unavoidable.
Okay, any more questions?
Yes. My name is Raymond Brown. We have somebody else? Right, so my name is Raymond Brown, a.k.a. Mystery Breed. I am a fresh, raw talent. And I really want to thank the IMC for this occasion. And I'm reaching out to Mr. Ethan for him to confirm if whether or not I can get the opportunity to do some work with him. I'm a musical poetry writer, desperately waiting for some breakthrough and to promote my career.
Yes.
Raymond Brown
I
on
love
TikTok. Raymond Brown 552 on TikTok. My nature of my work is musical poetry. It covers anything moral, social, or human and just. Basically.
Okay, Mr. Brown, thank you very much.
That's how you use the microphone.
Yes. Good afternoon, panel. My name is Ian Clark. I'm from Sun City Radio. Right over here. Yeah. Nigel?
In the front.
Right here.
Oh, right.
Yes, I'm Ian Clark from Sun City Radio. Now, there's a saying that music is 10% talent and 90% business. I've heard that before. But there's so much ignorance with regards to the business aspect. Recently, I saw a movie about Sister Nancy, the Bam Bam story. Don't know if any of you are aware of that situation with that song that she did in 1982, and only coming into, I think, 2000, that she was able to get anything from it. And she was only able to get as far back as probably about 15, 20 years, even though the song came out some 40 years. What can be done to better inform young people coming into music with regards of the importance of the business side, because it tends to be overlooked, and I think ignorance is a strong factor in that. I mean, this conference is one, but are there any suggestions that could help young people?
I think the folks now have it a lot better because there's so much information out there. Like during the 1980s, they didn't have the internet and the media and information like we have available at any given moment, right? So I think just by default of where we are in the world right now, there's so much information out there. So educate yourself and and be proactive. Don't just wait for it to come to you. Be proactive and educate yourself. Attend these conferences, read, ask questions, talk to people who have been in the game much longer and know. And I would say that would be a good start.
Yeah, I think the solution is already in progress. Aside from being here at this conference, of course, it's being recorded, it's being live streamed, it's being shared. So the information is going to be shared on the internet and it will be available to any upcoming artists, creatives, time to come.
It goes back to AI. I mean, what is available as it's all there. I mean, you can pull actual agreements from ChatGPT, and looking at them, you can't disagree.
I always know when it's a ChatGPT
Of course,
agreement.
I'm just saying,
always
but
know.
just for basics, just to get the concept, it's the one-stop shopping. It really is. It's quite uncanny how someone who grew up in analog and now moved into digital, it's uncanny how close and how accurate everything is. So, and the younger generation will have that at their fingertips and know it better than me, that's for sure.
Okay.
We have time for some more questions?
Yeah, I've got the question. Hi, it's Portia Clark. I was on the panel earlier. From a marketing perspective and brands and live events, sometimes on the back end where I've had issues with artists is in regards to the registration part. Songs are not registered, whether it be from a UK perspective, PRS, PPL, and obviously ASCAP. I think, sorry if I've missed this, it'll be good for the audience to understand from your industries and publishing the different societies they need to register, because that can always have a blockage for people like from the marketing side of things. So it'd be good if you can kind of elaborate on the different collecting societies in different territories for them to understand that.
Understand?
So if you're a part of like, I mean, you could technically register with all of these hundreds of, of companies out there directly, but what would happen is that you would have a publisher or administrator, and then they would then, on your behalf, go to all the other PROs that are throughout the world and basically collect on your behalf. So, but as a venue or live venue, you would have your own standard license in place with the PRO. So if you are a venue that does concerts all the time, it would be your responsibility as the venue owner to have a blanket license in place with like an ASCAP or BMI to cover that part.
I think it's also a good point that the young lady brought up is when you go and do a show, whether it's a huge, if it's in a small club, the manager must make sure, or you must make sure, your set list is sent to your PRO, because then they can actually claim money from the black box and from the actual pool of money from that venue, because every venue pays money for playing live music. And in order for you to get to some of that, you need to make sure if your set was played, and I know this, and this can be substantial revenue streams for, especially for artists or that perform other people's songs, or if they're the singer-songwriter, it can really make a difference to your quarterly check.
That also goes to, like, if you might not be the touring artist that performs that song. If you have one song on the tour that you have 50, 60, 70% of, you absolutely need to submit that to your collection agency, because that money is just going to sit out there. And people don't, truthfully, I didn't even know that until I started getting into publishing, switching from the label side.
Okay, we have time for 5 more questions.
Yeah. One question. Ethan, how are you, sir?
David Miller.
Yes, what's happening?
How are you?
And maybe a question for you and Sapna. Now, Ethan, you are bringing a different culture into publishing, in as much that, and I'm biased, obviously, because we worked together extensively in the past. You do really care about your clients and your artists. I can tell the whole room that. You really do.
Thanks, David Miller.
Yeah, no, but could you, yeah, and I'm always going to be thought-provoking. Could you talk about the culture that exists in publishing where even when an artist, producer, or anyone with that creative talent who's going to get a publishing deal rarely gets any follow-up from the publisher after they sign their deal and get their money? There's no real communication. There's no follow-up unless perhaps, a sync comes in or there's a reason to reach out. They don't often have the same care and attention and development perspective that you have, for instance, with Matty Davis. You know what I'm saying? Why is that? There's thousands of consumers and clients, and these publishing companies just don't pay them any attention.
Good question. I am still, I think, struggling to find an answer to that. I think that there's a couple things I could throw out. The first being, especially at a major publishing company, a lot of the times we could get caught up in a market share or caught up in the chase of a hit, the chase of a percentage, and we're not really focused on the long-term vision of what someone's doing. So for us, I hear stories every day of people at companies big and small where the publisher or the A&R signs you, and then the first 6 months are amazing, and then 7, 8, 9, 10 months go by, and slowly the interaction goes away. But that, I think it's somewhat of a two-way street in that you really have to know who you're getting into business with, and of course certain things are way out of your control, and A&R that you really love and
you've also got to look at the history of publishing companies. Back in the day, they were very passive entities. They were like collection agencies. They might have A&R, and it was the record companies were the most proactive. So they are the publishers, especially the independent ones that we've been in contact with, they are becoming more proactive. But you are indeed correct. They are very passive when it comes to engagement with their writers.
I take a more proactive approach for my clients. I reach out to the publishing companies that are contact there, and I ask for a quarterly group call so that we can discuss what have you worked on, what sync deals have we done, what writer camps are available, what producers or other artists can we team up with. So I try to have at least a quarterly call with the whole group team meeting and just ask for regular updates.
For sure. I also think that the unfortunate situation is A&Rs and things change so often in the music business. I could sign somebody today or, whoever it is, sign someone today, and then another job opportunity comes up and they're gone. And that producer or writer who signed to that company, they're thinking that they signed to somebody who's going to be in it with them for the long haul, but they've left and then they're just out to dry. So I think it's really important that, as I said a few minutes ago, you really have your village, because big publishing companies, it can definitely be challenging to stay in true contact. And I know I do weekly calls with some people just to make sure that we're staying up to date and staying at least abreast as to what's going on. But it's definitely something that has to be addressed, David, for sure, because there's so many people I run into every single day that are in the same position.
Okay, we actually out of time, but let's keep it brief. Let's get to the point.
Greetings.
ahead. You got it. You got it. You got the mic. Go ahead, sir.
Microphone.
I don't know.
Go ahead, sir.
Am I supposed to go?
Yes.
I was given the mic.
Yes,
All right, greetings.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Sir. Go ahead. Get the mic. All right, go ahead.
He needs the mic. He needs the mic. He was
I'm
waiting
supposed to
for a
give up
while.
the mic and get it back?
You'll get back. You'll get back.
I better.
This is strictly penalization.
No.
I will just say it outright. My
Okay,
name
sir.
is Calvin Richards. I'm a producer. I'm a writer. I'm an artist. I do not have a publisher. And this one definitely is to you, Mr. John Baker. I think you are the person who I want to talk with.
No problem.
Yes, I would love to have you in my corner, for you to advise me, to direct me. Because I am doing music from Virgin's Opportunity Hour in Jamaica. That is in the 60s, 70s. I am 78 years of age.
Strong, man.
And I've been penalized by producers, Leslie Kong, Beverly's Records, Duke Reed, Treasure Eye Label, and all these people, everybody, Scatterlights, all of you know, come in music. I am one of the pioneers in music.
Okay, Calvin, do you have a question?
The question I've directed already to Mr. John.
Well, I work with I produce the Jolly Boys, so there you go.
So I would love for you to...
We'll meet afterwards.
Right, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, final question.
Yeah, final.
Our second to last.
Final question is mine, y'all. Greetings. Greetings, panel.
Okay,
All right. My name is Deporti. I'm an artist, producer, and I'm also an attorney. I have a veterans benefits practice in the States. I wanted to ask about collecting publishing revenues. My understanding is that it's more complicated than just registering things correctly. Sapna, you mentioned setting up an LLC. My understanding is that's one of the steps of actually collecting all the publishing revenues. So could you speak briefly about collecting all of your publishing revenues?
I actually don't get involved with the collecting. I work with the administrative companies and the publishing companies because it's their responsibility to do the collections and then send the statements that we can review to make sure everything's collected. If you don't have a publishing deal or admin company, you can technically, like as I mentioned earlier, register with all of the other different entities out there, and then just is a whole nother ball game. It's like a whole nother beast, honestly, the whole collection part. But it's a lot of admin work, basically. So that's how
if you want to do it, what we did in the early days is we'd set up an LLC, and then we would do separate deals with different territories for sub-publishing.
Right.
And that way you lose a lot of the percentages that the majors take from every time their sub-publisher gives to them. Admin costs come off, so it dilutes the actual net end. It's not as complicated as people think, but if you are an attorney background, it's probably something you could quite manage, and it's not rocket science. So you do deals for territories like that. You might be in Warner Chappell in one, you might be in Sony, or an independent in another. So that's another way of approaching it.
It's just very time consuming. That's all. It's very time consuming, and it is a lot of admin work.
And that's why I also think, I'm in the A&R department at Warner Chappell, we have a whole separate administrative team around the world that all they do all day long is focus on that. So even if you're not in business with a major publishing company, there are plenty of more boutique or independent companies that might offer a better split in your favor just to do all the admin work. I'll think of some ones and find you and give them to you, because again, it might not be the best fit for you to do it with Warner Chappell, where the splits might be more in our favor. But if you go work with someone else, it might make more sense.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Good food for thought. Thank you.
Final. All right. So here am I asking, I'm Eddie, by the way. My artist name is Kaz. I'm just asking a quick question. Is it wise to copy your songs in a compilation album form, or copy each song separately at us.gov? Or which
Register, you mean?
register your song?
It would be more cost effective if you did all the songs, because every time you register, you have to pay a fee. So might as well do all the songs one time, one registration, because you pay one fee.
Yes. So is it any less protective when you register each, or less protective when you register all of them as one, or when you register each you get more protection? Simply.
Wait,
like an album.
You list each song, but you do one registration.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
So each song is still protected when I release?
Yes.
It's no less protective when I do it?
No. You list each song. Each song will be protected, but you do one registration.
Yes.
And you list all the songs.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. That's our time, folks. Thank you. Round of applause for our panelists. Mr. John Baker, Sapna Lal, Ethan Bear. Talent gets you noticed. Publishing gets you paid.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
No one in the world but you can make me bend, can make me break my rules. I think you would have made the sky turn blue. Choo, yeah. My mama warned me about boys like you. Said no, not have too much use. If you tell me say you love me, then why you would have hurt me, desert me? The way you dip on me mind, yeah. The girl you would have come psycho. You would have get a one by you. Say me love you all the time. Baby, when I think the way the boy you crying. Baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think the way the boy you fine. Baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think he get you off my mind. Baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think he get you off my mind. Get you off my mind. Get you off my mind.
You say your mother want you about me, but if that's the case, then why you calling me? If you pull up in a the wee hours of the morning, beat the kitty like a drum until your knees go weak. Baby, just admit you love the trouble. Without me in your life, you feel incomplete. To be honest, I really love you, but me woulda be a wicked man to sell you a dream. Take me as I am, no quarrel. At the end of the day, you are get my loving free of charge. So is it so wrong for me to invest?
Baby, when I think the way the boy you crying. Baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think the way the boy you fine. Baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think the way the boy you crying.
Baby, when I think about it.
Baby, when I think can get you off my mind, get you off my mind, get you off my mind. Call the emergency. The way you have my heart is an urgency. Can't believe so you will keep up here. And if you change your ways, it could be you and me. Yo, call the emergency. The way you have my heart is an urgency. Can't believe so you will keep up here. And if you change your ways, it could be you and me. Baby, when I think, baby, when I think about it. Baby, when I think, baby, when I cry. Baby, when I think
I wonder how them are gonna start this train from move forward.
When the youth them organize and stepping in, I wanna gotta be a big claim with our son God for us. You might know them, but you don't know us. Better back up if you don't know what you want to do. Black talent and copper will fly through you. You better back up if you don't know what you want to do. Give the youth them the respect which part is
you know what them feel like. Them I wonder if I real life. And you're with them up on the seaside. The same ship them overload. We fling them overboard. Me not know what them feel like. Man a rebel in a real life. Swag the herb and make the green light. Say they cut you off the load and you hear this on the song.
Say we born in Jamaica where the something come from. The something come from. Yeah, something come. Yes, we born in Jamaica where the something come from. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Born in Jamaica where the something come from. Where the something come from. Yeah, say we born in Jamaica where the something come from. Yeah, oh, I just feel the breeze. Look at the children dancing in the streets. Pure vibes. Everything's alive, yeah. Now you see what's going down, and you know what's going on. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say we born in Jamaica where the something come from. The something come from, yeah, something come. Yes, we born in Jamaica where the something come from. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Born in Jamaica where the something come from. Where the something come from. Yeah, say we born in Jamaica where the something come from. Heavenly Father, will you bless my soul? I leave you in full control. Everything is up to you. Do what you gotta do, yes. Kneel to you when I pray. As I say, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Born in Jamaica where the something come from. The something come from where the something come. Yeah, me born in Jamaica where the something come from.
Just follow me. Love.
Every day my thank God say mommy did her best for me. Papa did him best too. Me give thanks for the little things. Could have been less you. Growing up in a life where you don't have. Teach you for make dough. If you give me $1 right now, me I go teach you how to make dough. Yeah, this is a real life song with real life facts though. 20 years in outside bathroom. Hungry belly at the back of the class, but when report come, me at the top of the charts, youth. Me just a go for the dream, and me a pure. Protect my family, please, I may ask you. Judge, I'm up on my knees and ask, please don't turn your back on me, no. I'm trying to keep it together. And all I ask is you make me better. Please don't leave us, no never. I know your love is forever. See mommy suffer and she never start cry. Me say that the broke yet him never stop try. Me and bro make you no proud, no lie. Me know them happy when them see them stars shine. Look the jado, me know I know man can't handle. There is nothing when me can't do. And I know mama still like candles and pray. I'm trying to keep it together. And all I ask is you make me better. Please don't leave us, no never. Better life. But I give up my life for everything. Thank you, Father.
money chef, man. I'm going to vibe about the money chef, though. Gotcha. They on a cooking in the kitchen. Feel a vibe like something missing. When me look at that gone with the chicken, 10 pound of rice, jasmine gone missing. Search out a door, me no see him. Call up the road, they missing. So me draw for the thing we are glisten. Skeleton say a time for we kill him. Honey and I rather than spinning. Carrot I make everybody tibbing. Breadfruit get coward when him see me. Scotch bonnet say a ice on the village. Yeah. The money chef that them go and know sauce when I put in iPad. Who touch it callaloo, him better put it back on when the food share it, have it exact. Oh God, the money chef that. Every dancer doing money chef rap. What is up on me loop at the money sensor? Every girl I say me sweet at the money center. Oh, garlic in iPad. Piece of ginger, the bubbling at that. Kid I just catch a money fever. That gone with the fall and me never see him back. Iris still I get mash. Sweet and cracker egg fam. Me and your circle black. Vinegar they watch your head back. Coat not a semi-grater. Pumpkin gone in a labor. Red peas me fling in a traitor. Brown in a tell curry say you waffle later. Oh, the money chef that. Them one know sauce when I put in iPad. Who touch a callaloo, them better put it back. Cause when the food share it, happy exact. Oh, the money chef that. Every dancer they do the money chef rap. Look for me loop at the money sensor. Y'all tell me something sweet at the money center. Oh, I who that I said
Wacky dip. Wacky dip. Big la, live la, go trafficking, back it in. To the top of a fit up eating, wacky dip. Hacky dip. From me a juvenile and the money I call me call my daughter pick up Benz and my son in Hardy. You them not for walk in the body. One of them I call me legend and me no pass fancy. Oh my God, if you forget it when you're young and hearty. My priority straight, me no broke and panty. Couple hours over, someone want for a laugh shortly. Get the money load like me one lock none. She has no love, she has sell me know the that cost me. And nobody no know cause me no talky. A while me wild on my dog no saucy. Me can find the Kyle, me say no boy no flossy. But the piece was sharpy, pull up and park it. Now for life dog, show up that shortly. Love of my life, yo, and the money my want. See your poverty, me can't see on them life them. Like I'm a earth strong, check my birth paper, me come from a dirt farm. So me carry them a German. The bourbon as if slow me a the surgeon. The servant no weak to prove the world wrong. A girl for night to prove the boss right. Last night I fuck off my turban. Love the millions so me met the first one. Like I'm birthday. Money hit hard for have it, you know I hurt here. Me put a target on it in a diverse way. Skull a go, tickets and no girls play. Pass it down, me no muggle, and me first spray. Me bad no bad, until me turn clear. The bag them man want, all the work stay. Face flat, poverty let in 9 verse. We a big lot, we live like we trafficking. Waffy tappy thing, wacky dip. Wacky dip. Now some big life. Live like we trafficking, racket in. Put it up above it, up it thing, wacky dip. Killer them a wacky this. You them a feel some superstar. Nobody stopping it. Totally lacking it. Roll like me trafficking it. Kind of trafficking. Big guns and a flashy whip. Boy lucky lip. Rush on my belly, bust a wacky dip. From cashing it. A gun, we're gone for that, we're not crashing it.
Now play by the king, love is all I and I certainly bring, you know.
Every time.
Consistently.
Every lot. Yeah. Hey yo, me is a youth, no in a hurry. No. Me love me chickpeas and me tofu curry. Just bless me belly full and me never spend no money. 2 big pack chai when me get from me mommy. She give a cent to Lizzie, bet she say baby no worry. Them fresh vegetable Tony Rebel couldn't carry. The only thing she want is another big tune. So call Ricky Cho, papi put it on tube. Send it on a book, son, maybe drop it on speaker. Wait junior, bang junior, gang with the feature. Mix and release, make we trample the bass. 21 guns a load, trigger finger be squeeze. Yo, I just love I and I bring. And I still life over everything. 24 seasons, nothing don't change. Keep it things straight, so we never switch lanes. Positive vibe, we just love it. Whatever we need, I put that we fit. Gotta wipe out while man I make plans. So in all things, that we have to give thanks, that we have to give thanks.
How we say life over everything. I listen Lassie over every king. Love over money, money over gun. Give thanks a little over none. Long time we tell them make a muckle. But them a laugh and a chuckle and a buck shuffle. How we say blinging but not overdone. See it there now the cup of overrun. How we say love for all over some. How we say rise up Rasta children and never run. And inspire one another to stand up and overcome and keep showing love forever, never done.
You were just love I bring. And I see life over everything. To the four seasons, nothing don't change. If the things change, so we never switch lanes. Positive vibes, so yes, so we do. Whatever we need, you put up with it. Gotta wipe out while man I make plans. So in all things, that we have to give thanks, that we have to give thanks. I want to them so. They are this Ababa, pick up the stage show. Liquidity grey, Amara, Amoro. That just step forward, the devil keep low. Man, you ready, let's go. Let Babylon in style. Mother and child, multiply bloodline. Everything in its time, manifest it and smile. No chronic, same life, fresh panic, exile. Times are a-changing, conflict as well. Tension arise, people under a spell. In a land full of hate, we show love to rebel.
Love, love, love,
I will
love,
watch
love,
the world burn down. You were just love, I bring. And I still life over everything. To the four seasons, nothing don't change. If the things change, so we never switch lanes. Positive vibes, so yes, so we do it. Whatever we need, you put up with it. Gotta wipe out while man I make plans. So in all things, that we have to give thanks. You were just love, I bring. And I still life over everything. To the four seasons, nothing don't change. If the things change, so we never switch lanes. And I beer vibes, so yes, so we do it. Anything we need, you put up with it. Gotta wipe out while man I make plans. So in all things, that we have to give thanks, that we have to give.
You say you wanna ask me something that's been weighing on your mind. I gotta tell you this, baby. You don't have to ask me if I love you. I do. Don't have to ask if what I'm saying is true. It's true. There's not a day that I don't thank God for you, my boo. Girl, you've been my backbone and you should know. There's no me without you. Baby, I love you from high school. From them time we are in my arms. Long time. You never believe we turn out this way, but I knew it from the start. I loved you from the first time I saw you. You took over my thoughts, and it has been that way since that day. And it will be that way till death do us part. You don't have to ask me if I love you. I do. Don't have to ask if what I'm saying is true. It's true. There's not a day that I don't thank God for you, my boo. Girl, you've been my backbone, and you should know. There's no me without you. Yeah. So many times I messed up. You didn't leave. Them said it this way, but you never do it. You never cheat. You kept it sweet. Yeah. And them style they use and knock me off for sure. Yeah. You should take my last name from you. Hey, take this key and turn this house into a home. You don't have to ask me if I love you. I do. Don't have to ask if what I'm saying is true. It's true. There's not a day that I don't thank God for you, my boo. Girl, you've been my backbone and you should know. There's no me without you. Oh, there's no me without you. There's no me, there'll never be a me without you. There's no me, I can't see a me without you. 'Cause I can't breathe, I can't sleep.
Check.
If I'm without you, so you don't have to ask me if I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? We are about to go into our next panel. Again, ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Ladies, Shaka Pow, can you take your seat, please? My Laurel, can you take your seat, please? Joanna, can you take your seat, please? Can you take your seat, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Can you take your seats, please? What's going to happen right now is going to be one of the greatest surprises. It's something that you did not expect. But can you take your seats, please? Can you take your... Minister, you can't leave. I see you trying to head down the stairs. Eh? No, you have to see this that way happen. You have to see this that way happen first. Beautiful. No, she have to see the start of this. So, can you take your seats, please? Minister, you have to see this, I promise you. Okay, so let me big up our very proud sponsors. They happen every single year. And here is one of our greatest sponsors, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. Why do you keep sponsoring us?
Because this is a great event. And I think that the combination of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport and IMC, as well as a combination of Babsy Green, Sharon Burke, and Judith Bodley, as well as Shaggy, is a great combination.
Absolutely unstoppable. I agree with you. I couldn't have said it better. Minister, guess who is coming on stage now? Guess.
Who? I won't guess.
So, play the track. Let me see if you can tell me who it is.
My son, Kevin Downswell. A big hand for Kevin Downswell.
When the road is... Top again. Hi, guys. Let's go. You're wonderful. Nobody like you. Can I get some on the stage? Give me some more volume up here. When the road is long. Give me some more. And heavy. When it's dark and I can see clearly, I will lift mine eyes to the hills from whence my help cometh. My help it comes from you. Oh, lead me, oh, lead me where I've never been before. Place I never. I want to see everybody on in the building. That's me. Hands up like this. Say when I myself, you say, Father, carry me. Father, carry me when I come to thee. Father, carry me. Father, carry me when the road is long. I want to big up Shaggy and Mommy Sharon and Judith for this incredible conference. Let me see the hands out there, something like this. See clearly, I will lift mine eyes to the hills from whence my cometh. Not every comes from you. No, lead me, oh, lead me, oh, lead me where I've never been before. Place I never. Hands up now this seminar. Everybody. You say, when I come to thee. And oh, Father, carry me. Yeah. Father, carry me. When I come to the end of myself, Father, I know my help comes from the Lord, one who made heaven and earth. You're mighty, you're stronger than any other. Hey. One thing that I desire of you, I may dwell here with you forever. I'm chasing no other. When your time. Myself, you say. Say, Father. Louder, say, when hey, one more time. Oh, na, lead me, oh, lead me, oh, lead me. Father, carry me. Can't do this without you. When I come to the end of myself, Father. No, everybody who knows this, say, lead me. Say, lead me, oh, lead me, oh, lead me. Carry me over, lead me on. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin Downswell. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Kevin Downswell. No, I know people went to eat a while ago, so I don't understand. Anywho, we're ready for our next panel. Could I have our panel slide, please? Panel slide, we're going into our next panel, and it is the power of the producer. Yeah, ooh, absolutely. Because these are a set of the most powerful producers that we have on the globe. So, can I have on stage Mr. Max Glazer? He is our host. Max Glazer is... Say again? I know, but I was just working with it. All right, so we have the wrong slide up, and we're actually going into another panel. Can I have that slide, please? So we're actually going into the Global Radio Play panel. And that panel has, as the host, Judith Bardley. And on that panel, we have Mr. Steve Billings from Sun City. Steve, where are you? You might want to take the stage. On that panel, we also have from Irie FM. Who? You must have seen her. Absolutely. Right people. We have DJ Sunshine from Irie FM. We also have HB Monte, our celebrity DJ. And we have Mastermind himself, Paul Pahar. Who's the next person?
Check. How's everybody feeling? You guys good? We good? It's like this silence, and I don't like to sit in silence. So, everybody good, right? Perfect. All right. That was just a vibe check to make sure we got the vibe right.
Okay, and so the host for this panel is Judith Bodley.
Hey,
No, for me, this is one of the most exciting panels. Why? Because I've spent most of my life in radio, having started Zip 103 FM, having been a part of the change team for Fame FM, having been the only female station manager for RJR 94 FM. And so, thank you. Radio has been my life, so I will never see it die. Sunshine has been on IRA FM for how many years?
25 years.
Almost 25 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Billings has a radio station in Portmore that you all listen to, Sun City FM. HB Monte. I just love to call his name. Which station are you on?
So WAJZ, that's upstate New York, that's Albany, New York.
And then, Paul, you are actually a program director.
Yeah, I started out as a DJ, been on the radio in some capacity, whether programming, mixing, hosting for 39 years, and based out of Toronto. And yeah, this is great to be here.
Yeah.
Talk about the thing we do.
Okay. So now, in here we have artist managers, we have artists, we have producers, we have all level of music execs. And the first question I want all of you to answer. So let's say an artist has a song. He considers that it's going to be a hit song. Right now, in 2026, what does he do? If he gives it to radio, rather than push it on TikTok, or rather than drop it on all of the DSPs, if that artist takes it to radio first, what happens locally and globally? Sunshine, we're starting with you. We're going to HB and then Steve and then Paul.
Well, we're seeing a trend where, you know, the artists may be using influencers to promote their track. And you may see it and you may want to promote that track as well. An artist giving a radio person the track, we would appreciate if it's, you know, titled properly and give some information about the track, and we'll start playing that track. And then other radio jocks may take up that track. And it's important that the radio actually plays that track, because radio is not dying. We see that where radio will continue to grow in the future.
So are you saying that radio is still breaking records?
Radio is still breaking records. You can
tell me a track that we can say that radio broke within the last 3 years.
Well, there are many tracks. Can't single out one right now, but there are many tracks radio, you know, really, let's use the word boss, and will continue to boss. Yeah, the other digital platforms will become like the street, which was back in the day where you would hear the track in the street and the radio personnel will take up that track and start playing it on air. And then it was vice versa, where it was radio first and then the street. So the other digital platforms is basically like the street then at this point, where we're seeing, you know, tracks being on TikTok, most of it is just not passing the airport here, you know. But once the radio takes it up, then it's a trusted platform where the consumer, the people listening, will actually trust what we as human beings have decided to play and promote.
Okay, thank you, Sunshine. So let's move to HB Monte. A lot of people are saying that the younger generation does not listen to radio at all, and radio is no longer relevant.
Yeah, I say this. I'm going to bring facts, okay? How many of you guys know who Jimmy Iovine is? Anybody know who that guy is? Sounds familiar, right? Well, he is, if you search him up, he's one of the major guys who influenced this whole streaming side of things, right, with DSPs. So Apple Music, IE, right? So an example. He just came out, look this up, he says streaming is minutes away from being obsolete. Now, the guy who actually was pushing this narrative of streaming. Now, so let me talk about radio. Radio is a $170 billion industry with a growth of yearly $10 billion yearly. So it's moving forward, okay? So it's moving up. DSPs are having struggles to try to keep up because the human element is not there anymore. Now, the human element derives here in radio. We're actually cultivating these playlists. We're inspiring people to listen to new artists. So yes, we are breaking records. And actually this stat is really interesting. So 80%, I'm bringing stats. You can look me up right now. I make sure if I grab this mic, I'm speaking facts. 80% of people weekly listen to radio, and that's where they're engaging with radio, whether they're at work, whether they're, driving, a truck. They're listening to radio no matter what, which is a higher percentage. So which means 20% are still trying to figure out in major markets, all right, what playlist am I going to listen to? But then, again, you get distracted because there's over 30 million new songs yearly that come out, that get released. But radio has a niche of music that we play on repetition, which some people can't stand, but yet that repetition causes inflation in spins and notoriety and all of that. So that helps artists. So when I hear radio is dead, I'm like, wow, I don't know what page or what story you're reading, but you're reading the wrong stuff.
Well, thank you, Monte. Question then, in all of these figures that you called, in all of this data that you gave us, where does Caribbean music stand in there in terms of Caribbean music making its way past our airports?
Yeah, so which is interesting because I looked into this too, right? So with the Caribbean radio, it is slightly behind the U.S., but Jamaica is the #1 leading Caribbean country to be pushing things in the positive direction, in the right form of movement. And what I mean by that is, we're in the time and days of AI, right? Artificial intelligence. And some people are like, oh, wait, it's going to take over things. No, it's actually a tool. And right now, radio in Jamaica is now going to be one of the first in the Caribbean to start this, using AI to advance things forward within radio. And what I mean by advance things forward, I mean, using it for whether it's, for sales or using it for, just to make tasks easier. Not to say that it's going to take away from, us as DJs, as hosts. It's only going to be used as a tool, and we're going to use it to advance the business forward.
Okay, thank you, HB Monte. Let's move to Steve Billings, and let's talk about Sun City Radio and the role that you think it plays in breaking music out of Jamaica in terms of all these artists who come with so much music. How does Sun City impact reggae music in Jamaica?
All right, thank you so much for that question, Judith. As it is right now, one of what we are doing, what we're very big on, is our online stream. So you talk about the impact that we're having globally. Whenever I check my data analytics, Sun City is daily streaming over 150 countries globally, right? So whether it is in the Jamaican diaspora, whether it is in Central America, Spanish-speaking countries, wherever it is, Sun City is streaming to those audiences, right? So we're speaking about the global impact. We're speaking about the evolution of radio. So to add to Sunshine's point, if there's anything that is dying, it is the instrument of the transistor radio. But radio is on TikTok. Radio is on a number of other platforms. We are on Mixlr. We are on so many different platforms. We're on Alexa.
Yes.
So the truth is, once you have internet connection and you have a device, you're able to get our content, you'll be able to get whatever that is we are streaming.
Is radio still involved, though? Is Sun City involved in breaking music? That element of when you hear a DJ say, I broke this record, is that happening?
Yes, and I will go on record for saying, Roll Deep, Tentic, Sun City broke that song. We were playing that song first. As a matter of fact, when we started promoting that song, it was when he was going by the moniker Authentic. And then when the song broke, now he shortened it to Tentic, right? So I can specifically speak on that. And, well, we know who Tentic is. You can speak to him and he will validate it, you know? So what is happening is that there's an ecosystem that has gotten much broader. And
But I like that you said that it's getting much broader. So when it is that radio stations in Jamaica stream, and we stream back the music that comes from overseas, how well do we think that works? Well, for like an Irie FM, and I know Sun City plays a huge amount of reggae and dancehall. Yes. But we have a number of other stations in Jamaica. How effective are we when we're streaming music that we didn't make?
Well, the truth is, we authenticate it. So, and let us use reggae and dancehall, for example. You have a lot of practitioners in the UK, in Africa, and the truth is, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Once you are an artist doing reggae and dancehall, you want to be played in Jamaica on our homegrown radio stations. That is a statement of fact.
Okay, thank you. Mastermind.
Yes.
Do you think that podcasting et al. Is now the expansion of radio? That's where radio has gone?
I mean, there are stations that tap into digital media, podcasting being one of them. I think it's an extension, but at the end of the day, that's not the only thing. And when you think about podcasting, it's very much just a talking component. So when you watch these videos of interviews or morning show hosts, for example, talking about certain things, they're not playing the records. They're not playing the music. And so that has very little impact on the music. To me, it's more of a branding extension for the actual hosts or the stations themselves. So if we're talking about how that benefits artists, I would say it's very minimal, unless it's the mix show of that radio station that is now being put on a podcast, where that people will listen to the mixes and hear what they're playing. And again, I think that also needs to be factored into this conversation, where, you know, everybody thinks that radio is meant to only break artists. That's not the case. It's there to play artists and benefit both sides, right? Like, radio is there to attract listeners, and the thing that's going to attract listeners are hit records and big records, and that's an important aspect. But that doesn't mean that they can't break records, and they do break records. But it also depends on the type of radio station that you're running. Like, if it's a college radio station, if it's a commercial radio station, if it's a top 40 station, if it's an urban station, all these things have different components, and records can get broken different ways. And in a lot of cases, especially in the U.S., the records will start, if they're unknown, they're going to start in the mix shows. So you want to make sure you're knowing the DJs, the mixers on those radio stations, you're getting your records to them. And there's a big component to it, you know, what your package is supposed to look like, how you network, so on and so forth. But just going back to your podcasting, unless it's the music-driven part of that particular radio station, I don't think it has an impact on artists.
Okay, so just to let my panelists know that you can jump in anytime you want to. But what you said, Mastermind, led me to a question. So therefore, how is radio impacting publishing?
Publishing, well, in North America especially, publishing is collected by, you know, ASCAP or SOCAN in Canada, and BMI. They all do that, and it's collected in different ways. And there was the last panel was about publishing, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct? Yeah. So artists really need to understand that aspect. I mean, we call it the music business because there's such a business component to it. And so
therefore, radio stations actually do serve artists very well in terms of them being able to collect their publishing.
absolutely, if you have a hit record that's getting played every 2 hours on every radio station across the planet, your royalty checks are going to be really great. But there is also a significant difference that we should recognize between terrestrial radio, between what DSPs pay out, and we've been learning recently how no money is really being made by artists on the DSPs or any of those type of platforms. You have to have so many streams before you even see some significant dollars. However, when you factor in satellite radio, for example, Sirius XM, which is in North America, I don't know if it's broadcast beyond North America. In vehicles and stuff. Yeah. You can get it digitally on apps and streaming services and so on and so forth. But if you're in the cars on satellite radio, those royalties eclipse everything. The amount of money you can make by getting played on Sirius XM, especially if you own the master side and you own the publishing side, it can change your life. It's life-changing money.
Yeah, I want to add.
Judith, I'd like to add something to that. Locally, radio does pay. We don't just play music. I have to, the station, Sun City, has to submit a playlist to Jams, and we have to pay royalties to Jams. It's not free, right? So to those artists that are submitting their music to the stations, they can also access our playlist, and they can bring it to Jams once they're registered.
Yes,
and they can
because I
get
don't
royalties.
think the artists understand
They
that
don't.
when they get radio play, that leads to money.
So a lot of them not even being registered. So that is also a
But you see,
critical part
what
of
they
it.
also need to know is that even if they're not registered, it's sitting there.
It's just sitting there. So again, I'm speaking about the overall ecosystem, and what seems to be happening is that from the beginning of time, entertainers are concerned with two things: stage performances and dub plates. And the music is more than that.
Yeah, so I wanted to add, because Mastermind, you touched up on something really interesting. Because how many artists do we have here? Artists, producers? Yeah, cool, awesome. So I'm going to tell you this, okay? Mastermind just touched up on, he said mix show. You guys know what mix show radio is? Okay, so that's where a DJ is actually playing records off basically of what he or she feels, right? It's like he's vibing or she's vibing with whatever he or she feels fits. Now, with radio programming, it's different, right? They have to stick on a particular format, right? The mix show DJ doesn't. Now, this is where a lot of records, like Mastermind was mentioning, are being broke, because we're trying. I do mix show radio, and I love breaking records, but I'll tell you, the most wonderful feeling I love is I love breaking or being a part of moving a record forward from especially people who I know, right? That's why you see artists like Shaggy and Sean Paul and all of that. They're still linking up and touching base with all of us DJs and figuring out. Actually, Cardinal is in here too as well. Like, relationships are everything. If Cardinal Official says he's putting out a record right now, I'm going to play it. I don't even got to hear it, right? Or if Shaggy says, hey, I got this new record, I'm going to play it. Why? Because I'm cool with Shaggy. I love it. There's an artist here. I don't know if I can see you here, but they've been hitting me up on Instagram all the time. And just off of GP, just because they've been hitting me up and contacting me, I played it. I didn't even have to listen to the record, because I'm like, you know what? I can always mix it. I love it, as long as it was clean, of course. But relationships and mix show, that's where you want to get in. So if you're listening here and you're trying to figure out how you can take the steps forward, start linking up. There's a lot of DJs in this room right here that do radio that are here attending. Link up, say what up. Don't be shy. Don't be like, hey, yeah, you know, I'm this artist. I got X amount of spins. Talk, start networking, mingling. Because that one friend that you meet, or that conversation, or just saying a hello or wagwan, whatever you want to say, is going to go a long way. I'm telling you right now.
I'd like to add to what you just said. Relationships are important. And Shaggy, Sean Paul, they're doing platinum records and they're still linking up. And like you said, if Shaggy puts out something or Sean Paul puts out something, I'm gonna jump on it. The relationship, they're not about the ego or, oh, I'm bigger than radio. They acknowledge that radio is still important and they're still linking up and we're supporting them and they're doing well in the global market.
Now
so it's not about,
And so, as you mentioned, Shaggy, Sean Paul, and we tend to stick to those names just because they're doing so well out there. And Spice, who's doing so well out there too. And a number of them. But the bottom line is, for a conference like this, it's always interesting to see that it's those same persons who turn up to a conference like this to get help, although they are already so far in the game. It is those same artists. Spice will call me and say, Judith, you have one new list of radio DJ. Where is there? Because she wants to be in touch with radio so that she may have radio play in the country that she is from. And so I want to go to you, Sunshine, in terms of when an artist has a new song and he or she drops that song, and she drops it on TikTok and then gives it to the DSPs. How then does radio assist that artist in Jamaica? Do you hear it? Where do you find it? Do you even pay attention? Do you listen? Will they just run under your radar?
Like I said before, the relationship is important. And you're saying that Spice is still hitting you up and asking you for a radio DJ playlist because she knows that it's important. And she now needs to send that email out to you. So when she drops it on all those other platforms, you'll get it in an email. The relationship with no Spice.
Yes.
You're cool with Spice. You're going to go to that email, download it, listen to it. I mean, some of it you may not like it and you may not play it, but if you like it, you're going to now push that track.
But some of the younger artists are saying if they send that same email, nobody's going to pay attention. So they believe that they have gotten rid of the gatekeepers.
No, all right, listen. We get a lot of tracks. You're an artist, you want to get your track out there. What's the sacrifice are you going to make? What are you going to do within that 24 hours? Are you going to try to see me somewhere? Are you going to try to DM me? What is the sacrifice you're going to make? 'Cause I'm not going to catch all of it. So it's a matter of just being persistent and trying to get. I've seen tracks in my email and I don't know the artist and I download it and I listen to it. I like it, I start playing it. I've done it with several tracks, I've done it with several artists, so it's just what you're willing to do with the sacrifice that you're willing to make to get your track out there.
Okay, so back to you, Monte, in terms of people thinking that they've gotten rid of the gatekeepers because they tend to say radio, gatekeepers that keep your music from reaching where it should.
Yeah, I think that's just, for me, I think that's a naive way of thinking because the industry has developed so much more. There's an artist, I want to use this because I like to give examples. There's an artist by the name of J. Don, right? Some of you guys probably don't even know who he is. He's got signed to Usher's label, Usher and Ellie Reed. This kid is 17 years old. I want to stand by saying I broke this record. He has this song called Lullaby. Look it up. It's an R&B record. It's not even in my format to play mix show, but I love it. And it blew up. And now Usher did the remix, and it's huge. I mean, so when the word gatekeepers, I think it's only just a roadblock that we make mentally right now because we're in the time, back in the day there was gatekeepers, but now there's a time where it's an independent market. Like the labels are struggling to keep up because things are evolving. And matter of fact, one more interesting thing is that Universal Music Group has what's called superfan hubs. Anybody familiar with what that is? Mm-hmm. No, right? You know? Okay. Well, what it is it's being tested out in certain markets. I think New York and Chicago or some other major market. But they're trying to get back into the experience because what happens is we got so programmed and thinking, okay, hey, look, I'm just going to go here, hit this play, scroll next, scroll next. We got in this habit of kind of just being kind of computerized. And the labels are trying to now kind of combat that and say, hey, we're going to give you experience. Come to this superfan hub where you can buy vinyl. And yes, vinyl is still being sold now, and it's actually peaking in sales, especially in the UK. Eminem Stan just went #1. Not for sales, not for streams, but for vinyl sales. And so you got to understand this way of where things are moving. And I think the number one thing we hit on is business. And this business, we don't have gatekeepers like that, like it used to be. This business is a business, and it's a lucrative business. And I think one of the big key elements that I think I would just relay to you all is you got to learn the business, and not just the business from before, but the business now, the present business.
Okay, thank you. I want to go over to Mastermind because I want to ask you, how do you decide which one of our records you're going to play? And when I say "or," I mean Jamaican and I mean Caribbean. So you're in the U.S. and you get music all the time. How do you decide which ones you're going to play?
Toronto, so Canada for me.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. And I think as far as, when you think about the diaspora, Toronto is easily a top 3 market for dancehall, reggae, soca, even Afrobeat. Now, for me, I'm fortunate enough that my radio station, we have a plethora of DJs that we got someone mixing in the morning, we got someone mixing at noon, we got someone mixing at 5, we got someone mixing, on the weekends. And all these people bring their expertise to the table, and you pay attention to what they're playing. I also have a network of people that I communicate with who hit me to records that are on the way. And obviously, I personally, I think I got good ears. I've been in this business a long time, and I've been successful in this business, and I've broken a lot of records, and I hear what works. And I also have to think about what my audience wants to hear. So unlike, and I tell this to artists all the time because every artist think they should be on the radio, and I always try to equate it to, think of it as the top of the mountain, right? Because now, in 2026, there are so many tools at artists' fingertips that they can do so many things before they get to radio. And I'm not talking about mix show and college and those places that really just look to break record. I'm talking about commercial radio where your audience is massive and you're playing hit records, and those records need to resonate because nameless, faceless artists don't move the meter for radio. And when Monty's saying that it's a business, it is a business. And unlike DSPs, where if someone's listening to a playlist and a song comes on that they don't like, they don't shut down Spotify and then go open Apple Music. They just skip the record. Radio, they change the channel. So if in the middle of prime time I'm playing a record that nobody knows or potentially doesn't like, I just lost a potential listener. So you have to be very calculated and I understand the whole concept of, people think that there has to be gatekeeping because you can't just, like Spotify has billions of people uploading their records every day. They're not all good. It says you give the ability for someone to make a record and put it on this platform. Spotify works in the business of quantity.
Yeah.
They don't work in the business of necessarily quality, right? That's why they have curated playlists where they decide who gets on this playlist. Everybody doesn't get on that playlist. So there's a gatekeeper there, right?
Yeah.
And the same thing applies to radio. So when you say, what do I select? I got to think about, how is this record going to work in rotate? What kind of rotation is it going to go in? Do people want to hear this every 2 hours? Do they want to hear it every 5 hours? Is this going to be a record that has longevity? Will it be a hit? Those are all determining factors that make records. So, for example, Shaggy got a record with Akon and Adonia, right?
Yeah.
That record, just because it's Shaggy, didn't go immediately into power. I had to build that record up. It started in my mixes, and then it went into medium, and it just went into power because it sounds great on the radio now. Mm-hmm. It sounds great between other records. It helps keep my sound of my radio station, at the top when every record is playing. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how it works.
But then there are also some persons who think that if one person's ear or two persons on the radio station are listening to things and don't like it, let's use Shaggy again. I remember when he was doing It Wasn't Me, which is now this super song. Yet nobody wanted to play it.
Well, you can blame the record
America.
label on that. Universal didn't even believe in those records, right? And then there was that one DJ in Hawaii.
In
who was
Hawaii
like,
that played
who was
it,
like,
yeah.
this is the one, and he turned it into whatever it is. And the same thing back then, Universal was very suspect because the same thing happened with Casey and JoJo
Yes.
with their one record. So, and Beyonce was put on hold because they didn't believe in the Crazy in Love records and all them. So there are people that have crappy ears, and then there's people that don't, and then everything works in concert. But it's like, not everything. I could believe in a record, and I could think, yes, this is going to work.
Great record, and
I
it
play it, and
doesn't.
I support it, and the audience, and there's a lot of radio stations, especially in the U.S. and in Canada, that do weekly research, where they do call out with their audience, and the audience rates those records, and the feedback that they get determines whether or not they're going to support a record. So it's not just 3 people in a radio station making decisions. It's the audience telling us what they like and what they don't like. And in a lot of cases, it's eye-opening because you're like, oh, shit, they don't like this record? Man, I love this song.
And you thought that the song was so good.
But the audience is telling you, we change a channel when that song comes on.
Because we're not going to listen to it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, in essence, though, so when I hear the word gatekeeping, right, I think of back in the day when I was trying to break in the realm of music and all that. It's different. And to your point, I agree, Mastermind, because there's a level. Is that good to say? Like a level of gatekeeping that happens today. But I think. And I just want to just kind of just reiterate the fact that when I was thinking gatekeeping, I was thinking as far as just in general before trying to break in, it was so hard. Now, anybody can be an artist, and if you understand the business, you could be a successful artist. It's not that it's not as complex as it was before trying to break in.
And that you don't have to start on radio. So now you have so much knowledge about how radio works and how it's working globally. So what I want to say to you guys, and let's go to you, Steve. If there's an artist sitting right here who wants to be played on radio, and we're trying to convince artists that the power of global radio play is so significant, what does that artist do to be played by radio?
Okay, so for Sun City, the artist can do one of 2 things. They can either, one, send it directly to our platform. So we have an online platform, suncityradio.fm, where they can upload the track, whether it's MP3 or WAV format, the artwork, and so on. Or 2, they could send it to an email address. So for the artists out there, once you're following any of our social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, there's an email address that's in our bio. They can email a track there. Once the track is emailed, it is then sent out. So we have a dedicated program here every Tuesday. We call it WPT, World Premiere Tuesdays. And what we do...
Premiere music that
and,
you get
and we
from
premiere
that.
those songs.
So is there any kind of music listening or music pitching that I come to your radio station and say, hey, I have this music. I'd like to talk to your DJs. I'd like you guys to take a listen with me. If it's not something that you're going to play, can you tell me why not?
All right, so yes, we have an open door policy at Sun City, and the truth is where we find it mostly happening for the artists who are within the St. Catherine space, right? Portmore, Spanish Town. Number of times, not 1, 2, or 3 times, artists come to the radio station to say, hey, I've submitted a track, I want to get airplay, so on and so forth, and we accommodate them. And if I'm not there, somebody else is there. But what I think is lacking, though, and Sunshine made mention of it, is the relationship. Now, what you'll find happens sometimes, an artist will send a track, and that's it. You don't know the name of the track. You don't know the name of the artist. There's nothing at all that I'm saying, how can we play this? Right?
Artists, are you hearing this? If you're going to send them an email with your music, it may just help if you put the name of the track
well, aside
and the name
from
of the
that,
artist. Yes.
What we're finding is in the creative process, most of the tracks nowadays is not worthy for airplay, are not fit for airplay, because it have a lot of things need to be edited in the track. It's not as some of the tracks nowadays, or most of it, is not as creative as before in terms of the lyric content.
Is that because the gatekeepers are removed?
And it's not really gatekeeping, Judith. I tend to look at it as brand standards.
Yeah.
Because the truth is you can't just play any and everything.
Right.
But what is happening now, though, is that for a lot of these entertainers, the new and upcoming ones, they send the songs and they're not doing any follow-up. Now, let me call some names. I know that whenever Sean Paul sends me a track from his team, I'm going to get a call, I'm going to get a WhatsApp message, yo, I sent you a track, right? That is one. Two, brand standards also work for the artists themselves.
Yeah.
When Sean or Shaggy emails me a track, I don't have to listen to it. I can just forward it. Now, as opposed to one of the newer names, if I get a track from, and let me say Chronicler, for the sake of this conversation, the first thing I'm doing, I'm looking for the radio edit. So I'm looking for more than one song, right?
Yes.
Whereas the more established artists, they're sending you the tracks in MP3 format, in a WAV format, they're sending you the instrumental, right? In some instances, they're also sending you the a cappella, which now allows the DJs to be more creative.
Yes.
When you send a cappella for your track, we can put it on any rhythm we want to put it on.
Yes.
It's called the DJ pack. For those who
Yes.
are not aware, research that. You definitely want to submit that. DJ pack for sure.
You know, and lastly, it is very important for the artists to tag their tracks. Everything right now is about digital. Everything right now is the metadata, right? You want to ensure that when your tracks are tagged, you can pick it up on a Shazam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you have to get with the technology. It's not enough to be in a closet and just recording, okay, my track.
Does everybody know what Shazam is? Shazam?
Right? Tracks have to be mixed and mastered. The bit rate, the MP3 have to be up to par. So it's a whole host of things.
The radio edit is very important
It
as
is
well.
very important.
Very
right?
important.
So you get a song that's not mastered. When you are playing a song from Sunshine that is mastered, and then Monty sends me a song that's not mastered, the quality is less, the volume is lower, it doesn't make good for radio.
Okay.
why don't I
So we're talking about whether or not radio is still powerful. We're talking about the power of global radio play. So let's address what is global radio play. What does that mean now that we can stream? What does that mean, global radio play, Sunshine? What is global radio play in 2026?
With just us as the human element taking a track and bossing that track. And it's being played all over the world.
When we say all over the world, do we mean that it can be played on IRIA FM and that is global radio play? Because you can pick up IRIA FM anywhere.
Well, IRIA FM is a global radio station.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of all that.
Yeah.
Whether you're being played on individual radio stations
Yes.
around the world, or whether you're being played on a single radio station that can be heard via an app or via online streaming or whatever the case may be, that is still exposing your music. Now, the goal for an artist is to be played on every radio station. You have to make a smash hit for that to happen, and that's the goal. Nobody, goes into the studio and says, hey, we're making garbage today. No, they go in, everybody thinks they're making Thriller, and, that they come out the studio and they think they made Thriller. Not everything is going to be that, but that's the goal. And, just going back to networking and getting your records, and it's you can expect that your song is going to get on the radio. The likeliness, really, there's so many factors involved in it that it's not as cut and dry as just giving it to a programmer and the next thing you know, it's getting played. Now, I hear records all the time, and I hear you were talking about feedback. It's like some artists are not good with constructive criticism because, again, they think they made Thriller. And when you tell them they didn't make Thriller, they get mad. So it's very touchy when you're trying to give constructive feedback because you want to be honest and fair, but you also aren't trying to create. I've had people get mad at me for, wanting to fight me because I told them their record wasn't good. And it's like, okay. But you know how many people that have come up to me and told me that they're going to be the next whoever superstar, and how many of them who've said that to me actually became the next superstar? Zero. Zero. It's like if it's gonna happen, it will happen. And there's a lot of different factors to it. I heard a record today that I told a colleague of mine that this is a smash hit and it needs to be the lead single for their upcoming album. Smash hit.
Okay.
And you hear those and you can tell when it happens.
So can I add one thing? So I want to emphasize this point that I made earlier in Mastermind. I want to ask you on this. So I said earlier that relationships are everything. Now, if the record was not a smash hit, because you have this relationship with a colleague, you would still play it though, right?
It depends.
Mix show?
Nah, it depends, because I've told people that again, if the record, like I was listening to you guys and you're like, someone can send me a record and because I know them, I'm going to just run it. I don't do that.
That's me. I would do it.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I got to listen because I'm accountable to my audience.
Yeah.
Right? And so the last thing I need is for the audience to hit me and be like, yo, what is this trash you're playing? Your station sucks. Da-da-da. What are you doing? Rah, rah, rah. Why do I need that? Right? Because of a relationship? No, but I will say to somebody, play me some other stuff. Let me see what else you have, and maybe I can guide you and tell you what I think will work. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. I think for me, one of the things, so I can only just speak from my opinion, because for me, I think relationships are everything. So to be honest with you, I'll just keep it 100 with you all. There's actually a popular artist that everyone knows. I promise you, I would not play his record at all. At all. I refuse, because 2 times we were supposed to do some interviews, and it's personal stuff, right? Like, I'm just like, come on, man, now you're going to play, and then you're going to try to ask me to play these records. So I refuse, and I shut them down from our radio.
But does your radio station
so
play?
you're carrying
I shut them down from
You're carrying feelings, HB Monte. You're carrying feelings over the music. But you know, I have a question.
Yeah.
So let's say all of us here had a record. Would we bring it to radio first?
If we all had a record?
If all of us up here,
yeah.
If each one made a record, would you bring it to radio first?
I would say...
Yes or no?
No, I would test it first.
Okay. Steve, you just made a record. Are you
All right,
bringing it, where are you bringing it first? Are you bringing it to radio first?
No, and let me tell you why not. A lot of times when entertainers, artists come with a song, the first thing I ask, is it released? It is available. And why do that? Because you're streaming globally. A lot of time, the front desk will ring, hey, I just heard a song from Monty, but I can't find it on Apple Music. I can't find it on Spotify. I can't find it anywhere. So the first thing I always say to the artist is, hey, make sure that it's available for consumption. Because at the end
So radio is no longer the number one. We're to carry it to the DSPs first and then come to radio.
Not necessarily.
That's my opinion.
Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to be the DSPs. It could be DJs that play in the clubs. It could be DJs that play, back in the day, they made mixtapes. I don't know what the equivalent of that is in 2026.
Yes.
But there's other mediums that are not necessarily the DSPs. And that's when I was saying that there are so many tools at the availability of artists that doesn't necessarily mean radio. So when you say, if I made a record, am I taking it to radio? Well, if I made a record, right? Well, here's the thing. I'm a nameless, faceless artist, right? So to me, that's not what it is. I'm going to find out who the tastemakers are in my city, and I'm going to go to them, and I'm going to say, what do you think of this? And depending upon their feedback, we'll see what avenues I take. And those other tools that are available to me, whether it be AudioMac, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Spotify, Apple Music, all the different places that I can put music, I'm going to put my music in those places, build up my fan base and my audience and my awareness so that I'm not a nameless, faceless artist. And here's the thing about it. If your record is meant, like I said earlier, if your record is meant to be on the radio people will hear it and figure it out. And, you can think about back in the day, 25 years ago, I remember sitting in the studio doing my radio show, and the phone lines were calling with little girls asking me about Justin Bieber. I didn't know who he was, but they were like, you gotta play this Justin Bieber record, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, in radio, you take all of that with a grain of salt because you think it's someone's mom calling you or someone's cousin calling you. But when you get enough calls about it, and then you start seeing things or hearing things, and the industry starts buzzing, then you realize it's a real thing. And that's how organically stuff becomes radio hearable, playable.
Hearable. Sunshine, I go back to you. Do you agree with Steve that you take the record everywhere else first and then take it to radio?
I think what Steve was actually trying to say is that if it is the track is actually released, so if it's available in the space, right? Taking it to radio first, you can actually do that, but you can also, like the other panelists have been saying, that there are so many different avenues that you can promote your music. So you're still going to promote it on your page, your different social media page, and promote it in the street. And while that is happening, radio can be promoting it at the same time as well.
But it has to be.
So before we go into Q&A, what I'm asking all my panelists to do right now is identify whether or not there is any power behind global radio play right now.
Judith, radio signals demand. That is the bottom line, right? And the truth is, and to add to what you said, radio is not to just create awareness. It is after you've hit the market and, you know, it's getting a buzz. You spoke about the Justin Bieber record, right? Because if you're not playing what is in demand, it is as easy as pressing a button to switch the dial.
So interesting, because radio used to create what becomes in demand. But that's fine. I'm just making.
But I think that is still a case because, you know, HB being a stat man, I don't know if he has this in his back pocket or not, but the discovery of music still is mainly from radio. But the way music is discovered
79.6%.
Sorry, it's, one more time? Oh, all right. All right. But that's where people are discovering new music, and that's where Shazam comes in. You mentioned Shazam. Yeah. So people will hear a record, and again, you could be in a restaurant and hear it on their playlist or whatever, but in the car or at work when they're sitting at their desk, most radio stations, if they're doing everything right, the records are labeled and you're going to see the artist and the title and even their artwork and stuff on the app or on the online player. But if not, if you're in the vehicle, and again, in North America, a lot of vehicles have the information too, but people will pull out the Shazam and be like, what is this? And try to save it and whatnot. And so I honestly believe that there is a discoverability, but getting to that stage, you have to have a certain amount of awareness and the song has to sound a certain way in order to get onto those platforms.
Yeah, and to add to Mastermind, familiarity is the key word there, right? So the listeners want something that sounds familiar. This is why you have a lot of records right now that either sample or the term is reinterpolate, right? So which means basically it's a new master of a song that was already released that
which is so interesting because back then we were able to make songs without another song. But it is the way it is. We're talking about the power of global radio play. We're moving now into Q&A. So if you have a question for one of my power DJs, please just raise your hand so you can get the microphone. Yes. The power of global radio play. How important is it to your career right now as a producer, as an artist? Is radio doing anything for you? Are you getting on radio? What's the question that you have? Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check. Yes, blessings to the panel. I'm Ian Clark from Sun City. Now, this is for specifically Sunshine and Steve. The question that Judith asked about where would you carry your song first? I think a lot of the sound systems benefit from that. I don't know if you'll agree, because a lot of artists tend to want to go to the sound system like a Stone Love or Metro Media or one of those guys, because those things play, they're popular. They have a lot of sessions, and they feel that if it is bust, if them song bust in the dance hall, you know, separate and apart from on the radio, because sometimes some of these songs are, as Sunshine said, not fit for airplay. And it's not only a song that fit for airplay can become a #1 song. It can become a #1 song, and it's as raw as it is.
But here's the thing, just to agree with you. If the right sound system, and I was talking about the right mixers or the tastemakers in my markets and whatnot, if they think a record is that great and they start making it move and shake and bake, to me, even if it's unfit, I've done it plenty of times where I'm like, this record needs to be played on my station because it's the streets are messing with it. I'll go clean it myself if I think it's going to benefit my station. If I think my audience is going to make me look at my station and be like, wow, this is a cool station. They're playing XYZ record because it's making noise. I'll go that extra mile. I know I'm an exclusive guy. Not everybody's going to do that. They're not spending the time cleaning other people's records. But that's also the education part. That's why we're here talking about DJ packs and whatnot. Because if you go into the studio and record a record and leave the studio without making a clean version of your song, you're doing yourself a disservice, not me. Because in order for your record to get to the point where a guy like me will clean it for you, it better be a smash. It better be something that I want to play. And that's not always going to be the case. But if you do yourself that service of making sure that it is available for radio stations that need to play the clean versions, and it's available, then you got one extra step in the door potentially to have your record played on the radio.
Question? Who's the next person? Right here. You know, what's interesting, I've had an artist say to me that she doesn't know what to make anymore because she will make a dirty song that's going to go to the sound system operators, and then that's going to get her interest, right? And then she hears the radio jocks clean it and play it. And then she says she has to dig deeper to find a raw song for the streets. And every time she finds a raw song for the streets, radio plays it because it's buzzing on the ground. And then she feels like she doesn't have a radio song. So that's an interesting thing. I would call the artist, but I'm not going to.
But wouldn't it be better, I mean, with all those different edits that it takes the, it takes the sweetness out of the song when you have to keep editing it and
but she says that she makes her raw songs for the streets because she says she has to keep her street credit. And when she makes these raw songs, she doesn't expect radio to touch them. But radio does.
But what usually happens, and I'm going to...
That's a weird thing to complain about. That's a blessing, man. Like, you make records and radio wants to play it, so they clean it to play it, and you won't complain about that. That's weird.
That's a Vibes Cartel. He's the king of it when he'd make a radio edit and he'd make a raw song for the streets and he release it at the same time.
In a man shop, he make a gospel edit.
Yeah, you understand? And most of the time, I only used to hear the raw version in the streets. And I'm like, that's what he was saying all this time because the clean version was so good. You know what I mean? So I would suggest that at the same time that you clean it up and release both tracks at the same time. Yeah. So it doesn't take the sweetness out of us, you know, playing it on air with all that space, you know?
You have the microphone. Go ahead.
Over here. Over here. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and to the panel. My name is April J., and I'm a singer. And my question is to all members of the panel, and Ms. Bodley, if this applies as well. Have you ever organically, without external influence, discovered a song on social media from a piece of content? What was it about the content that made the song special for you, such that you, of your own volition, played it on radio? And if you can remember, which song was it?
I would just say, for me, mix show speaking, I really don't. I think for me, I love to DJ, right? So I'll use certain parts from social media, like whatever the memes are, like Jet 2 Holiday. I'm just not really a song, but like I'll use that as a meme and go into a mix. But for me, I don't really look on social media, to be honest with you, for the newest songs, because that is a phase. Like that phase, I'm not with. Like there's dances to it. I mean, some people might like it, but you'll notice, I mean, I don't know if you other DJs can concur, but like there's no longevity with any of those songs, at least majority of them, except once they already gain legs. An example, Shake It to the Max last year. That was everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere. But it had legs before it was on social media.
The interesting thing about, you know, what you're saying, it makes me think about TikTok, or depending on how old you are or how tapped in, Vine, when Vine was a thing. And Vine used to make records very popular, and they did it in 5 seconds or 11 seconds or something. It was something really short. And what happened with radio is they would see that certain records were popping on Vine and becoming popular on social media. And so they would like, hey, we want to play this. There's a significant difference between hearing 11 seconds of a hook and hearing 3 minutes of a song, and the rest of that song sucks. And so you play this 3-minute song, and your audience is like, oh, what's this? They don't know it, they don't like it, except when it gets to that 11 seconds, and then they're gone. But you don't have the luxury of that. And I'm trying to think, I'm really, you know, he used a great example with Shake It to the Max, and I'm trying to think of myself if there was an example to answer your question. And off the top of my head, I can't. I'm sure there might be something that made me hit up somebody and be like, yo, I heard this record. Do you have it? You know what it is? Whatever. But off the top of my head, I don't have an answer for you. I wish I did.
Pine and ginger. Pine and ginger. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can take 4 more questions. Who are the 4? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to ask. Well, my name is Nicholas Evans. I'm from IRI FM. And I want to ask, are we experiencing an evolution in terms of radio and the music? And I say that against the background. I remember years ago, I was at a dance in Portland with Gary G, and he was playing the Suzuki rhythm. And one of the selectors on the song that we were playing on came to the owner and said, Bertram, you know you hear them song there? And the man was like, them song in the record shop. Only radio can hear. You can hear them song there on. So we were really the ones putting out the tunes, whether on the dance hall or on the radio. But it seems now that we are supposed to be hearing them somewhere else first. Is it an evolution? Is it a change in our music bus, so to speak?
Who's taking that?
I don't think there's a change. Like Monty said, you may hear those seconds of the song, of the track. And then hearing the overall track, it's not a good track, and it doesn't last. You know, so, and I'm going to say that maybe people have been choosing the songs, but I don't think they have been doing a good job of choosing what is actually palatable for the ears. I think the radio jocks have been doing a good job in deciding what is good, what is that smash hit. Not the people, and that is what we have seen, that trend for some years now.
3 more questions.
Yes, good afternoon again. This is Raymond Brown, Mystery Breed. To the entire panelists, you see, I do a lot of raw music on TikTok, carry a lot of raw emotion. Like I said, my music is deeply rooted and cover anything moral, social, or human and just. So just to give you an insight, 5 seconds, like you see something like this on TikTok, reference DJ Monte. If you see something like this on TikTok, is it possible you could have carried it in your studio and do your DJ padding, which I put whatever rhythm you want to it and market it. So if you're on TikTok and you hear something raw like this, End Time Prophets, of course, and My Time Revelation just push me at the top of the front line. So Bloodstained 8 on my vision of fight crime. And you and God kill me done dead over 9 times. You get something raw like that. Or is it possible you could have take it and do DJ padding on it? Because those are my type of stuff in our padding. What me have on TikTok and need the promotion.
So I would say, I mean, look, I would have just had somebody film that for you right there. And I would then put, you gotta build up multiple stories. So I would have had somebody film what you just did right there. And then put, I don't know, an old lady dancing to it. Vibing. And then from there, you put out another video of maybe somebody making a hip hop beat to what you just did. Not reggae, not dancehall, but a hip hop. And then maybe somebody with a guitar. Down, 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 down. You know what I mean? All these little things that are totally different and obsolete that could make people say, wow, I gotta watch this again. That old lady that was dancing, she was really vibing to this. And then again, familiarity, what we've been saying this whole time. The more people hear it, the more they start realizing, okay, what is this? And then start digging into you as an artist. And that's what you want. So not just one piece of content, but you want to put a boatload of content of the same thing on social media. Not just TikTok, but everywhere.
Okay, next question, 2 more.
Judith.
Who has the microphone?
I have the microphone. Hello, everyone. My name is Maureen Walker. I'm representing Black Dread Music.
The question I want to ask is, when an artist has a track that they want to get publicity on, and we come to a radio DJ, for example, to say, can you play my track? How do we get that track to be played on your playlist on the radio, like Irie FM or like Sun City Radio, without this payola?
All right. Go through, Judith. All right. So as it relates to artists coming to, well, for Sun City, again, radio signals demand. And for every 4-hour block, specifically on a Tuesday or Wednesday, we also have calling programs, request shows. So listeners can request whatever song you're speaking about. In addition to that, the quality of the song, not just the lyrics, but also the context of what is being said. All the stations in Jamaica were bound by the Broadcasting Commission, right? And every so often, when a track would slip out on a playlist, we'd have to take remedial measures. We have to issue an apology, and so on and so forth. So what you're speaking about is the quality of the music, the lyrics, the context, and once all of that is above board.
No, payola. Is it still going on?
So payola, so it's basically pay to play. So that whole narrative, I'm sure, just like any business, I'm sure there's some corruption here and there, but for me, I can only speak on my regard. I don't take pride in that. I can't be bought. You know what I mean? It's like, you know your value, you know what you bring to the table. I can't be bought. I mean, yeah, would I would like to have a vacation stay, a brand new house, a new car? Absolutely. But for me, it's like I bring more value being authentic as a DJ and make sure that I'm bringing to my audience, my target audience, what I think that they should be listening to. I want to feel like I'm in control. But what I would say is, more than if you're paying me by saying, hey, look, I just want to be in your mind, your attention. Hey, look, I got this new song. You're paying me with music. You're paying me with just, hey, look, man, I've been watching your stuff. I love what you're doing on the radio station. I've been listening. I'll get paid in compliments all day. And matter of fact, it might make me want to play your song because that's who I am. But again, other DJs are not like that. So I would say, more than anything, if you're looking for that side of things, you don't have to pay. You just have to pay attention to the industry. And for me, it's relationships. And I can only speak on with how I do things, but I will also add that I know a bunch of other DJs. I know a bunch of other huge radio DJs that if I say, hey, you know, we vibing with this record, they're going to vibe with it just off because my relationship with them. So I think more than money is your relationships, and that's invaluable.
And that's true. But just to answer your question, it does exist. I can't speak for the Caribbean. I know in Canada it's illegal, and if you get caught, there's huge punishments. Radio stations can lose their licenses. Obviously, people can lose their jobs. Now, in the U.S., and I have tons of artists, and in the U.K., they've all told me, you know, if you're trying to break a record, you got to have marketing money. And, you know, whatever terminology that they use, there's people that market records. You pay them to help work your records at radio. It costs money. Now, does that money go directly to anybody individually? I can't specify because I don't know anybody. No one's ever come to me and said, you know, XYZ just gave me 5 G's to play their record. I don't know because, again, I'm not involved in any of that. So it exists, and to answer your question, to be like it doesn't is a lie probably. But the end of the story is, pardon me, if you make the right record and you have something like, so again, let's reference Molly because it was a pretty big phenomenal record that happened last year. I remember that crossed my desk in February of last year. And we immediately, you know, I heard it and I knew what it was and I said, okay, this is good. This needs to start getting played. Whatever was happening before February, it wasn't on my desk. It didn't come across my ears, so I didn't know it at that time. Nobody paid me to play it. No, I just knew this was a record and it was going to be out of here, and I knew that. And if you make a record like that, that was a life-changing record for Molly and Silent Addy, right? Like, those were life-changing records. You make a record like that, more than likely you won't need to pay anybody
to play it. I agree with that. I think that DJs will play good music if they get it. In terms of payola, and if you're referencing Jamaica, I have to say to you that it is the media management and the programming directors that you should be talking to about that. Because if it's being allowed and you feel like enough good music is not making its way through, then it is a reason for you to have a conversation with management of the stations that you think are doing this. One more question.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is specifically for the local radio DJs and for you, Miss Bodley, but I would love to hear from the international representatives as well, what they think. By the way, my name is Zaza from Sun City Radio, but I'm also a publicist. What I haven't heard anybody speak on is how to leverage global radio play with the fact that Jamaican radio is being marginalized by the Broadcasting Commission with this new children's code, like songs that we could play before. Is it standard that all these songs and some of these artists can't even be played based on the children's standards? Is it something that is global? How does it affect the reach of these artists if they're not able to get the local play to reach the markets because of the standards that we have existing in Jamaica with this new children's code and everything that is happening, and international radio doesn't necessarily conform to the same rules? How can we leverage global radio play through the marginalization of the radio in Jamaica, the landscape?
Can I want to add to what you're saying here. So you saying, how can we, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, how can we actually move forward? You're saying how can we move forward in Jamaica as far as with that to global?
Right.
Well,
the standards are different. International, you can get a song and maybe there's a word in there and it doesn't apply to being a banned word in Jamaica, in your state, sorry. But in Jamaica, once you say chopper, it can't play on radio. Once you say banger, it can't play on radio. So how can we leverage global radio play for Jamaican stations and for the artists so that they can get this play, they can reach where the countries where the radio stations are reaching, because the standards are totally different. We conform to more rules and regulations than the international standards.
Yeah, I think you actually answered your question in the question. What I mean by that is, I think, and I go back to this, because I think in your hometown, wherever you're from, it's always going to be the toughest challenge. However, once you break out, you said globally, Jamaica is part of the Caribbean, right? But that doesn't mean it's not part of the earth. So with that being said you got to kind of get uncomfortable with breaking out, because we have the accessibility of being worldwide. And yes, there's so many other markets that will play. And once they play, I'm talking Canada or Russia, Italy. If they play it, it becomes a something that you can bring back and say, hey, look, Jamaica, you guys, you're late, you're behind. However, there's the second part where you were saying clean and having these rules that don't apply in other countries. I think the biggest thing is to make sure as an artist you are presenting the clean. I think, Sunshine, you were talking about it, just radio edits. Like, you have to have clean. Like, I know certain things you can't say over here, but at least make sure you're not saying, a common known curse word, like whether it's in patois or any other language. Even if you're doing a song in Spanish, just make sure it's clean, so this way you're not limiting yourself. And I think global reach is certainly possible outside of Jamaica, even if you're having troubles trying to break the barrier within your own country.
What I want to add to that is that I've seen where maybe a Shaggy or Sean Paul, international artists, they'll provide a Jamaica edit and just a regular edit. So that's how we, an artist can look at it for global play.
Just for clarity, though, so this particular regulation, they give you a list of words that you're not allowed to say, right? As an artist, and I know that can be, feel like your hands are being tied, but if you know you can't say choppa on a record, then don't say it, or bleep it out, or, or substitute it with another word. And if that's hurting the creativity, I get it, but then you as an artist who wants that freedom have to understand you're not getting played on the radio. Now, you may get played outside of Jamaica where that doesn't apply, where, you know, again, on my radio station, I don't necessarily have to make a Jamaican edit, but I know that I have, you know, some old aunties or some old grandmas that might hear a song and hear a word and call the GM and be like, yo, what, you know, you played this record, rah, rah, ray. And then at that point, we have to either explain why we didn't clean it or why we don't feel it's offending everybody, but that's on us. But they could take it further and they could really make a complaint to our regulating body, and then it turns into a bigger thing. So,
which is the same thing that happens here, which is what she's talking about. But however, it also shows your creativity. If you're told you can't use one word, if you're as versatile as we think you are, then you come with another word, you know, and that's the way it is. But the power of global radio play, I believe that this panel has basically said, now you have some options and you have some other things that you can do, but the power of global radio play remains intact. Thank you so much, Mastermind, Steve Billings, HB Monte, and DJ Sunshine. We're going to be going to our next panel, so don't move. We're going to the power of the producer. This is a panel you do not want to miss, so stay in your seats.
And we used to dance next to us, sugar. We don't love this. When we look and she walk on, and we bun this. Man and woman now dance, what kind of club this? See them a turn up and dance. With phone in them face. Them put done that. Do nobody mash up with dance, how fun that. Too much of we would stemming up in a doctor. Tired to see man fire shot. Over who are on the place. From me now go dance, me now go nowhere. No. Nothing else in this world I'd rather do. As soon as we select a job, yes, soon them a fly and sell the whole place. Nobody now the dance, now have no school. Yes, dance all alone and give it pure good vibes. Nice. I grade about a lick up on ice. Money pull up the one you have to play twice. Dance all alone, game of fun. Good vibes. Set a girl them in a me section, them a bubble. Cause you want a white steak, the back to pour a double. Next on the place, I look a girl, no want a trouble. Chop of them a flask, conscious sell of them a juggle. A beer woman a pop up on the dance floor. I wind up till them close, wait and still them want more. So now get ready for rise and liquor still a pour. When dance nice, everybody a pay out the door. As soon as we select a job, yes, soon them a fly and sell the whole place. Nobody now the dance, now have no school. Yes. Dance all alone and give it pure good vibes. Nice. I grade about a lick up on ice. Money pull up the one you have to play twice. Dance all alone, game of fun. No nice, nice, nice like dance all. No nice like dance all. No nice, nice, nice like dance all. No nice. From me now go dance, me now go nowhere. No. Nothing else but a road me rather do. No nice, nice, nice like dance all. No nice. No nice, nice, nice like dance all. No nice.
Check the climate, your arms out from a day. In all the things me said them start putting a play. Distract the people, them and start lead them astray. Then Sunday morning, now they want go and go pray.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to take your seats. Johnny, can you turn down a little bit for me, please? I'm going to ask you to take your seats. Johnny, turn up. Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats? Can you take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to move on to our performance coach. I'd like to move on to our performance coach and then to our next panel. Our performance coach, Philip Clark, is next on stage. Can you please take your seats? Clear the stage. Take your seats. Clear the stage. Take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats so that we can continue? And so the next person I'm going to introduce is a performance coach. Do you know what a performance coach is? No? It's kind of self-explanatory. It's a coach for better performances. Now, once you are a creative, this is someone that you should experience. So, the Island Music Conference has decided to ensure that you are experienced with a performance coach so that following that you will understand that you may need one. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the stage Mr. Philip Clark, performance coach. A round of applause, please. A round of applause for Mr. Philip Clark. Okay, take it away.
It's on? Okay. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Okay. Allow me to share something with you this afternoon. Can I share something with you? Talent brings you into the room, but coaching gives you the stamina for your career. You hear that? Talent brings you into the room, but coaching gives you the stamina to stay in the industry. What do I mean? What do I mean by a performance coach? So many times we hear a lot about the rise and fame of Usain Bolt, and we don't necessarily hear about his coach. And what happens after a race is that he comes and he talks to him and he says, okay, listen, this is how we're going to do it next time. This is how we're going to approach it next time. I watch your performance and I'm going to give you the tips and how to actually make it better. Now that's what coaching is about. It's about helping you, the artist, to concentrate on your gift, to concentrate on making sure that every time you do a performance, you're as good as your last performance. The important thing when you enter a stage, first of all, is to be seen. And the next thing is to be felt. Now, how do you do that? How do you get an audience to feel you? You're not going to be touching the audience physically. But in terms of how you do your performance, you have to make sure when they leave, they remember you. You just gave them the time of their lives. There are a couple of things that I can do, I can talk about. I don't have much time. But one of the things I want to say is this. How you use the space is very important. Why, for example, am I standing at the center? What effect does that have? Tell me, talk to me. Center of attention. So as I said before, the first thing you want to do when you enter a stage is to be seen. And the next thing is to be felt. Now suppose I was at stage left. Is that any less effective than center stage? Why do I stand at stage, well, this is stage right. Why do I stand here? What effect or impact am I having? Less than in the center. So why would I use here as opposed to here? I want to enter the stage here. I want to give you an idea that I am here. But when I make you feel my performance, I have to come into the center. And what I encourage persons to do is never you take steps backward in your performance. What is happening when I move backwards? I'm losing. You're losing me. I don't want to lose you. I want to always make sure you feel me. So every single time I move closer to you, that is the way of me feeling. You feeling everything about my performance. Another thing I want to say is that you have to always stay ready so that you don't have to get ready. Rehearsals. Rehearsals is the way in which you prepare for a performance, come what may. You're going to be in a space where you're not going to know what your audience necessarily is made up of. You always have to be prepared. But in terms of rehearsal, what happens? The coach says to you, sing, do a performance. And in the rehearsal, he may stop you and he may say, listen, why are you moving your hand like that? Are you making that gesture specifically to get the attention of your audience? Or are you just moving your hand all over the place, or moving your body all over the place and running up and down over the stage? What effect you're trying to get? So you have to deliberately use your body in such a way that every single minute in your performance, you're allowing the audience to eat out of the palm of your hands. The other thing I want to talk about is your body. Every artist is a story. Your body tells the story. It's not the music. It is not the spectacle around you. You are the story. And we came here to hear the story, to experience the story. So how you use your body on the stage is very important. If I want to express pain to you or joy, I have to first of all think about it and create it in my face, in my body. And when I express that emotion, you are going to feel it too. So if you don't feel it, the audience won't feel it. You have to be convinced of your performance, convinced of your message, and then the audience will feel it. Is there any artists around here? Lots of artists around here. One of the things I want to do, I want to showcase artists, because every artist is different. Why? You have something that is unique to you. I always say, don't try and mimic. Don't compare yourself. Don't try to represent somebody else. Represent yourself. So the first thing in coaching you have to know is, so who am I? What kind of artist am I? That's the artist that's going to connect with the audience. You have to be comfortable with who you are. What are your little instincts? What are your idiosyncrasies? What's your general behavior? What's about your smile? What's about your movement that makes you unique? And that is what you use for the audience to appeal to you. You come as a story, remember. You are the story. I want to ask one of my students to come up here and give a performance. Her name is Makeda. And I want you to tell me and give me some feedback. How do you think, one, she used the stage? Two, how did she communicate her story? Can I ask you to help me welcome Makeda to the stage?
IMC. Ladies, Jamaican ladies, what's the most common phrase the men say in the street? No? Psst, let me hear you. Everywhere I just psst. On the road I just psst. When I walk I just psst. Every day I just psst, psst. Man, I go gamble with my peace of mind. Goodbye myself, cause this peace is mine. And if you ever try to cross the line, you are gonna get a piece of my mind. You said hi and look once or twice. Out of respect, I said good morning, hi. Now you wanna get some of my time. I carry on, and you're cussing I and I. It make me tell you this blunt. You can't style me over my front. My name is Makeda, M-C-K-A-D-A, and Philip Clark is my coach.
Clap her now, cover. Okay, Makeda, come back on the stage. That was great. Now, I want you to tell me, she's okay with you talking about her. How do you think she used the stage? Was it effective for you? And tell me why. Use all of the stage. So Makeda, you used all of the stage. Where did she enter from? Now that entrance is interesting. Why? What's because it does what? And I said it in the first thing I said. It allows her to be. That's the first thing. Right? It allows her to be seen, and then she went straight here. But then she used there and there, but not necessarily just to move. She spoke to the audience. Correct? So that's what I want you to understand. That moving across the stage is not random. It has to be specific, it has to be structured, and it has to be intentional. Okay? Now, Makeda, tell me what you thought about your performance.
Well, it's the first time doing it a cappella, so I almost did wait to hear the music, but but I feel like, you know, if I had a little more time, you know, we could have come down, personalize it, because your people are telling us long time, don't?
Yes, sir.
Right, so, and I would engage the audience so they feel that I'm not singing to them, but we're in an experience together.
Absolutely. So what you're saying now is that you would want the audience to feel you more, and those are some of the examples that you would have done. This is very, very important, guys, that whenever you are entering a stage, the stage, you are on the stage, this is your space, this is your world, but there are people there who are listening to you. So you have to make sure they know you're looking at them and then communicating with them. So what a coach does is helps you to communicate better with the audience. Many times when persons are on stage and they're not looking at the audience don't feel seen. You want to feel seen. You come in with a dark glasses sometimes and you're performing to the audience. I'm not seeing your eyes. And I always say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I want to be able to see you. Allow me to see you. You are a story. And anytime you recognize that I am a full-blown story, I want to tell them I want to share this message with them today. And that is how you now decide how I'm going to move across the stage, how am I going to use my body. And thirdly, your clothes is your costume. What do I mean by that? I have a background in theater, and I always make sure that the character on stage, the costume that the character uses, must help me to tell me something about the character. So if you're a performer, taking the time to make sure you put on the actual costume in this case, what it does, it makes you be seen. That's the first thing. But it also gives you a brand. You don't want to put on something that is going to distract your audiences, but is going to invite your audience more to listen to your art. The important thing is not about making a spectacle. It's about ensuring that when they leave this place, it's your art that they remember. It's something that came inside of them and can't leave them. So everything that you put together, all of your composition, must make sure that it's the message that must focus on. What's my story? And every song has a different story, a different vibe. How do you now put all of that together to make sure that everybody get the message? Are there any questions? Oh, how's that good? Is there any other artist inside here that would like to come up and do a performance? Quickly. Come, sir. Very good. Clap him, clap him, clap him. So you the audience.
Yeah.
You the audience.
Ma! Raymond Brown, Mystery Breed, ready? I don't have no time for waste. Watch me. Because I have to declare my identity. Watch out. Look out. End time prophets, of course, and my time revelation just push me at top of the front line. So blood stain here turn me vision a fight crime and you and God a kill. Me done dead over 9 times. Fire in a face crocodile on the train line to stone crush again, cocktail bomb in a real time. We peep in our future when we leave from the past. But make we left out of this so come back in our class. Mass killing and shooting, which country, which part. Population before makes one chop in a half. Watch the panel, watch the forum, watch the prime minister them attack. Watch out. How you run gonna hide after no secret a chat? Just change likely that you hear gunshot a clap. The real teacher, like 5 biggest teacher, wherever lecture on the floor. So get greedy for... I hate that. Yeah.
What's the name again? Mystery Breed. All right, question for the audience. How did he use the stage? He stood in one place, but is something wrong with standing in one place? Huh? You could feel him because he stood in one place, or because of what he was doing? How he did it, and how is what I want to know. How did he do it? You were convinced about what he was saying? He got the attention of the audience with his voice. Okay? He was confident. Okay. If he had gone into the audience, or he had started from in the audience, how would you feel about that? I like that word. So that's the word that that you're trying to say. Engaged. The minute you touch the stage, you have to engage your audience. There is no time to stop, buck, shuffle, rethink. You have to engage your audience from the beginning. What I want to say to you, sir, is that when you were doing your performance, you stepped to stage left slightly, and then there was a pause in your performance, as if you're kind of recalibrating. It's important to ensure that when you are on stage, you're always flowing. Because at first, I thought, okay, maybe he forgot what he's going to say, or he's thinking about what he's going to say. But even if you're thinking about what you're going to say, it must be a part of the act. You ever hear about wrong and strong? Okay. So these are some of the things that coaching teaches you to be. To use whatever it is that happens on stage, because things will happen on stage. It's live. You can't sometimes stop it. You can predict it, but you can't stop it. So you have to ensure that, one, I don't go blank on stage. How do I prevent not going blank on stage? Rehearsal, preparation. And preparation is about concentration, repetition, correction, and then delivery. And that is something that happens over and over in rehearsal, in coaching sessions. It's important that you're not getting criticism, but you're taking the necessary evaluation so that when you come on the stage, you fly. Okay? Any other question? Anybody else want to say anything? Is somebody saying something? Oh, wow. Okay. Sound clarity. So, I'm glad you mentioned that. In rehearsal, in coaching, you have to work on your sound, how clear you are, but also how you use the microphone. Because sometimes when you cover the microphone like this, it can affect your clarity. All right? So it's very important that you know how to use the microphone, and that's what happens in rehearsal. But also, breathing, articulation, Now, not because you're a DJ, not because you talk patois, that means that you don't know, you need to know about breathing. You have to learn to do that. But it comes through practice over and over again. So I want to encourage everybody here who is an upcoming artist or, you're an artist, you're an established artist. It's important that you hone your craft because you're as good as your last performance. And finally, stay ready so that you don't have to get ready. Thank you.
Shameless plug, my Instagram is Makeda Music. That's MCKADA. Please follow me and stream my music. Psst. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Philip Clark and his team. No, man, come on. Come on now. Yeah, that's better. Now I feel like we're rocking and grooving together. Yeah. So I have one more panel for you. Is where you're going? You sure? I'm okay. I'm going to hold you to it. Okay then. All right. So, and still we couldn't manage to get the thing that says, my outfit is from Tamia Curry Designs. So, round of applause for Tamia Curry. My team was to have gotten that on the slide from morning. Okay. Is it? Oh, there we go. See it there? But it's, yeah. Yeah, we're going to work on that. Okay, final panel is the power of the producer. And we have some powerful producers on that panel. You see? Do you see what I see? The host is Max Glazer. Where he at? Come, Max, come. Roll out. And our first producer is Omar Major 7 Walker. Then we have David Yeti Beats Sprecher. Cardinal Official. This is his second time at the Island Music Conference. I like his hair. Do you like his hair? Cardinal, turn to the other side. Yeah. Which is right. And then, Stephen, the genius, McGregor. Okay, so can I have a round of applause for the power of the producer panel? Take it away, Max.
Cardi, this is a producer panel. It's not a fashion show. Stop show off from the start. All right, so...
That's what I told the genius, walking like Vogue magazine,
That's why he waited until last. So real quickly, just want to welcome you guys to this panel, The Power of the Producer. A lot of you guys have been here through the day. You've been welcomed and greeted in, say, a proper... good. Do I say, it's almost 6, do I say good afternoon or good evening? If I'm proper. Evening? All right, I'm from Brooklyn. I don't know this stuff. So good evening, everybody, and welcome to The Power of the Producer. We've got people up here who have explored through Caribbean music into international pop music and brought it all around the world. And that's one of the reasons why this is just a really important conversation to have here. We have a diverse panel of producers, and we're just going to kick it off. I want to get into a little bit about producing techniques, a little bit about collaboration, and eventually reach into the business, kind of how beyond what you guys do in music, you have to really be tuned into the business and a lot of the things that everybody's been talking about today, and kind of tie it into what's happening here at the Island Music Conference. So we'll start right here, Major 7. Welcome to the Island Music Conference, and I know you come from a Jamaican background. You said born and raised in Atlanta. what does, let's just start it with Jamaica. What does the Jamaican background bring to what you do as a producer?
All right, cool. Yeah, so having a Jamaican background as a producer is honestly everything to me. And I didn't always realize that, but just the way my parents raised me, just the values they instilled in me, it made me, like, I'm pretty sure a lot of Jamaicans in here heard the quote, heights by great men reach and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they while their companions slept were toiling upwards through the night. And so I always carried that with me, and that's why I'm working every night. And so, like, just that background is crazy. And so for me, my journey was a little different. I grew up hearing reggae music and dance hall, but I never was putting like the artist's face to the names and stuff. So I was producing like Jay-Z, Rick Ross, Future, Rihanna, all this stuff up until when I got to DJ Khaled's Holy Mountain, and I did with Buju, Movado, and Sizzla. And then just coming back to Jamaica after that, it just felt so good to contribute to the culture that created me, that like it made me fully immersed in it and like want to take everything that I learned outside of Jamaica and bring it back to the culture. And so now I'm doing so much things just to push culture forward, like even the Burna Boy Sweet Love record and stuff like that. So I think, and then I also learned so much about putting those artists' faces to the names, and just the more I learned about my own culture, so it became a self-discovery project. So it's special.
All right. Yeti, you come from a totally different perspective and have an incredibly diverse and interesting discography of artists that you work with. That the headline is going to be Doja Cat and some really big pop stuff. But talk a little bit about where you started out musically, and sort of like briefly how that gave you what you needed when it was time to move into an even bigger world.
I'm from Los Angeles. I come at reggae music just as a huge fan, and I've been super blessed to work with some really, just I have nothing but the most respect for the foundation, and for just like the roots of reggae and Afro-Caribbean rhythm. It's played a big role in my career, not just working with Jamaican artists, but also working with Latin artists and other people that share the same rhythmic vibes. And it's just been pretty cool to see taking some of those rhythms to the world and seeing how they've actually become global sensations, like with Doja Cat with like Woman or something like that, which is an Afrobeat vibe that definitely comes from my early influence in reggae and being a super fan.
All right, we'll get into some more of the specifics, because I definitely want to dig into some of the production work that led into that. Cardinal Official, welcome. Born and raised in Toronto, of Jamaican heritage. Now, Cardinal...
I was going to say, why did you formalize that and make it sound so like... so formal? Here's the funny thing is that a lot of us either know each other or know of each other, so this is actually kind of hilarious that we're up here in this like formal presentation of just speaking in these fancy white leather chairs, talking to the people in the audience. So yes, father was born in Ocho Rios, mom was born in Kingston, you know what I'm saying, Texan Road and all them thing there. And yeah, raised in between here in Toronto, absolutely.
But probably first and better known as a rapper. Also currently a hugely famous TV host. But also, as long as I've known you, and it's been a very long time, I've always seen you producing music for yourself and for other people. Where does working as a producer start with you?
I think, to be honest, it started out of necessity, because we, you know what I mean, like we came from the turf, and it's like we didn't have money to pay for the A-list producers. We didn't have money to pay for the big names, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, in all honesty, like we kind of just would get into the studio, and wherever we could, we would watch the producers, we'd learn how to use the equipment, and then whenever, you know what I mean, they decided to mentor us and give us a little bly, you know, we had learned. So I learned on some ancient equipment, like something called, not even before the SP1200, the SP12 with a big floppy disk like this big, you know what I'm saying? That's what I first learned on, and went from that to the Ensoniq machines, you know what I'm saying? The ASR10. It was actually the EPS first, then EPS 16 Plus. Now this is a producers panel, so we're going to geek out a little bit and talk with some technology that you guys can research and Google after.
But this is coming from being a DIY, do-it-yourself, independent hip-hop artist, like an emerging hip-hop artist. They're hip-hop-wise, there had been obviously rappers in Canada and out of Toronto. Your most famous rapper just got a postage stamp, correct?
Yes. Big up Maestro. He's the first, not even just Canadian, first black rapper to receive a actual like government postage stamp. So for the handful of you guys who still have grandparents that send letters and thing, you can use the Maestro Fresh West stamp and send your letters there, you know what I'm saying? But no, the producing, it grew out of a necessity. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, I was a rapper, but the reality is at the time we didn't have money to pay, you know what I mean, for the rhythms, for the beats. So we started producing ourselves, and, you know, shout out to my crew, myself, Socrates, Solitaire, Marvel, and other, you know what I'm saying, Canadian artists when we were younger and coming up. That's just, you know what I mean, what we had to do. It started out of a necessity, but then, to be honest, we just grew to love it, and there was a passion for it, and, you know, we continue producing to this day. So it's like, I think, if I think about it, probably my first famous production that I did was a song that I had that's called Money Jane, and that was actually Sean Paul's first international feature that he had, and it went #1 in Canada. And, you know what I mean, I used to come here and I used to play it all over the TV and the radio as well. And that was probably my first, you know what I mean, production that kind of made its way around the world in a real way. And the, you know, the fun thing is that still producing up to today. You know, Skip Marley has a song that I co-produced with our brethren Super Dupes that's called In Our Sight, and it's up for an NAACP Image Award. So, you know what I mean, from then till now, just, you know, we're still having fun with it and make sure that the passion is centered at the producing.
All right, Stephen the Genius McGregor, obviously born into a legendary musical family. I feel like you've been even releasing music since you were a very young child, but it seems like you were just born into it. At what point, like, talk a little bit about that musical journey at a very young age, because we heard and saw your name first as a singer.
Yeah, my music journey started, like you said, obviously born into a music family. But I started out as an artist at 5 years old. I had a song called School Done Rule on a compilation called Reggae for Kids. Nobody don't look up that, please.
Please do look it up. It's insanely good for a 5-year-old.
But yeah, that wrote my first record that time. But I got into production a little bit after that. I was more comfortable, you know, being behind the scenes and doing that kind of vibe. But yeah, that's where my journey started. And then fast forward to production at around 12-ish. Started like making beats for other producers, and then I got into my own stuff. So.
Okay, so all of this is happening at a very young age, like ridiculously young age. How old are you when you would say, like, you produced your first big rhythm that would have been for someone else? You didn't release it yourself, but
probably, like, I'll tell you, like, Red Bull and Guinness was like my first, like, big one, like, that had Movado, What Them I Do, that was on the Billboard. I was like 15, I think, 14, 15. I was still in school, so one of them region there. But yeah, and from there it just went full throttle. So,
I mean, that's an amazing first breakout to be like a rhythm and a song that is, I think, stands in the catalog of you know, the handful of dancehall songs that will be around forever, that go, you know, when you've got a list like 100 all-time dance, like what Emma Do will be in there.
I mean, I was making music before that, obviously, but like that's the first, like, I guess, breakout point. Before I was trying other rhythms and other juggling stuff, but that was the first, like, real one.
And so I want to use that to kind of lead into another thing that I wanted to talk about, which is collaboration. We've got a bunch of incredibly talented people here, but as music producers, it's not a solitary, it's not a solo business. There's the collaboration sometimes with musicians, sometimes with other producers, but primarily I want to first talk about with vocalists. So let's start it there, because this has got to be an interesting story. At 15 years old, having produced that rhythm, which you produced for Deli Ranks, right?
Yeah, that came out, Deli Ranks Pure Music.
Did you do any of the voicing of that rhythm, and Wedemadu specifically?
Yeah, I did Wedemadu, Movado's track specifically, but I did most of the voicing and all of the mixing and mastering and all of that.
What are you thinking as a 50, or is this was this had been your whole life? Or what are you thinking at that point? And because again, I want to get more into the issue of collaboration. Talk about having Movado in the studio and having that rhythm on, and how a song like that evolved into what we know. And then I kind of want to move. I want to hear from you guys all about early production experiences like that, and how that kind of informed where everybody lives now, which is a much probably greater, hopefully a greater understanding of all of these processes. So what was that process from, okay, the rhythm is here, here's Movado, of getting that song done?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for that specific song, usually, most of that time we had the tracks already made, and like juggling. So we just have the tracks and then one artist record another artist. So that was the case with that one. I knew Movado prior to that because we had worked on stuff before. He was also up and coming at the time. But yeah, I think he had the beat a little before, so he kind of already had the song coming into the studio. And I feel like he did most of that record in one take, pretty much.
So outside of the beat making and the music making aspect of the production, did you have any collaboration with him in phrasing and delivery? And I mean, you said he did it mostly in one take, because I know that's something that you're very tuned into.
So mostly like vocal production. So like, little tips and stuff here and there with that. I mean, that's how I typically produce now. I think my strong point is being in the room with the artist and being able to like navigate delivery and like the vocal production part of it. Because, when you just listen back to a song, it just sounds like bad song, bad rhythm. But when you like pull the curtain on it and like really dive into the key elements that make it work, that's definitely one of the most important parts of it. Because the vocal production, the right vocal production can make or break a song. So,
I mean, very much the same way mix and mastering can as well. And I think you guys all make music that sonically sounds very good as well. And I think that's kind of sometimes a forgotten element if you're moving outside of kind of like the studio for like the broader public, is there's a lot to do with the mixing and the mastering and dynamics of sound that also have to do with records and their ability to become broadly successful.
Especially for those specific tracks as well, because like in the case of Wedemadu, that sound was completely new at that time. So it was very like kind of experimenting, and so navigating the mixing and mastering of that too. I have to be thinking about how this is going to translate outside, and like, you think about the dance, them and the radio and all that. So yeah, definitely a lot to think about when you're navigating a new sound like that too.
Yeti, can you talk a little bit about that process of collaboration, of how you went from making your own music, to working? Like I said, you've got a wildly diverse, only could happen in the West Coast kind of list of collaborators of Revolution, Conscience, Mellow Man Ace, Modest Yahoo, leading.
I'm all over the place. It's all about collaboration. For me, it's always about just trying to make artists feel comfortable to express themselves in the way that they want to be recorded. It's about collaborating with the right people and making the right rhythms or the right beats, and approaching the artist with them at the right time. It's about enjoying the job and collaborating with everybody that you work with. It's like, I've said this many times, it's kind of like being a fisherman. You don't exactly know what this job, this job isn't what you think it is. You have to really enjoy just getting in the boat with your friends and throwing the line in the water, because most days you don't catch anything, and then, you know, if you're lucky, you catch enough to survive, and then once in a while, you know, when the stars align and you're in the right part of the ocean at the right time, you catch a big one. But you really, I think you have to love it, and part of that is collaborating with other people and just being open to being creative. I think once I realized that, how important collaboration was, my career took off.
No, I mean, that's a super important point. Major Seven, for you, what was your sort of breakout productions? Were you able to do those in the studio with the artists?
With my breakout production, I didn't get that opportunity. The first record I did was Rick Ross and Jay-Z, Devil Is a Lie. So that's pretty much what launched my career. But it wasn't until like later down the line I really started getting those opportunities. But I was honing those skills, like just being in college, like working with a lot of independent artists. And I feel like now I'm more in the studio with artists, and like I'm pretty good. I'm really good at like pretty much all aspects of the production. So that's why I really like this panel, because I feel like everybody up here is a real producer, and I feel like true producing is a lost art. Vocal production is a lost art, because people think it's just making a beat. To me, that's just like probably 25% of the job. It's about like really curating the vision. Like, to me, my strongest gift is my vision. It's not necessarily a physical thing, because it's like I could play the piano, but maybe that person who's classically trained is the best person to play the piano for this song. So it's about making decisions about what's best for the song. It's about like executing the vision, you know.
Cardi, what about you when you're collaborating with people other than yourself? Like recently you just talked about this Skip Marley record that you worked on with Super Dupes, who's another longtime collaborator of yours, and another amazing producer of Jamaican heritage, who really brings a lot of Jamaica with him, I feel like, anytime he's producing. And I feel like that's also one of the places when he really shines and it stands out. So what's the process for you of being able to go from artist producing for myself, TV host, and then move to that kind of collaboration, which is very different?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'll even go further than that. You know, that's how you know that I'm really of Jamaican heritage. Like Bounty say, Jamaica owns a percentage.
I knew,
because I have about 7 jobs.
I knew once I saw the mesh marina and then
Whoa, I was gonna say the only difference is you see how the marina is black underneath and not white. But anyway, I would say honestly, like, a lot of what's interesting is like I get to wear different hats, especially like, you know, working with Def Jam also. You know what I'm saying? I get to not only be on the producer side, but I love pairing together producers with artists. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, even my thought process behind that sometimes is where it's like, sometimes we all know what it is. I think everybody on this panel at some point in time has suffered from, you know, there's a hot, quote unquote, hot producer right now that everybody's chasing, but everybody up here has probably had, you know, a diamond record that's chilling on their hard drive. You understand what I'm saying? And I think once I was able to get into the position of having a lot of, I don't want to say influence over the artist, but I'm the type of person that if everybody on this panel gives me like a, you know, if the artists are not in studio with them and they say, yo, Cardi, I have a rhythm that I want to send to whomever, I'm the type of person that I'm going to go in studio and I'm going to play the rhythm, but I'm not necessarily going to say, this is from Major or Yeti or Genius or whatever. I'm going to say, yo, this rhythm is wicked. listen to the rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Because I think what people don't understand about producers also is there is kind of a sales pitch that has to go along with it. You know what I'm saying? And not the typical one that people think. But like I've been in rooms where the first time I went in a room with Pharrell and he produced for me, the man stood on a table and gave me a 10-minute speech to go along with the rhythm before he pressed play. And I thought, this guy is a madman. Like, he stood right beside like them big speakers, you know what I mean? And gave me this whole speech and then pressed play. I don't know if I ended up liking the rhythm because of the speech or because the rhythm was actually wicked.
Felt a vibe.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that are like that. If you ever get in a room with Swiss beats, a lot of it is like the energy and the thing that goes around it. And I think, you know, your personality, not everybody has to be that extra, but I think that...
You picked the two most extra.
I know. But it's for the people, you know what I'm saying? But I think, like, you know, anytime that you're in a room with any one of these guys, the way that they're able to communicate with the artist and find a common ground, you know what I'm saying, so that everybody can get to the goal. Sometimes the goal is, yo, we want to make something that the world has never heard before, so you dig into the creativity. Sometimes they're like, yo, you know what I'm saying, I love what you did for such and such, I would love my own version of that. And I think that's incredibly important for producers, the real ones, to be able to figure out, because it is true, some people just make beats and that's where it ends. But then you also have the people that get in the room and can curate the vibe, curate the energy, and produce a song, rhythm, content, idea, you know what I'm saying, and really see it to the end point.
And I feel like it's also not every, you know, vocalist is the right collaborator. Like, let me ask you guys, do you feel like every artist could be a good collaborator with you and your sound?
I feel like I could add value to like most artists, but then there's there's completely different genres that
I mean, without going totally outside of the genres, just the idea of like, I guess some people you vibe with and some people you don't. Oh, yeah. You don't have beef, but you just don't necessarily. Like someone, you might sit down in a studio with someone and it flows naturally. And Steven, you might sit down with the same person in a different session. And because I'm sure everybody here has had sessions that certainly don't lead to hit records, and I think that's an important part of the conversation also. Like we talk about and acknowledge, and everyone's aware of the big name collaborators and the hit records and the awards and the sales figures and all of that. But I kind of, to get into some of the gritty and grimy everyday part of it, like I guess maybe I'll start with you, Stephen, of like, have there been people, without naming them unless you want to, that you just haven't necessarily been able to get the music that you would hope to create?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think we all have some of those sessions or moments. And I mean, music is such a process and like such a magical thing, kind of like what Yeti said earlier. You can only hope you catch one on any given day, you know what I mean? So, but I mean, for me, I think what works, I work with a lot of people who I kind of lock in with and like have long relationships with, so I kind of can read the vibe. So going back to somebody like Movado, I know him so well that I can read the vibe before I even press play on something, or know to not play something, just from the energy. Or I just know a certain day that like whatever I play today is gonna be like, that's gonna go.
My favorite stories about Steven reading the vibe is in many of the years of the heyday of you at Big Ship working, my partner Kenny Mees, who lived at the corner and spent a lot of time in the studio, would tell me, yo, the place is full. Idonia is there, Elephant Man is there, Movado is there, all these people are there. And just like, if it got to a certain point, and I guess the way Kenny described it was like, it became more of a hangout and like music wasn't really getting done. You would
also an important part of the process.
But you would look up 30 minutes later and Steven would be gone without a word, would literally just get up and just remove yourself from your own studio, from the house, and just kind of leave the other end, the party behind. If music
But again, that's like same thing. Go back to understanding the vibe, because I'll know when it's a day when we're not gonna get any work done today. This is a vibe day, which is great because we need that, because we're creatives. There's no like mechanical way to go about making that quote unquote hit. So all of that is important. A lot of the big songs that I've done just came from conversations like that. Somebody just run a joke or something just in conversation. I was just like, yo, that should be a song. And I'm sure we all have similar experiences like that, but that is important. So like I say, you can only hope that you get a good one when you actually go in the studio to press record.
So maybe something that I think would be interesting for any aspiring artists out here, and even producers as well. Start with you, Yeti. Maybe you could describe what for you makes someone as a vocalist and artist a good collaborator for you.
I'm always looking for somebody that has a unique sounding tone. I'm just always looking for that. And there's a lot of really creative people, but sometimes you can just tell when somebody just understands music in a way that's like second nature to them. I do like these guys, whenever I do go work with a new artist, I always take my time. I always have conversations. I always try to say, absolutely no pressure. I don't care if we watch YouTube or just play music off of Spotify. I love to make music, but if we don't have to do anything. And I feel like that's a really good approach. You just kind of never know. You don't want to push anybody to perform,
Do you ever find yourself in sort of, sometimes there's in the world of, writing camps, that you find yourselves in situations where there maybe is pressure to provide that kind of creative output? I know it's the enemy of making good music.
Yeah, I've had a lot of mixed experiences in writing camps. I've had some success. It's been really cool. It's a different thing. It's a little bit more like being in school and like showing up and collaborating on a class project or like a group project or something. In that case, you have to be super open-minded and collaborative.
Major, what about you? What makes an artist a great collaborator for you in the studio?
I would say work ethic as well, and just like having a great tone, having something unique, and understanding the feeling in music. Because I feel like music is really, like, if I feel it somewhere, like I feel like that's super important, evoking emotion through your art. And it's just colors, it's just like I see music in colors. So when I see the colors, I know the vibes is good. And the same as Yeti said, like I try not to have pressure in the studio, like when artists come to work with me. I mean, I thrive under pressure. There's sometimes where you are under pressure, but like when artists come to work with me, it's very much like I like to have meetings with people before I even start working with them. Like, I'll go down Zoom and I'll be like, so what's your vision? Like, what are you looking to do? And then I'll try to apply what I do to achieve that vision. And so it's very much a process of just making the artist comfortable, you know what I'm saying? And letting them be able to explore their ideas, but making them so comfortable that they're willing to like try your ideas as well. And then it's a trust building process when you're like collaborating with the artist, especially when you're vocal producing them, because a lot of artists are not used to being vocal produced because there's not a lot of vocal producers, especially in the like reggae dancehall market too. Like it's just like everybody wants to do the things that they hear and how they do it. They might not be used to stacking vocals and stuff like that. So it's just like, it's been interesting, like even being able to build that trust with artists and like getting them out of their comfort zone. So,
Cardi, what about you on that note? Figuring out that collaboration, because you also live that experience from the artist end, from the producer and also in terms of being an A&R and connecting artists. This is actually maybe the most interesting part of that, of connecting artists with producers and music that you think fits and can become something great.
I will say that I'm only up here to get some free dinner tonight, so I don't know if this answer is going to be useful to anybody out there.
dinner depends on it.
But you know what? No, honestly, it really there's so much that goes into this that the average person is never going to see. Sometimes you might get into a session and let's just keep it real. Sometimes the artist may have an addiction of sorts, or they may have some extracurriculars to where they can't even focus. You know what I'm saying? People don't often talk about the sessions that go wrong. Those sessions where you're like, yo, A-list artist is coming in today. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be amazing. You know what I mean? You have your best rhythms, your best music, your best ideas ready, and then the artist comes into the studio setting and just shuts down and is not open to anything that particular day. I think what that can do to maybe a newer or up-and-coming artist is discourage them, or a producer rather, can discourage them because maybe they think that it's them. But I think the more that you produce for different people, you understand that not every day is going to be your day to kill it, you know what I'm saying? And you have to be, as a producer, you have to be open, and you also have to have a little, you know what I mean, a toolkit, a producer's toolkit of things that have worked in the past, and maybe you dig into that toolkit to figure out what type of skill set that you have that's going to work with this artist today. You know what I'm saying? Maybe somebody at the label said, yo, your album that you are almost finished, you have 15 songs. We don't think there's a hit on that 15 songs. A lot of time, the artist can come into studio with a chip on their shoulder. You know what I mean?
It's not necessarily the most helpful creative feedback. That's a business feedback.
But that's the reality. So the reality is now when those artists, you know what I mean? If that happens to be me and I'm like, yo, genius, this artist, their album's terrible, but I'm going to send them to you. Please save us. We need a hit. That might be good for him because he's like, yeah, all right, I got the hits, but then the artist goes in there and the energy doesn't connect. You know what I'm saying? So I think what I'm getting at is that producers, we have to be you have to be vigilant, you have to be consistent, you have to be very creative. And again, what people have to understand is, what I've seen is when there is an actual connection to where the artist understands what the producer is trying to do and vice versa, the producer really understands what the artist is trying to achieve, that's when I've seen the most success happen on any level, from beginner all the way straight up to some of the biggest artists in the world.
So, Stephen, I guess, what makes someone a great and creative collaborator for you when you're making music?
I think it could be a lot of things, but the main one for me, I think, is just someone who is open to exploring, especially if you have a very specific vision for your art. I think just being able to trust, like someone mentioned earlier, like trust the vision of the producer and vice versa. Because, like we all have our own, like you said, the toolbox of things that we use or different specific visions. But I think when two people come together and can really trust each other, we're okay, let's try this and try that. And that's when you're more open to kind of receiving what can come to you. Because we all go in the studio with a blank canvas every day, so we don't really know. We can pre-plan it, we can have a beat planned. The artist might, like Cardi said, might be in a different vibe. And you have to pivot from there. So I think just people who are open to just trying and exploring. I think those are usually my favorite type of sessions, if that happens.
No, I mean, that definitely seems like a common thread from a panel full of people who are coming from a creative perspective. Yeah. And then, Cardi, you're dealing with the business, but I also think that's why you have a lot of success in those business parts of it, because first and foremost you come from the creative aspect of both rapping and producing, so you really understand where all of the people in this fit when you're working on people's projects. I want to shift it a little bit and just maybe again start with you, Major, and talk about, we live in a time where you guys are required to do more than just make your music. So talk about the marketing of, before we even get to the marketing of the music, the marketing of yourself as a producer, and what role you as a producer play in marketing the music that you make.
It's something that I'm actually getting more into. because I'm such a like lab rat. I was very much like just like want to be in front of the computer doing the work. And sometimes when you really working hard or you so busy working hard, it's almost like it's another job to do like the content. It's really an entirely other job. But I feel like I'm in the space where it's like building a brand. Like when I think about the impact that I want to have and the things that I want to contribute, it requires larger audience. So the only way to build your audience is to grow your audience and to build your impact. So I think it's super important now. And so like now I'm like releasing music under my own name, like Major 7 and Prince Swanee, like doing the whole project. I'm working on multiple projects right now and shifting my focus into like Major 7, the artist, and who that is, what's the narrative, what's the story, and what does that look like visually, and all those other things. So it's actually a fun process because I feel like when you're a creative, that applies to everything. Just like how Cardinal is doing business, but that's creativity that from being a musician, all that stuff still applies when he's doing business and doing all these other roles. So I think it's a fun process and it's very interesting. But it's all about learning like what's the different marketing channels and building your own system and like, okay, who's my camera guy? Who's this? And so, and I think just building out a plan. And I don't think anybody really has the answer right now because there's a lot of questions in the music industry right now. We're in that time, especially with AI, all these other things. And so I think it's a very experimental process.
But you do feel like it is now a part of your career. It's
important. You have to think about it.
Yeah. Which is something that is, relatively new. Yeti, what about you? Where do you find yourself falling and feeling about the marketing of yourself as a producer and the music that you make?
I'm not big on marketing myself. I try to let the songs do the speaking for me, and I try to be in the background. I don't really do a lot of panels like this, and I just am stoked to be here in Jamaica.
We appreciate. This is what it takes. You have to, invite him to Jamaica, and we're all more than willing to come. But do you find people kind of pushing you that way, or kind of trying to egg you in that direction? Is that something that, from whether it's management or whether it's artists or whether it's labels that you're working with, or are you just able to sit back and make music?
Yeah, no, I'm super blessed. I get to make a lot of music, but there's always people trying to get me to do stuff, and every once in a while I'll DJ something, or I try to have some fun, but. Yeah, I'm not really out here promoting myself too much. I try to just let the artist have the spotlight. It's not, it's not my favorite thing to do. Is just be out here and be like, yo, follow me. I don't know. I'm kind of shy, a little bit.
Well, we thank you for joining us on the panel. Still,
everybody follow Yeti on Instagram.
But I recognize that it is a big part of the business, and that you have to be out here promoting yourself and trying to take it, one baby step after the next.
No, because historically there was sort of a dividing line of art and commerce, of the creative and the commerce, and you would make music. One would make music, and then hand it over to the people who would do the business of it, and those lines are very blurry, if non-existent, at times. So that's why I think it's interesting that. I'd imagine you guys are all going to have slightly different perspectives on it. So I think it's interesting for people to hear in the audience that there's not one correct way to handle yourself in the age of. But I kind of wanted to illustrate that there is pressure to be doing that. Cardi, as someone who also spends a lot of time on the front of the stage, performing, hosting things, and you're a huge personality. I would imagine that part of it probably comes more naturally to you than the rest of the people up here.
Have you followed him and seen what he does?
That's why I'm saving it, because I'm gonna get to that, because this is like a 180 from where he used to be.
Because my bro is leading the way when it comes to there's a reason why his name is the Genius, and that name evolves every year, because when you think that he's just good at doing one thing, then he's singing, then he's rapping, then he's producing and rapping, then he's sampling a leaf falling down. Okay. Somebody dropping and breaking their foot and making a rhythm out of that, making a gospel tune that plays in the dance hall. Like,
okay, fine. So Cardi doesn't want to talk about himself. So that brings me.
No, man. Listen. These guys don't understand. I tell people from I walk in here, I just sweep up at the end of the conference, bro. I don't really do anything. I'm a great actor. I just sweep up and debt all the place so that it's clean for the next day. That's it. Bleach too.
He'll be giving advice on that later. But Stephen, so, you know, I had the opportunity to meet you in that, probably when you were around 16 or 17 years old, right down the road here at the Pegasus Hotel. Mm-hmm. And you were very famously incredibly quiet. Yeah. And this is also why I wanted to tell that story earlier of, I felt like the vibe was just like too much commotion, and then that wasn't your creative space where you would just get up and leave your own studio, and even sitting at a smaller table, for a while, you were a very quiet producer who really, as you said, let the music speak for itself. And that's why I think it's amazing to see what Cardi pointed out is how out front you are on social media, but doing something that, so one, kind of giving a lot of insight into how you craft the contemporary music that you're making from, okay, here's how I start humming a melody, humming a voice, and then taking that voice note and taking very like disparate and random things, and we get to watch you in front of our eyes build a rhythm, but also doing the thing where you go back and break down and tell the stories of these dance hall classics, these like monumental dance hall records at the same time. Like, how did you move from the place of Quiet Stephen, who would sneak out of his own studio, to really being quite cutting edge and effective in marketing yourself, what you do?
So, I mean, for me, like you said, I was always quiet, and I really avoided a lot of the media and social media stuff for a really long time. But I think as I progressed in my career, I started realizing that there's a lot of people interested in what we do, and more than we realize. Because, you know, we kind of in our own world. And I just always remember myself being up and coming, and I would be really interested in finding any bit of information I could especially from the people I look up to. You know, like any interviews you used to have, like the Scratch magazine and those things, you see, like, I would go on a crazy hunt to see what keyboard this person was using, or like what drum machine Slan Robbie used to use, and like just different things like that. So I feel like my whole thought process on that was just, if I can contribute on a broader scale to like someone who I might be influencing, or someone who look up to my work, and they can have access to it like that on a larger scale. I think it just, you know, that was my real thought process. It just so happens that it also helps with the quote-unquote marketing of myself and what I do. But the real intention was that. I always think about what if someone could see the process in real time and how that could help them going forward. You know what I mean?
Were you at all surprised to see how much attention and, because aside from like the likes and the views and the clicks, you get so much interaction and conversation about those videos and how that music gets made? Were you surprised, and like were you surprised, and does that in and of itself also help energize you in making music?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely surprised because, like I said, I was always just in my own world. I never really thought people cared so much about what happens in the background. And, you know, my whole idea of becoming a producer in the first place, because I started out as an artist, I wanted to be more in the background and just kind of just be able to do what me do and just have my own vibes. But yeah, I realized that a lot of people were like drawn into what we do and what happens behind the scenes. And yeah, it's helpful. I think, like I said, I always reflect back to when I was coming up. I would really appreciate if I could find stuff like this back then. So I just think, like, if it can contribute and help to someone else's development, then, it's a win-win for everybody.
But also, since you just mentioned being a singer, a ridiculously talented singer. I don't know if this is true. Maybe you could tell me here. I was once told that Freddie, your father, had once said that Stephen was the best singer in the family.
I don't know about that, but
maybe it wasn't said in front of you. This was a story that got relayed to me through the.
That's some pressure I can't manage from my shoulder, but I can make music though. I'm really good at making music. I can say that part, but not the singing part.
There's no question about that. So we only got a couple of minutes, and then we're going to throw it to questions. So maybe quickly, I could also just kind of go through and ask each of you guys. Could be for whatever reason, because it was the most important career-wise, or just your favorite. What's your most? I don't even want to say favorite. What's your most special song that you've produced? For whatever reason.
Man, that's a tough question. But the answer that comes to my mind pretty quickly is Devil Is a Lie, the Ross and Jay-Z, because, like I said, that's the beginning of my career, and to have something with someone as big as, like, Jay-Z on there it's like, it sets the tone for, like, the level of music that you create, and so it sets a standard. It also makes it challenging, because now you're trying to, like, beat yourself, and you're trying to, like, all right, what do I do next? You know what I'm saying?
Prior to that, what was the biggest song that you had worked on?
Nothing. The stuff out my bedroom.
So straight from the bedroom to Ross and Jay-Z.
As far as like a single and like an album release, but like before that, I did like a T-Pain song on a mixtape on a Stoic mixtape called "Let You Go" featuring Shay Mooney from the country group Dan and Shay. But as far as like
if I had asked you this question then, you would have said the T-Pain song, because that would have been a huge deal at the time. I would imagine.
That is true.
Yeti, what about you? What's your most special, precious song that you've made?
It's really hard for me to choose. I'd have to say
one.
Either Woman or Kiss Me More for Doja. Those were both life changers for me, and I love the message behind Woman and the whole song. I did a song for Burna Boy that I really love called Tested, Approved, and Trusted. It's a cool one.
Cardinal Official.
Just sweet man. You know what, on a real thing, something that is, the funniest thing is that it's not well known publicly, but as a producer, we all hopefully have one of these stories. There was a time that we did a random thing, like, I won't even mention the vodka brand, but myself, Havoc from Mobb Deep, and Buckshot, we did this song together, which was cool. But after, I happened to, Just Blaze came through, and I remember I was like, yo, I want to play this joint. You had mentioned T-Pain, so that kind of just triggered it. And I remember I played him this joint that I did, just, what we would call an album cut. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a single, wasn't a widely known song. But I remember, and you can ask Just Blaze when you see him, and I think for me, this is why it's one of my most important joints that let me know that I know what I'm doing, is I played it for him, and I remember he played it about 10 times in a row. And he was like, yo, I haven't made beats in like 9 months, maybe a year. Like, he was like, there was no inspiration. And he was like, yo, from that day that I played him that song that I produced, it just triggered something in him to where he's like, yo, I got to get active again. And to this day, if you go and you ask Just Blaze about Cardinal's song with T-Pain, Go Home With You, he'll tell you, yo, that is one of my favorite joints. And for him, it just so happened that at that time in his life, he needed to hear something, whatever it was that song brought to him. And I think for me as a producer, probably one of my most important joints that I produce, because it, I think from somebody that I respected so much, it let me know that, I knew what I was doing, and that what I was doing was special, you know what I'm saying, and more than just a random hobby.
All right.
Quick.
Major wants to add to it.
Just like how I remind you of the T-Pain thing, you reminded me of another reason why Devil's Lie is my favorite, because I remember meeting Focus, Dre's producer, and he was like, yo, this is Jimmy Iovine's and Dr. Dre's favorite song. Then I met Marsha Ambrosius, and then she was saying that. And then Dr. Dre was such an inspiration to me that when I met him, he was like, yo, that's my joint. So that just reminded me a lot.
And that's amazing. And that goes to kind of like, as the producers, a lot of times this very solitary thing. So it's very interesting that you guys both have this thing of another producer that you look up to. Yeah. That being like kind of the most, that was why I asked the question, is the most special, not the biggest. Steven, your most special piece of music that you've ever worked on?
I mean, I don't have the answer that people want to hear, but I honestly don't have one. At least I don't think I'm at the point where I have one just yet. Clearly, there's records that have done a lot for my success and my career and stuff like that. But I still kind of look at each production and each song equally, because I approach them with the same level of intention. So to me, like, yeah, it's great, obviously, when you have a song and it does numbers and it sells and all of that. But I approach, like, if I'm going in with a Beyonce versus a brand new artist, I'm going to have the same exact thought process, and I have the same hope for the song. So honestly, I don't have a favorite yet, or a song that's the most special to me yet, because they're all like, my little creation. Them.
You don't have a favorite child, like it's like that.
Yeah, exactly. As of right now, I don't have one.
Some people do. Some people do. So I want to thank you guys. We'll throw it to questions in a second. But IMC, we're wrapping up the first day of the Island Music Conference. Big up Shaggy, big up Judith, big up Sharon Burke. Please make some noise for Major 7, Yeti Beats, Cardinal Official, and Stephen the Genius McGregor. And if you could push up your hand if you have any questions for these gentlemen. You said all the way over on this side. Have they been leaving you guys out on this side? Oh. All right. Your time next.
Greetings. This is Reggie David. Versus the virgin that said, the devil is a liar. Yeah, we just want to clear this word right here. The man who read and don't read, which one is the devil?
Hold on, what's the question?
The man who reads or doesn't read, which one is the devil?
Which one is the devil?
So we'll get an answer to this question, and then we will go on to our next question.
This is Reggae David. We're moving on to unite the world.
All right, up here, please.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone, and good evening to the panel.
Hold on, Max, did you answer that question?
That means you're going to answer it, Cardi. The man who reads or the man who does not read, which one is the devil? And then we are going to proceed. Thank you for holding up the show.
Well, I just love the entertainment part of it because I thought that was amazing. But you must have to read the word to understand what's going on in our life. So I would say it's the person who read. Not true? No? So you said the one who don't read.
Well, okay, no.
All right, we have to reason about that after then.
Thank you. Asked and
I tried. I knew no matter what it was gonna be the wrong answer. So
that's why I said asked and answered. Up top over here.
I have to try. We have to.
Your time.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, good evening again to everyone. My name is April J, and I'm a singer. I also write songs at times when I feel inspired. This question is particularly for Yeti Beats, by the way. I'm highly influenced by reggae and jazz, but sometimes my jazz phrasings and my dark tone will be prominent in all the songs I sing. And I typically get the lyrics and the melody downloaded into me. So when it's time for a song to be produced, though, I don't often know what take I want to take on it, which direction. And I don't have access to amazing producers like you guys on stage. So as an upcoming artist, I feel like I might have to visit Edna, which is our local music school, and find some fresh producers who are willing to work with a newbie. So here's the question. What advice do you have for helping an artist find musical direction, production-wise, after they've written the lyrics and come up with the melody, but they don't have any clue where to take it.
Okay, so you've written a song and you have the melody and the lyrics, and you're looking for instrumentals and production, or you're looking for someone to help tell you which approach to take with the vocal performance?
Which direction to take with the beat or the production, the rhythm?
Okay.
So I guess it's kind of both.
Oh, go for it.
No, I'm saying, I guess she's kind of asking like both of those things that you asked.
I think you have to, that's an internal thing for you to do as an artist, is to figure out what sound you want that is authentic to you and that will complement your voice. And I think that we're living in a time where it's much easier to find music and beats and rhythms. You can even, whether it's go to YouTube or even use AI, like you could even be like, I want a beat that sounds like Thames or something, and look it up on YouTube. And there's plenty of stuff out there to get your idea out. And if you're able to get your idea out, if it's good, you can always like bring that to a producer, and they can be like, oh wow, I see the potential, and we'll help produce out the track to the exact way that you wanted to do it. A lot of times people record demo versions of their songs and try to get it as close as they can, so when they get the opportunity to send it to someone or to bring it to somebody, that it's in a shape that they think is authentic to their sound as an artist. Is that helpful? No. Sorry. Okay. Okay. This is going to be controversial, but you should download Suno, and you should sing those songs into Suno, and then describe the style of what your song would sound like, and your mind will be blown.
And that could be a step towards.
That could be a step towards you discovering what your sound is, and you could literally, if you like the track from Suno, you can take the vocal off the stem and sing it yourself, or go to a studio or rent a studio and sing it yourself once you discover what the sound of the music that is going to complement your song. But it's never been easier. Check out Suno AI. And I would say just sing your songs into it. It's incredible. At least for getting that demo done.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Leo Carmichael. What would you say are your top consultants, managers, and lawyers right now that would support independent artists in terms of the amount of money that they charge, relatively speaking? You got what I just asked? In terms of the money that they charge, what would be your top 5 consultants or lawyers or managers?
I think that's a very legitimate and fair question. Possibly for a different
independent artist.
Possibly for a different panel, because these guys are really focused on their production and work. I don't think
for producers.
No, I understand, but I don't. Unless anyone wants to,
sorry.
I just don't feel like anyone here is going to be able to list off like a list of.
What comes to mind? I know that they would not give me an answer. Like so.
The one thing I can say though, because a couple of people, even from outside, when I just pull up, ask me questions in similar vein, and I think a lot of artists or creatives they think about getting a manager or getting a person to invest or whatever before the product. And I think it's important to just build the product as best as possible, because people are gonna always come, So I feel like even if you get if you get the best manager in the world, they still need something to manage. You know what I mean? So I know it kind of like on the journey, a little difficult, and you feel like you don't have any links, and you feel like everything just out of reach. But even just from the creative side, like what Yeti said, like it's never been easier. So just focus on building the product itself, that is your art, or if you're a producer or artist or whatever the case is, building that to the best case possible, and then the people will come, for sure. It seemed like it's just random and impossible, but it will always be better that way, rather than trying to get somebody to invest first or getting a manager who's going to like magically make everything work. You know what I mean? So just try to focus on that part of it first before getting into like the agent or somebody who will help to push everything. That's important too, but you need the product. You see me?
Can someone get JLL a microphone? I would love to hear this question, because this is a big producer himself in the place, in the audience, who has sat on these panels before. So I would love to hear JLL's question.
Can I ask my question, please? Stephen, we have a question for you. Now, with Jamaica, you know, we have a culture where majority of the artists are independent. How do you share the masters when you play the executive role, knowing that you pay for the video, voice the song, studio session? How do you share the masters? Or is that the producer should be entitled to the entire masters?
Well, here, that situation is going to always be case by case. But I think the general idea, especially with dancehall, because in dancehall, the producers kind of have to act as the label, with, you know, because with the production, marketing, whatever. But I think that's how you kind of work it out with the artists, because it might be a case where the artist did spend some money on something specific and you do a different thing. So that's going to always be like, you and the artist should work that out prior to, and not when the song get massive and then everybody scramble.
Yeah, and for my last question for the entire panel, what's the most money you ever make off of one song?
You ever ask them money?
I was able to buy a lot of Dettol with some of them royalty checks. Lots of bleach.
How about this? Let me just clean it up a little bit. What's each of yours quickly your most successful song? Without watching the pockets too much.
Not the flexing segment.
But someone else brought it up, so it's not a flex if someone else has asked you a legitimate question.
Most successful song.
I think it's tricky though, because we will have songs that quote unquote successful in different ways and different regions. Yeah. We might have a sync song that like was in a huge movie versus like a song that everybody know, but you probably make more money from the movie song, but nobody never hear about it.
He's saying he has many, many, many very successful songs.
I'm saying that this is what happens in the business. I don't know what. But wait, it's difficult for just be like, oh, this song is the one.
Hold on, Yeti wants to give another very vague answer.
Success is subjective, I guess.
Yeah,
it is. No, that's I think the ultimate point.
I'll say this, like just like the genius said, it's true, because it's hard to say, because like going even all the way back to Devil Is a Lie, that joint been licensed in so many movies, like movie trailers like Black Mass, and then even last year I think it was in the Monkey Man movie. So it was just like, it's hard, because over the years, like the song has made more money off of sync licensing than it has as just being a song.
That's how you know it was licensed a lot. He said, I think it was licensed in this very big movie. All right, JLL, your question, please.
Hi, greetings, everybody. Greetings to the panel, all the amazing producers that are here. Thank you, Max Glazer, for recognizing me. I have a question for myself and other fellow producers in terms of the creative process. When you guys sit down at the computer or at an instrument, you know, and you're thinking, okay, what am I going to create? Is it a targeted thought as to, do I create these specific sounds for these specific artists, or do I create what comes to me in the moment? Because I think the issue I face a lot of times when I'm creating is, I mean, I guess I struggle with some guilt in being kind of free with just creating whatever, because I know whatever I create might not necessarily land with a majority of the artists that I want to work with, versus just saying, all right, I'm going to create this specific sound for this artist, you know? So I guess it's a balance between the two, but one is sonic freedom and one is more targeted production.
Man, I could start it. I feel like it's a little bit of both. It just kind of depends on the timing of it and how it works. I feel like the phase I'm in now, I kind of wish I had more like just like that freedom, like what you're talking about. But I feel like now it's like just so many projects. It's like every day this person working on this, send this pack for this. It's just like, so it's a lot of specific things that I feel like I work on. But I think the beauty is and that's why the people I choose to collaborate with a lot of times haven't even had any success in the music industry. It's just people who's passionate and hungry and just like creative, because I feel like those are the people that are like the most pure creatively. Because once you start like getting into the business, then you start thinking about like what people want. So I kind of like try to like, I think greatness is made in isolation. So like when you are creating those things, when nobody's really thinking and you're not having any expectations, I feel like that's when the magic happens and you attract certain things that nobody would even expect. Like when me and Mantra did like Selfish for Future and Rihanna, it's like, if you listen to that beat by itself, you would never be like, I could hear Future on this song. But like, it was a platinum Future record with Rihanna. So it's crazy what can happen when you just focus on what you do and doing it to the greatest of your ability. And then when you press play, it inspires something that wouldn't normally happen.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think sometimes I'm focused on one artist or a couple of artists. Sometimes it's fun just to jam with other musicians and create whatever you're making on the spot. Sometimes that ends up becoming what you were trying to do anyways. So I don't know. There's no rules.
Yeah.
I would say that, you know, I have a bunch of cheat codes. So because I can, you know what I mean, exist in a lot of different places at the same time, I would say for me, the driving force always is the passion of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like once that passion leaves, you know what I'm saying? Like for producing, a lot of times that's when you'll get into a rut. You know what I'm saying? Like when you feel energized, even if you go into the studio today and you make that rhythm and you're like, I don't know where this is going to land, but this rhythm sounds tough to me. There's rhythms that I have literally that within the last 6 months, a rhythm that I made like 10 years ago that just landed with one of my favorite artists within the past 2 months. You know what I'm saying? But then in the same breath, there was a rhythm that I made and I'm like, yo, this sound like I need to get Buju Banton on the tune. Yeah. And I played it for Buju and Buju loved it and you know what I mean, got on the tune. And then I also got Idris Elba on the same tune and it's going to come out this year. So really, my bro, what I would say is always let the excitement and the joy and the passion that you get from producing, let that be your North Star. You know what I'm saying? Let that be the thing that you're always focused on, because I really do feel it's been my experience and a lot of, you know, my fellow producing colleagues, like that's really where all the magic happens, is when you feel amazing about what you created, even if you don't know if it's going to land with a artist or not. It's just the fact that you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, always continue to do it. You know what I mean? If you haven't done it in a while, start. Just let that energy be the thing, because that's really what we do. I mean, I love Suno too, but the reality is that as technology starts to increase and the job that we do, you know what I'm saying, it's going to change, it's going to evolve. A lot of the fun that we have today, we have to hold on to that for as long as we can, you know what I'm saying, and let that real thing guide the way, because those tools eventually are going to become, you know what I mean, more of a hindrance to what we do. So today, 2026, full steam ahead.
Any words from that on that from you, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everybody kind of said a lot of it, but yeah, I think generally just to add to what them said, like, it's just a bit of both. You have to be able to trust your own creative intuition and also be able to be flexible as well to meet the vision of the person you're working with. So, you know, it's just like a middle ground. Like they said, there's no formula, but just be flexible and trust your creative vision, because that's why they're trusting you to produce or to be a part of that journey with them. So it's like a meet in the middle kind of thing. Yeah.
They said, so we have one final question.
How do you balance leaving enough room for the artist and making sure your presence is, as a producer, is felt on the record too?
Start it.
I think space is super important when it comes to making records. So it's really about figuring out how to like create space with every song, because a lot of times, especially when I first started producing, it was like, especially coming from a musician background, you always try to like do everything that sounds cool, and it's not. And especially sometimes people be in the room, you could play a crazy run, they're like, oh my gosh, put that in there. And it's not really about that. It's really about creating textures that and evoking emotion and creating space. So you always got to think of the vocal as like the main instrument, and practice for that too. For me was even like producing records like backwards, which was like, oh, here's a dope vocalist who just wrote a great song to a guitar, and it forces you to produce to complement, because like once you have a great song, that's the most important thing in the production, like having a great record at the end of the day. So you have to think about like the great record instead of just having a great beat, unless you just want to win a beat battle, you know.
I always say the song is a star, so I'm always just trying to do whatever accommodates, trying to help make it as good of a song as possible. I'm happy to put like 3 sounds in a song. I'm not trying to start even or just one, like a piano or something, and write a song to that. It's always the most important part, in my opinion. The song production can be changed.
There was, and that's I don't even think people realize sometimes how important that question is. I'm very blessed to say that, like, I worked with a lot of people earlier on in their career, and I remember Alex the Kid, his first placement was on an album that I did, and you guys can Google Alex the Kid, right now, Imagine Dragons is signed to him and all kind of other crazy stuff. But I remember the beat that I wanted to buy from him maybe had like 16 sounds in it, but by the time I finished the song, I literally only used 5. Kick, snare, hi-hat, one little random scream out thing, and something else. And we stripped away like 70% of the beat, you know what I'm saying? And that was what actually inspired me as the vocalist to do my thing. So I think it's super important what these guys are talking about, to where it's like, at the end of the day, are you more focused on getting the placement, or are you focused on making the best song possible? And I think whenever your goal is to make the best song possible, you're going to do whatever it takes, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that there's a marriage between the vocalists and the production. And I think, Boy Wonder, another friend of mine who's one of the best in the world, he said it best. When Drake gets his beats, like, he tells him delete 10 sounds sometimes, you know what I'm saying, so that it gives him the space to be able to write and make these hit songs. So I think it's really, it's really important, like Major was saying, to leave space for the vocalist and really let that be the main thing.
Yeah, I think it's like the same thing. I think another cheat code to is like, just make a lot of music. That's, you're gonna get over like the excitement of being overly creative. At some point you get used to all the crazy runs that you would normally do and all of those things. So when you're in the room with an artist, you don't get caught up with that fascination in real time, and you start crowd up the track them and all of that. So make a lot of music, and just make, like you said, just leave space and leave room for vocals, because it's like that's gonna have to be the star, like what Yeti said. And you're like doing the backing track, and you're not trying to like create a soundtrack with just the music, you know what I mean? So that's the approach.
Thank you.
All right. They said that was is that our last question? What'd you say, Sharon? What did the boss say? All right, she said that's it for today. Thank you guys for coming and joining us for the first day of the Island Music Conference. Please join us throughout the rest of the week. There's a lot more interesting conversations to have. And one more time, please make noise for Major 7, Yeti Beats, Cardinal Official, and Stephen the Genius McGregor.
And Max.
Thank you, Max. Big up Jamaica.
Yes, big up the one they call Max.
I was waiting for that. I can't big myself up. Likewise, it's big fan. Yo, please, I would love to. Yo, let me try to get some free dinner.
Crazy, man.
Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for turning out for day one of the Island Music Conference 2026. We start at 10 a.m. right here tomorrow. So see you then. Travel safely home. See you at 10 tomorrow.